just go on and do it, because if they're in it, then we'll. Morning. I don't know that we need to do it. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to do have the clerk do the roll call to check who is here, and there are a few jurors we need to have discussion with.
When I call your juror number, if you would stand and say present, and then have a seat, and I'll proceed to the next number. Thank you. Juror number 11. Present. Juror 16. Present. Juror 17. Present. Juror 22. Juror 22. Thank you. Juror 39. Present. Juror 45. Present. Juror 58. Present. Juror 59. Present. Juror 75. Juror 77. Present. Juror 80. Present. Juror 82. Present. Juror 95. Present. Juror 96. Present. Juror 110. Present. Juror 112. Juror 124. Present. Juror 131. Juror 148. Present. Juror 152. Present. Juror 176. Present. Juror 180. Present. I'm going to pause there for just a second. Is that button on? Juror 181. Present. Juror 185. Present. Juror 193. Present. Juror 202. Present. Juror 214. Present. Juror 220. Present. Juror 221. Present. Juror 224. Present. Juror 228. Present. Juror 240. Present. Juror 244. Present. Juror 254. Present. Juror 255. Present. Juror 257. Present. Juror 258. Present. Juror 278. Present. Juror 282. Present. Juror 294. Present. Juror 303. Present. Juror 326. Juror 337. Present. Juror 346. Present. Juror 349. Present.
Juror 349 will come forward, please, along with counsel. And Juror 650 and Juror 729. 349, 650, and 729. And we'll speak there individually. Yeah. So, 131 is excused. And 349 is excused. And you may proceed.
All right, 351, 358, 367, 370, 374, 384, 390, 394, 396, 398, 400, 441, 460, 470, 474, 482, 508, 518, 522, 524, 528, 530, 533, 534, 544, 548, 550, 556, 557, 564, 567, 568, 571, 572, 575, 578, 582, 588, 589, 595, 596, 609, 612, 630, 644, 651, 654, 658, 663, 650, 650.
650.
Thank you. 669, 674, 694, 695, 704, 705, 711, 715, 727, 729, 730, 732, 741, 752, 781, 784. Thank you. Last page. 785, 799, 803, 808, 810, 816, 816. Pretty sure you're in here. 816, 816. Thank you. 826, 845, 856, 864, 886, 887, 893. Okay, is there anybody in here, that's a juror, whose number was not called? I'm just gonna say it one more time. Is there any juror in here whose number was not called? Okay, Judge, I think that's the roll.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have all of you back this morning, and out of the number of you that are here, we're going to whittle the number down to 80. Then we will further inquire and then prepare to select the jury from that group. I want to know now, however, whether there are any jurors out there who believe that you cannot serve for whatever reason. If you believe you cannot serve, please stand. All right, ma'am, tell me your juror number. 294. All right, we'll talk to you in just a moment. Anyone else with a problem serving on this jury? Yes, ma'am. Juror number 58. Say it again. 367. All right. 282. 396. All right, we'll speak to all of you in a moment. Are there any jurors who today are experiencing any COVID-related symptoms, such as shortness of breath, any other physical problems that might indicate that you may have COVID or may have been exposed to someone with COVID? Yes, ma'am, tell me your juror number. 202. And are you currently experiencing problems, or you believe some, or you're been in contact with someone who's having problems? Number 202, and you believe that might be a COVID related, possibly. Or do you believe that you're available to serve or that we should let you go? All right, thank you. Has anyone else been exposed to anyone who you have been diagnosed with COVID or who you think might have it? So, Madam Clerk, you can, we'll talk to those jurors, but you can get your list of 80 while we take this break. We're just going to do it because if they're in it, then we'll just strike through them. All right, we'll be at ease just again as we speak with the, what are the numbers? 294, 58, 367, 282.
And 396.
That messed up.
Yes.
And 396. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be running the list of the 80, so we'll just all stand and be at ease for a bit. There'll be a chance to stretch and all of that.
Welcome to Law and Crime here on this Wednesday afternoon. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us as we are following jury selection in the trial of disgraced South Carolina lawyer Alec Murdaugh. Alec Murdaugh is accused of murdering his wife Maggie and son Paul back on June 7th of 2021. And this has been a case that has captivated not only the nation, but people in the low country of South Carolina. Right now, there are 125 prospective jurors who have reported to the courthouse in Colleton County for the final bit of jury selection that we're watching unfold right now. And we're going to be taking your questions over the next hour or so. So please feel free to submit those to us on Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and on our YouTube chat. As I mentioned, 125 prospective jurors reported to the Colleton County Courthouse this morning. 2 have been eliminated from that pool so far. From that group, the final 12 and alternates will be selected. Colleton County is a small place. South Carolina really is a small place, but Colleton County has a population of around 38,000 people. So selecting a jury is going to be really difficult, actually. It will be a challenge for these attorneys and for the court because Alec Murdaugh and his family are basically a legal dynasty in South Carolina's Low Country. Recently, I spoke with Alan Turkheimer. He is a jury consultant about what it will be like to find a fair and impartial jury in this community.
Jurors, everybody for that matter, are not necessarily good at knowing how biased they are. So you might have some jurors, and both sides have to look out for a juror that indicates, yeah, they know about the family, they know a little bit about this case, and they can be fair. People want to think they're fair. People, when they talk in public in front of a judge and others, want to believe they can be fair, and it can be a sincere belief. However, there are probably some biases in a lot of the panelists, it could be called, that each side has to really probe into and then understand in order to give either the state or the defense a fair shake.
And that was Alan Turkheimer, a jury consultant who works with us frequently here on Law and Crime on these big cases, talking about the challenge of selecting a fair and impartial jury in Colleton County, South Carolina for the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh. So as I mentioned at the top of the show, we are going to be taking your questions for the next hour. We want you to keep those coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and in our YouTube chat, and we will get to them. We have a great panel with us here today to discuss this case and take your questions. First of all, we have Gigi McKelvey. She is down in Colleton County at the courthouse in Walterboro. Law and Crime host and defense attorney extraordinaire Linda Kenny Bodden, and Joseph Scott Morgan, a forensic death investigator and host of the Body Bags podcast. Thanks to all of you for being with us today. Gigi, I want to ask you first, what is the mood like? What's it like down there today as we get this jury selected? We've got 123 people sitting in that courtroom right now, and we're going to be whittling that panel down to the final 12 along with the alternates.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's ready for jury selection to wrap up and get to these openings. Everybody wants to hear the facts of the case, how they were able to get the double murder charges. So it's a mood of anticipation for sure right now here in Colleton County.
Linda Kenny Bodden, I want to ask you, you've been through this before. You've done plenty of high profile cases.
Yes. Hello. I didn't hear the question, Anjanette.
Linda Kenny Bodden, I want to ask you, I'm so sorry. What is it going to take to get this jury selected? We're obviously going through this final process, but tell me what that's going to look like.
Well, let me tell you, the problem that you have when you're on any type of high profile case is weeding out the person who wants to be on the jury, has already made out their let's shall we say, initial decision. And they want to get on the jury, so they make sure that jury goes their way. That's the most difficult part for both sides, but especially for the defense. The defense is going to be looking for those pre-existing biases that may be hidden. They'll take a juror that may be pro-state, but that will be honest about their feelings over somebody that may not be. So I think you'll have a jury. The lawyers know who they're talking with, they know the people in the community, and they'll know pretty much how to pick out that person who wants to be the spy for either side.
And Joseph Scott Morgan, there's going to be a lot of forensic evidence in this case. We have Maggie and Paul, mother and son, murdered on June 7th, 2021, also shot with 2 different firearms. The state alleges, though, it's one shooter. What's the challenge going to be there?
I think trying to wrap your head around the fact that 2 long arms, not a pistol and shotgun or a pistol and a rifle were used, but a shotgun and a rifle. These are shoulder-fired weapons. And from my experience, where you have multiple weapons involved and you're talking about one shooter, there's an idea of transition that has to take place between the use of these 2 weapons. And so it's very cumbersome. And again, I think that the defense is going to utilize that bit of information to at least instill possible in the minds of others that there might be other people involved, because this is very difficult to manage. With a shotgun alone, one of the interesting things for me, at least, is the fact that you don't just have one type of ammunition that's being fired from the shotgun. You have 2. You have birdshot and buckshot, which again is fascinating because most of the time when someone loads up a weapon, particularly a shotgun, you're going to use one type of ammunition consistently. The fact that there were 2 is quite compelling, I think. So there's going to be a lot to pick through. You're going to have dynamic blood evidence that's going to be involved, trace evidence that's going to be involved, those sorts of things.
But yeah, the 2 long guns is confounding to me, both the rifle and the shotgun, and the fact that we have 2 victims in somewhat close proximity to one another. Maggie sadly found on the outside of the dog kennel, and then Paul found inside in that storage room area. Okay, let's get to some of your questions. We have some great questions coming in. Again, keep them coming on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Facebook, and we will get to them, as many of them as we can. Our first question comes from D. Turner from YouTube, and I guess Joseph and Linda, either one of you could answer this question. I'll throw it to you, Joseph. Did they find either long gun?
to the best of my knowledge, they have not found the rifle. I'm unsure about the shotgun at this point in time, so I can't answer that in the affirmative. Again, we're waiting for a lot of this information to come out.
Most definitely. And Gigi, our next question comes from JRS, one from YouTube. How many years behind bars is he facing if found guilty, Alec Murdaugh?
Life in prison. They opted not to go after the death penalty, and that is in addition to the hundreds of years he's already facing for the financial crimes that he's accused of.
Mm-hmm. And Linda, I think this is a really good question because, we topped off the hour talking about what a small jury pool it is there in Colleton County, and the fact that you have Alec Murdaugh, a fourth generation of this legal dynasty. They've had massive control over the court system and politics in that county for years now, almost a century, if not a little bit longer. Why did they not change venue in this case? I think that could cut both ways, right?
Right. It's a really interesting question because it's very much like the case we're seeing in Idaho. Where do you put this case in South Carolina that there's not going to be some kind of tentacles from that family? And the case is known everywhere, right? So I think that the attorneys felt that they could weed out, and the judge also, those that had that great bias, that knew the family, right? That said, no, we've had dealings with the father, the grandfather, we've had dealings with him, our kids go to school with their kids. If they could get rid of those, and who's ever left may be the pool that would be fairest. And remember, it's not unusual not to change venue anymore. The courts are really going against that. They may move it a county over here or there, but they're not really, interested in like moving it to, 3 counties away and busing jurors and all. So I do think that it will work out, and I think that the court knows what they're doing here.
Well, and that judicial district there, the 14th judicial district, where Alec Murdaugh's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather were all the solicitor, which is a district attorney or prosecutor, as a lot of us would know it. That's really like a 5-county area. So you'd really maybe have to be moving this thing clear across the state. And they must think they can get a jury in Colleton County. So I have another question for you, Linda, because we were just talking about this, the 4 of us, before we went on the air. And I know that you know a lot about this stuff, as does Joseph. And this has to do with the ballistics in this case. This comes from Melissa Dotson from YouTube. Linda, how significant do you think the judge's ruling was on allowing the ballistics expert's testimony? And this has to do with that motions hearing we had yesterday, in which he was questioned about how he was able to render this opinion about those 300 blackout rounds and the type of gun from which they were fired when he doesn't have the gun, when he doesn't have the rifle.
Oh, Melissa, thank you for that question, because I love talking about this area. I spent several days cross-examining a firearms examiner in the Aaron Hernandez case, and we had not guilty on the double homicide there on these same issues. Now, the judges are always going to allow the firearms tool mark identification, it's actually called, as opposed to ballistics, which is the movement of the bullets in the air, the firearms identification, tool mark identification in, because it's pretty much been accepted in the communities, except that in the scientific area, there has been an attack in the past, I should say, from 2009 on, that indeed that it's a subjective determination whether cartridges and shell casings match each other and or match a weapon, and that there's no statistical foundation or error rates for the identification by the experts for the state. So I don't think that the motion or the decision by the court allowing it in is significant, because I think if the defense is going to make their case, they're going to do it in front of the jury in ways that the jury can understand. They were expecting it, but it's going to be an interesting case, isn't it? And maybe it doesn't come down to those matches. Maybe it comes down to everything else.
And it very well could come down to everything else. Back to those firearms, though, Joseph. I thought it was interesting yesterday, and I expected Judge Newman, who's a pretty by-the-book judge from what we've seen in other cases, I expected him to allow that testimony in. I didn't think he would not. He was just going to say, look, that's up to the jury to decide. They hear it and give it whatever weight it's worth. But it is interesting to me that he was able to kind of opine on this without having that rifle to use as, the gun to test from.
Yeah, and one interesting little aside here is that apparently other casings were found at the scene. Remember, this is an isolated rural area. They had an area where they would fire weapons, and there were other 300 blackout casings that were apparently found at the scene. So in the absence of a weapon, the actual weapon, and this is all circumstantial, please understand that. If you find those casings at the scene, okay, that may be more weathered than those that are around the body, you could take an intellectual opinionated leap here and say, well, we compared those casings with the ones we found adjacent to the body. We know that he owned a 300 blackout. We can't put our hands on it. But again, circumstantially, how do you explain that away? And I think that that's something that the defense is not going to have as hard a time attacking as they would if they actually had the physical weapon, the rifle, in their hands. But it does set up quite interesting, though, doesn't it? Because, you've got this, and what we're talking about here are not the projectiles themselves, the actual bullet that comes out of the end of the weapon. What they're looking for are going to be the markings that are going to be on the casing that's left behind, that soft brass casing or soft metal casing. You're looking for extractor marks and ejector marks. This is a semi-automatic weapon, so there's a whole mechanism that comes into play to throw that empty shell or hull away and reload another one in there. And there's very distinctive markings. Now, they are not as distinctive and identifiable, say, for instance, as the rifling that you see on the projectile that travels down the twist and the turns in the barrel. But yet, this has been recognized in court, as Linda had mentioned, and it's going to be a fight. It will be a dogfight in the courtroom. I'll be interested to see who the defense brings in as an expert in this case to kind of, counterpunch with this.
You made a lot of interesting points. I am really looking forward to seeing who the defense brings in, because defense attorneys love to attack the ballistics evidence. They love to attack all of the evidence, but I think they particularly like to attack that area, that field of forensics. Also, the fact that they did find shell casings with similar markings at the shooting range on that property. Gigi, our next question, I'm going to throw this one to you because you've actually been in the courtroom and you've been outside too, just getting a look at everything. This comes from Incognito from YouTube. Incognito asks, has Alec Murdaugh had any support from extended family members at this time to support a verdict of innocent or not guilty, or do they side with the prosecution? What are you kind of seeing as you sit in that courtroom?
Well, yesterday I sat directly behind his sister who was there. He seemed very happy to see her, thanked her for coming, told her he loved her. But so far yesterday, she was the only family member that I saw in that courtroom. So he was she was there and seemed to be nodding her head yes when the defense would talk. So it seems like she is agreeing that he didn't do this, at least by her body language and nodding her head every time the defense made a point that was in his favor.
Definitely. And no matter what you think of this case, a family, a woman sticking by her brother, everybody needs some support no matter what they're going through in this world. All right. We want you to keep those questions coming on Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and on our YouTube chat, and we will get to as many of them as we can. For now, we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are here watching Law and Crime as we cover jury selection in the trial of Alec Murdaugh. Welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we are right in the middle of jury selection for the trial of Alec Murdaugh in Colleton County, South Carolina. Murdaugh, of course, accused of murdering his wife Maggie and son Paul back on June 7th of 2021. Prosecutors contend his life was basically in shambles. He was living a double life and murdered his wife and son because a lot of this stuff was going to start coming to light. He had been confronted that very afternoon by his law partners asking about missing millions of dollars from the firm. But Alec Murdaugh says, I didn't do this. Somebody else did this. He has pleaded not guilty, and he claims he has an alibi for the night of the murders. Ballistics evidence will be very important in this case. And just yesterday, there was a motions hearing about the testimony of Paul Greer and what he plans to testify to for the prosecution in this case about the ballistics evidence. There were two guns used in this case, both a rifle and a shotgun were the murder weapons. We know the rifle has not been recovered from statements made in court. So let's listen to a little bit of Paul Greer's testimony. He is a firearms and tool marks examiner.
Are you familiar with any studies that have concluded that projectiles fired through rifle barrels producing the same production lot have identical markings?
I am familiar with certain studies. Some of those I participated in as part of my training that are known around the United States and internationally that consisted of those consecutively rifle barrels. That means that they were made by a tool at the same approximate time, the same set of wear. I've also done those studies with cartridge cases, looking at the consecutively manufactured breech faces. And we as firearms examiners are aware of those markings. And in those studies, they're conducted because in the fireman tool mark identification world, if you will, if we are expecting to see those carryover of those markings, we would expect to see that on tools that are made, on barrels that are rifled consecutively, or those breech faces that are manufactured consecutively, because that's when that tool is passing over that surface one after another. And I've conducted those studies such as the Beringa 10 barrel test, the Hamby breech face test, the Glock Evis barrels, which all have consecutively manufactured items within them. And I was able to distinguish between those items and looking at them under the microscope, evaluating those characteristics that are exhibited on those fire components, and correctly identify and associate those with the correct information.
Okay, so that was Paul Greer, the firearms and tool marks examiner from SLED, who performed the ballistics work in this case. Linda Kenny-Bodden, your thoughts on that little bit of testimony that we heard during that motions hearing?
Well, here's where the defense is going to go. I'll give you that, okay? But they're going to start with this. This is the report they're talking about from 2009 that talked about the unreliability, or not, that there's no foundation, scientific foundation for this. And by the way, it's not ballistics, it's firearm and tool mark identification. They'll talk about there's no evidence of testing for the height, the depth, the width, the curvature, the peaks, the ridges, the furrows, the contours of whatever marks he is looking at, that there has been no peer-reviewed study by a proper body to what his tests have been, that he knew that when he had all these items, when he was looking at, that he knew that the quote matching one was there, that he doesn't know, he's not doing a test which is called like a black box study, where you don't know what the answers are. The answers may not be before you. So I can see where the defense is going to go, and they are going to spend a lot of time questioning him on these areas. It said that he is basically giving his subjective opinion, and he doesn't have any foundational validity.
I think you make some great points there. Joseph Scott Morgan, this is just a question that you and I have talked about. Gunshot residue. When Alec Murdaugh was at the scene that night and placed that 911 call, I think it's pretty obvious he was immediately a person of interest in this case, as he would be since he's closest to the victims. But we don't know if they ever did a gunshot residue test.
Well, there's some indication, I think, in one of the reports that they found particulate elements of gunpowder on the infamous shirt now that we've heard about. Here's the bigger issue for me, Anjanette. Unlike firearms examination, when you begin to talk about GSR, you're talking about something that can be quantified, qualified and quantified because it's measurable. Firearms examination, as Linda pointed out, you can't put a numeric value on it like you would with DNA, but you begin to think about GSR. Well, GSR can be rather fragile, all right? Just follow my logic here. You have apparently, and this is why I think that the shotgun is significant here, because you got two types of ammo that were fired from it. Then I think, let me do the arithmetic real quick. I think we're talking about 5 rounds of rifle ammunition that were fired, okay? So that stuff deposits onto the hands, okay? So you have a primer strike when that the firing pin goes forward, it slams into the primer. It's a little disc on the back. That is chemically identifiable. It throws up a puff of smoke, and that will land on the hand. You also have propellant smoke that comes out. It has a different chemical signature. That gets into the air. Sometimes it'll get onto the victims. And then you have fragmented lead as well. And it's particulate. It'll float down. Now, the problem is if you have an accused person who is smart enough, wily enough to wash their hands and their arms, maybe their face and their neck, prior to being assessed by the police, you got a problem at that point in time. And right now, we don't really, from a timeline perspective, we don't know definitively when these weapons were fired precisely and how much time elapsed between that ending time and when that 911 call was made, the infamous call. I think a lot of this, and I'm going really far afield here, a lot of this is going to come down to cell phone tower information. You know, when the calls initially came in and when people were originally spotted, there's talks of camera footage and all these things. So it's going to be a big blend of things here. But you're shot in the foot, no pun intended, prior, from Jump Street, if this individual has washed their hands and cleansed himself here. He couldn't have gotten to the shirt more than likely if you're still wearing the shirt, but you can wash your hands, and the stuff is it's very superficial. It'll wipe right off, particularly if you apply soap or some other agent to your hand to kind of cleanse yourself and you do it thoroughly.
Most definitely. Gigi, I've got this question for you because we were kind of discussing this just before the show started. This comes from Krista Kelly from Facebook. She says, my biggest question is, what was on Paul's Snapchat video the night he was killed? I know we haven't seen it, but there's been some stuff kind of floating around about this, kind of out there in the news world.
Yeah, we don't know for sure yet what's on that Snapchat video, but Creighton Waters said that this is chief in the case. So whatever is on that Snapchat video clearly is critical to the prosecution's case against Alec Murdaugh right now, as far as we know.
And we saw that maybe one news agency somehow was able to obtain this video. I think we're all very eager to see what it shows because, it could be a critical piece of evidence, as the prosecution says, because in a court document, they said 7:56 p.m. is when Paul sent this video to some of his friends. So it'll be interesting to note what is on that. Gigi, I do want to ask you one other question as well. This comes from Melissa Dotson from YouTube. And, you've been out there in the community. You've been there since the weekend. She says the defense knows they only need to convince one jury. A hung jury is always a possibility. Does all of the attention to this case make it difficult to ensure fairness? What is the vibe you're getting from the community there?
Well, I was just talking this morning with a lady that works at a gas station, and she saw my badge and said, "You're in town for the Alec Murdaugh trial." And I said, "Yes." And she said to me, "He'll be found not guilty. He still has a pretty strong grip in this community." Several other people have echoed that. So a lot of the locals here feel like he will get off on this just because of who he is, even though we know now these crimes date back years and years. But that's still the feeling, is that grip on this community is still kind of tight, which also lets you know how very tight the grip was before all of this came to light.
Linda, as a defense attorney, what's your feeling on that? Because I was talking to some other people about this, that there are people who still, Eric Bland, he represents Gloria Sanderfield's children, along with some other victims of Alec Murdaugh's financial misdeeds. And he said this family, they're revered in this community, but they're also feared. So what is your feeling on that? Because I feel like this trial, even though it should only be about Alec Murdaugh and whether or not there's evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he killed his wife and son on June 7th, 2021, it seems like this trial is much bigger than that. What are your thoughts?
Well, Anjanette, you have to remember that the family also includes the two victims who whether he did it or not, were murdered. And that's what this trial is about, right? And there's a lot of people that would have known Mrs. and also the son. They also know about other issues in the community dealing with the death of Mallory Beach, if I recall. So I'm not sure that that plays out to help the prosecution or help the defense, I should say, as much as you would think it is. Now, could there be a hung juror because one of the jurors says, I don't think the prosecution proved that Alec Murdaugh pulled that trigger of one of those weapons? Or will somebody say, hey, wait a second, maybe he's so smart and so bright, because we know the family's so smart and so bright, that he set this up using two weapons to make it seem like this was two people who killed his family to set the eyes of the law away from him. So I'm not sure it inures to the benefit of the defense as much as you would think it would.
That's an interesting perspective there from you, Linda. All right, we are continuing to take your questions on our YouTube chat, Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch. So keep them coming, and we will get to as many of them as we can. For now, we are going to take a quick break. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. Questions live until 1 o'clock. So please keep them coming on YouTube, in our chat, Facebook, and on Twitter. We will get to as many of them as we can. We, of course, are covering jury selection in the trial of Alec Murdaugh, who's accused of murdering his wife Maggie and son Paul back in June of 2021. Right now, the court's on a brief break. We are in the middle of that jury selection process. Kathy Russin, our executive trial producer, has been telling us that juror 202 has been excused. She said she wasn't sure she could be fair, and she has a cough. So now we're down to 79 jurors, and the judge said he wants to take a break to allow the attorneys to, quote, ponder the remaining jurors. So that'll be interesting to see what happens when we come back. In court, right before a motions hearing yesterday, or during a motions hearing, I should say, Dick Harpootlian, the lead attorney for Alec Murdaugh, talked about how Alec Murdaugh didn't have any motive to kill his family. He said they were perfect. Take a listen.
The last point I make is this. His theory, and this is sort of, is that he knew the jig was up. So he went home and blew the head off his son and butchered his wife. There's not one shred of evidence there was any problems between any of them. There's texts, pictures, people that were with him the previous weekend at a ball game, video from that day with Paul and he having a good time. There is no dispute anywhere that they were the perfect family in terms of their relationships. No divorce, no separated, no left him, no nothing. So this is a fabrication, and they want to use what Mr. Griffin described as bad character evidence. He stole all this money, so he must have killed his wife and son.
All right, Creighton Waters, the lead prosecutor on the case, kind of sitting there looking like he had a lot to say. Dick Harpootlian, though, from what I've been told, a great trial attorney. Linda Kenny-Bodden, tell me your thoughts on what you've seen of Dick Harpootlian so far. I've been told he is a master at cross-examination.
Well, I don't know because I haven't seen the trial, right? He's bringing all the right motions, which I'm impressed with. He's got a very difficult case in terms of pretrial publicity. But so far, except for the appearance I think that he made initially on, I think, one of the AM morning shows with his case early on, he's doing all the right things. But I think the prosecutor also knows what they're doing here. I think we're going to see a real fight in this courtroom, and a judge is going to have to keep both of these attorneys under control. But I would say one thing to you. There is no perfect family. And if you say that to any juror, they're going to think about the TV shows that we looked on YouTube back in the 50s. But, there is no perfect family, and you're always at danger from the one you love. And keep that in the back of your mind.
Certainly. And when he said that, I thought to myself, there is no perfect family. We know that just from living life. We know that from watching these cases here on Law and Crime. There's no such thing as perfect. So you got to be really careful with throwing that word around. Let's get back to some of our viewer questions. They were really good questions coming in, and keep them coming on Twitter, YouTube, in our chat, and on Facebook, and we will get to them. So I want to know, this is from Christy in the Carolinas from YouTube, and I'm going to throw this one to you, Gigi. She says, or she asks, who else had the motive to kill Paul and Maggie? And at least from Paul, we know there might have been a lot of people who had something against him.
Right. And that was sort of the theory in the very early days after the murder, was that maybe this was a revenge killing for what happened to Mallory Beach. But I can't think of anybody. I've never heard anybody really say there was anybody else who would want the two of them dead. I mean, it just doesn't fit. Maggie seemed to be well loved in the community. And, so really the only theory I ever heard was just revenge for Mallory Beach. And that still, that was kind of hard to believe that somebody would go shoot the both of them. So I think it all kind of ties back. We know that he was going, Alec Murdaugh was going to have to expose his financials just days after the murder in court, which ties back to the state's theory that this was just a diversion to gain sympathy and distract from the fact that what we now know is years and years of financial crimes.
Mhm. Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering too, what would a possible motive to kill Maggie be? Why would somebody else have a beef with her to go to those lengths? So I'll be interested to see how they address that, the defense, because they don't have to prove anything, of course, but they'll still have to, address something. We have another question coming in, and Joseph, I'm going to ask you this question. It's from Anton_14A from YouTube. Have they actually placed Murdaugh at the scene at all before the call to 911? I don't know if we know the answer to that question, but what are your thoughts?
Hi, Anton. Yeah, I don't know that they necessarily have at this point, and certainly I think that perhaps if they do have that information, SLED, who is the lead agency on this now, is going to play that pretty close to the vest. I would think that the defense might have some insight into that just through their discovery, but of course they're in their gag order now at this point in time. So that's going to be a big reveal, I think, in court. Again, going into the nature of what this is going to be like. I got to tell you, I don't recall in recent memory where we have covered a case like this on Law and Crime, where this is setting up for a dogfight like this. I think that it's going to be something that's going to be quite compelling to watch kind of play out, because there are these little instances along the way. Cousin Eddie, is going to play into this.
Right.
Certainly the evidence, I see our production team is putting up this image of the shirt. That's going to come into question. And here's one more thing. I think that, talk about putting him there. One thing that kind of sticks out to me, this is not like you wind up at this location by accident. I'm talking about if you're a potential perpetrator. And we're not looking for anybody. It's not like we've got a dragnet out looking for anybody. The investigation at this point is done. I think that it's quite fascinating when you think about this place geographically. If you were to do a geographic profile on this location, how isolated it is. I mean, very isolated. Ask Gigi. She's out there right now, and she's in kind of their urban center right now. You get out there in this location, and it implies, at least just by the view of it, you have to have specific knowledge, intimate knowledge of how to move about this property, because it's not something that you just randomly wind up. And then you've got these two individuals that are within, I think the yardage that we've been getting is like 30 yards separated Maggie and Paul, and then Paul is in what's referred to. It's been storage room and feed room, I've heard, thrown back and forth. Very tight, intimate space. How are you going to know that they're there? It's perpetrated at night, all these sorts of things. So a lot of that's going to come into play in this trial.
And I think if we have drone video, we have some drone footage and ground video that we took and we shot of that property. And you're right, Joseph. I mean, this is an expansive property, and there's this long road. When you enter the property at the gate, you go down this long driveway, and then the house is there, and then the kennels are over on this other part of the property. So it's a huge, huge property. I mean, it's sold, or it was on the market for more than $3 million. That gives you an idea of just how big it is. So Gigi, what do you make of that area? I mean, have you been by the crime scene?
I have not been by the crime scene, but I've seen the drone footage, and it's off the road. And in fact, that's one thing that Alec Murdaugh said on the 911 call. It's off the road. So I agree. It's not just a house you stumble upon in plain view, and it's huge. So you have to know where those dog kennels are, and they're not right by the house. So I agree. Somebody with intimate knowledge of this property knew exactly where to be to take out Paul and Maggie.
Exactly. And we just had that drone footage up for the viewers to see just how big that property is. Also, we have a diagram that was included in a defense motion. I'm going to tweet that out here in a little bit so people can see where Paul and Maggie were located in that crime scene. So we're going to take a quick break. Keep your questions coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, and in our YouTube chat, and we will answer them. So stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. telling you for the last week or two, is accused of murdering his wife Maggie and son Paul back on June 7th of 2021. Alec Murdaugh says he didn't do it, says he's not guilty. So one of the big questions in this case is the motive. And the prosecution says the motive is basically that Alec Murdaugh was living a double life. His life was falling apart. He had all of these financial pressures on him, being questioned about missing money from his law firm, having to produce financial records in a civil suit involving his son, Paul, who had been driving a boat and caused a crash that killed Mallory Beach back in 2019. So there's a lot here. And really one of the questions, and a lot of our viewers are asking this question, is will those financial crimes, the financial misdeeds, the records come into evidence? Will the prosecution be allowed to present those? So Linda Kenny Bodden, a decision on that hasn't yet been made by Judge Newman, but do you anticipate a lot of those financial records coming in or being allowed to come in as evidence of motive?
Well, we did hear the prosecutor say that the reason that, according to the state, that the defendant killed his wife and his son is because he was about to be exposed in those financial crimes. So I do anticipate that some mention of the financial crimes will be coming in with some kind of jury, issue in terms of telling the jury that doesn't mean, that he's a bad person, but it's going to the motive. However, if I'm the defense, I am ready for that, Anjanette, because I'm going to say, oh yeah, let it all in. You were a bad person. You deceived. You took away money from other people. You were a scoundrel. You defrauded and you stole from many people. Well, every single person that you stole, deceived, defrauded, they are a potential future defendant, according to the defendant. They're a potential person who could have killed his wife and his son. So I'm saying, bring it on.
It cuts both ways, doesn't it, Linda? You
Yes.
can often turn those things on their head as a defense attorney, because there could have been any number of people who did this. I'm thinking to myself, I was thinking yesterday, what if somebody wanted to send a message? That could be a possible claim the defense makes. I don't
Anjanette,
know.
when we teach this at Harvard, we teach there are no bad facts in a case. The facts are put into your theme. If they don't work in your theme, they may not be good, but there are no bad facts in a case.
Very interesting perspective there. And you would be a good teacher on that, Linda, I know. Gigi and Joseph, I'll go to you first on this, Gigi. A lot of people want to know whether or not the defense is going to point the finger at cousin Eddie, Curtis Eddie Smith. He is the guy accused, along with Alec Murdaugh, of shooting Alec Murdaugh in the head almost 3 months after the homicides. Alec Murdaugh came out after claiming he was shot in the head by somebody he didn't know, that, yeah, cousin Eddie and I cooked this up, or I cooked this up because I needed a $10 million life insurance policy for Buster, my only living son. Then Alec Murdaugh goes to rehab, says he's got an opioid addiction. So do you anticipate, are you getting the vibe that the defense is going to try to pin this on cousin Eddie?
I mean, they said as much in a filing not too long ago where they say he failed a polygraph test when asked specifically, did you murder Maggie and Paul? And in fact, in the filing had screen grabs of that polygraph test with the lines put in that filing. So I think it's the easiest one to go to as far as putting the blame on. He was familiar with the property. They had other dealings that I'm not sure will come into this, but he is on the witness list. So we will see if the defense goes after him, but they have made a big deal about that failed polygraph test. I'm curious to see if that's brought up, even though it's not admissible in court.
And the prosecution does not want the jury to hear about that because polygraphs are not admissible in court. An update just briefly from our producer. Yes, Joseph.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that this idea that cousin Eddie could be, had the finger pointed at him, he is essentially a fall guy in this from one perspective. He's a target that they can reach out to. Think about everybody else that Murdaugh has had contact with, the people he's defrauded. Allegedly, we just had a settlement that has been reached with Mallory's family. And of course, they've been drugged through just a hellacious time. And then poor old Gloria Satterfield. They can't set these people up that way. They've already been beat to hell and back, essentially financially and every other way, and they've been defrauded. So cousin Eddie is kind of a default position here. Maybe that's the direction the defense is going to go in. I can't imagine that they would, point the finger at any of these other peripheral individuals that are involved. Not to diminish the pain and suffering, but cousin Eddie is somebody that he's been involved with throughout these number of years. He's somebody that's part of the family that they know, those sorts of things. But just having covered the Gloria Satterfield case extensively in my own way, when you look at that's a very sad situation.
Very sad situation. And one thing you brought up that we had discussed earlier, Joseph, too, cousin Eddie would have known the lay of the land on that property. So that's one thing that could play in the defense's favor. An update from our producer, Christina Bubba, just now. She tells me that we have 7 jurors that have been selected. So we are getting closer to those 12 jurors and the final panel of 12 plus the alternates. So we're keeping a close eye on this, and we'd love taking your questions this hour, and we hope that you'll keep them coming in the days and weeks ahead. I am going to sign off now. Linda Kenny Bodden is going to take it from here. Gigi, thank you. Joseph Scott Morgan, thank you. And thank you as well. We will be right back.
What say you for the state?
We're going to have a conference with juror number 22 right here, if you'll come here for a moment. You may proceed.
What say you for the state?
Please excuse the juror from this particular case. Thank you.
All right. Juror number 22, you can have a seat back with the panel. Juror 729. What say you for the state?
Please present this juror.
What say you for the defendant?
Please swear this juror.
Have a please seat to your right. Juror 864.
Please present this juror.
What say you for the defendant?
Please swear the juror.
If you'll have a seat to your right, please. Your Honor, that's your 12.
Pardon?
That's 12.
2, 4, 6, 8. You're absolutely right. We'll proceed with alternates.
And you want to Dave? Thank you. Juror 278. What say you for the state?
Please present this juror.
Defendant?
Excuse the juror.
Thank you. Have a seat back with the panel. Juror 741. What say you for the state?
Please present this juror.
What say you for the defendant?
Please swear to the juror.
Have a seat to the right, please. Juror 254. What say you for the state?
Please present this juror.
What say you for the defendant?
Swear the juror, please.
Thank you. If you have a seat over to your right, please. Juror 326. What say you for the state?
This juror.
What say you for the defendant? That is 326. What say you for the
Swear him, please.
Thank you. Have a seat to your right, please. Juror 337. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. It is 337. What say you for the state?
Please present this juror.
What say you for the defendant?
Excuse the juror, please.
You'll have a seat back with the panel, please. Juror 441. What say you for the state?
Please present this juror.
What say you for the defendant?
Swear the juror, please.
You'll have a seat to your right, please. Juror 704. What say you for the state?
Please excuse this juror.
You'll have a seat back with the panel, please. Juror 82. What say you for the state?
Please present this juror.
What say you for the defendant?
Excuse the juror, please.
You'll have a seat back with the panel.
They're out strikes.
And two, as to each alternate.
Juror 530.
Your Honor, may I approach, please?
Juror 530, please come forward.
How many strikes left on this alternate? One?
On this particular alternate, If it is per person, then you still have 2 strikes left. Oh, one more. I'm sorry, one more, yes.
Present this jury.
Defendant,
State out of strikes?
they used their first strike.
They only have one. Okay. Present the jury.
All right, this is alternate number 5. If you please be seated with the jury. Juror 548. What say you for the state?
Please present this jury.
What say you for the defendant?
Please swear this jury.
Thank you. Have a seat with the juror, please. Your Honor, that completes the 6 alternates and the 12 jurors.
Are there any matters of law regarding the jury selection?
Your Honor, please.
All right.
None from state, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, you all have been selected to be the jury in the trial of this case, and I'll speak with you all in a moment. First, I want to thank the other jurors who are here who have not been selected, so stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to certainly thank you all for your cooperation during these past 3 days, and even before then when you received this questionnaire in the mail to complete. You've now complied with your jury service. Some of you are happy and some are sad that you weren't selected. I don't know that, but congratulations having completed your jury service. Madam Clerk, do you have any information for them regarding work excuses, anything of that nature?
Yes, sir. If you do need a work excuse, you can go downstairs to the General Sessions Department, and they will be glad to help you out with that. Thank you for coming for your service.
All right, thank you all, and you are excused.
Proposed consent order as to how to handle some sensitive exhibits.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if Your Honor has considered that and how you wish to proceed in that regard.
Yeah, the parties have consented to and asked the court to approve an order sealing unduly sensitive exhibits. The court hasn't signed the order, but the court has granted the order, is granting the order, and will sign it, and it'll speak for itself. The order states that there's a joint motion before the court to seal photographs and videos graphically depicting the victims, sealing that evidence which is offered and accepted as evidence in the trial to protect the privacy interests of the victims' families and to prevent the emotional distress to the victims' families, as well as to ensure both the state and the defense receive a fair trial. And the court will be ordering that all autopsy photographs and crime scene photographs that and videos which graphically depict the victims to be filed under seal, not to be copied, reproduced, disseminated, or photographed, or otherwise made available to the public. Any party offering this evidence which the party seeks to have sealed shall prepare and file an exhibit placeholder describing generally the nature of the photograph or video being introduced. The court will permit counsel for any media organization the opportunity to inspect sealed evidence at the conclusion of the trial and to petition the court to unseal any such evidence. And unless the court issues such an order, the evidence shall remain under seal and shall not be disclosed to anyone other than the parties, their counsel, and court personnel. That order would be made available to the public, but that's exactly what it will say.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you all. We'll be in recess till 3 o'clock. sworn before we went out. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What I will say now is intended to serve as an introduction to this trial. These remarks are not a charge on the law. I will instruct you on the law in greater detail at the end of the trial before you retire to consider your verdict. But this is an explanation of the procedure that we will follow in this trial so that you may better understand what's happening. The defendant is charged with 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, the elements of which will be explained to you later. He has pled not guilty to these charges. He's presumed to be not guilty of these charges. He cannot be found guilty unless the state presents evidence which convinces you, the jury, of his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The charge is simply the documents by which the case comes into court. Your purpose as jurors will be to decide the facts of this case. And out of all the people who were summoned to come here for jury duty, out of all the people who live here in Colleton County, out of all the people who live here in the state of South Carolina or any place else, only the 12 of you who will deliberate can decide the facts of this case. And you'll determine the facts of this case from the testimony, which will come from this witness stand, together with any exhibits which is made a part of the record or any stipulations entered into by counsel. It is especially important that you perform your duty diligently and conscientiously and in conformity with the oath that you took, because ordinarily there is no way to correct an erroneous determination of facts by a jury. Just as only you can determine the facts of this case, as the presiding judge, I am the judge of the law. You must accept as correct the law as I stated to you, then deliberate and decide. I cannot tell you what the facts are. You cannot disagree with me as to what the law is. And even if you disagree, you must follow the law as I stated to you. You take the facts as you find them to be, the laws I give it to you, you deliberate, and you decide the case. Until I tell you that it's time to do so, you cannot discuss the case with anyone, including your fellow jurors. You cannot discuss the case with family, friends, or anyone else. The attorneys in the case, you cannot discuss it with them or any parties or anyone else that might be connected with the case. Should you discover that a fellow juror is violating that oath and that order, you are to bring that to my attention. It's vital that you do not seek information outside of the courtroom during the case. That means that you're not to search internet websites, watch television reports, news reports, any other form of social media accounts of the case, because you are sworn to decide this case based on the facts as you determine them to be, based on evidence presented in the case, as well as the law as I give it to you. Now, later in the process, I will appoint one of you to serve as the foreperson of the jury, and that person will have the responsibility of serving as the spokesperson for the jury. That person will have the responsibility of presiding over the jury deliberations, and that person will have the responsibility of completing the verdict form representing the unanimous verdict of the jury. In just a moment, the Attorney General will make an open statement in which he will explain the issues as he sees it, or as the Attorney General sees it. Following that, the defense counsel will have that same opportunity. Then we'll begin with the presentation of testimony from witnesses. I look forward to working with you on this case and to keep the case moving as reasonable as we can keep it moving, but we will not rush, but take the time necessary to have this case fully presented to you. We'll now proceed to opening statements. Vice State.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. On the evening of June 7th, 2021, at the defendant's property off Moselle Road in Colleton County, his son, Paul Murdaugh, was standing in a small feed room and some kennels they had on the property. About 8:50 p.m., the defendant over there, Alec Murdaugh, took a 12-gauge shotgun and shot him in the shoulder, in the chest and the shoulder with buckshot. And the evidence is going to show it's a 1,000,000 to 1 shot. He could have survived that, but after that, another shot went up under his head and did catastrophic damage to his brain and his head. The evidence is going to show that Paul collapsed right outside that feed room. And just moments later, he picked up a .300 Blackout, which is a type of ammunition, but an AR-style rifle. And the evidence is going to show that the family had multiple weapons throughout the property. Picked up that .300 Blackout rifle and opened fire on his wife, Maggie, just feet away near some sheds that used to be a hangar. Pow, pow. 2 shots abdomen in the leg and took her down. And after that, there were additional shots, including 2 shots to the head that, again, did catastrophic damage and killed her instantly. The evidence is going to show that neither Paul nor Maggie had any defensive wounds. Neither one of them had any defensive wounds, as if they didn't see a threat coming from their attacker. And the evidence is also going to show that both Pat, Maggie, and Paul were shot at extremely close range. The evidence is going to show it's called stippling. It's almost like a tattoo, that when you get shot very close to a weapon, it leaves marks that the forensic pathologist can see. They were shot at close range and they did not have offensive wounds. And the evidence is going to show that the defendant, Alec Murdaugh over there, told anyone who would listen that he was never at those kennels. But the evidence is also going to show from these things that every one of us, most of us carry around in our pocket, that he was there. And he was there just minutes before, with Maggie and Paul, just minutes before their cell phones go silent forever and ever. Despite what he told people, I was never at the kennels, the cell phones are going to show otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Craig Waters. I'm with the Attorney General's Office. I'll be the lead prosecutor. I introduced myself before. With me is David Fernandez, Savannah Gow, John Metters, Don Zelinka, John Conrad, and Johnny James. A lot of lawyers. This is a big case. It's a very complicated case, and that's why there's so many people working on it. Sitting back in the row, we have David Owen, who's the lead investigator. We have Lieutenant Charles Gent, who's one of the agents, Special Agent Ryan Kelly, and Special Agent Peter Dawson, some of the agents that are working on the case, as well as Investigator Isaac Toledo, who's working on the case as well. There's some of the witnesses that you'll hear from as we go through this case. The judge talked to you a little bit about him being the judge of the law, and he gives you the law. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the legal concepts before I turn back to those facts. Just remember, though, he's the judge of the law, so you take what he says, but I'm going to explain to you some of the legal issues from my perspective before we talk a little bit more about the evidence in the case. And the first thing is, right before you went to lunch, y'all all took an oath. Everybody in this courtroom who's got involvement in this case takes an oath. You know, attorneys take an oath to become an attorney, take another oath to become a prosecutor, judge takes another oath to become a judge, witnesses take an oath on the stands, law enforcement take oaths to become law enforcement, but y'all took an oath as well. And the reason why is that y'all have the most important job in this courtroom. Every one of you raised your hand and said that you would well and truly try this case. And it's the most important job here, because like the judge said, he's the judge of the law, but y'all are the judge of the facts. Y'all are going to listen to what comes from that witness stand and judge those facts. But you also have to be mindful of that oath. That oath requires you to do that hard job, to make that decision, to call the strike when you see it. It's the same oath. It's just as important as any other oath. It might be the most important in this courtroom. The judge mentioned reasonable doubt, and he's exactly right. It's the state's burden to prove this case beyond reasonable doubt. That is a cornerstone of our country. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's a burden we welcome. It's what we want. It's a system that has been well tested and true, and we take that burden to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I want to remind everyone that the emphasis is on reasonable. Okay, it's not any doubt. It is reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is often defined. Again, listen to the judge how he defines it. But reasonable doubt is a doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate to act. When you hear the evidence coming from this stand about this particular case, I submit to you, you won't hesitate to act. Again, remember the emphasis is on reasonable. Reasonable doubt. The judge mentioned the charges, and there are 4 of them. First indictment accuses Alec Murdaugh, to which he's pled not guilty, but accuses him of murdering Maggie Murdaugh. The second indictment accuses him of murdering Paul Murdaugh. The third indictment accuses him of possessing a firearm during the commission of a violent crime, that being the murder of Maggie Murdaugh. And the last one accuses him of possessing a firearm during the commission of a violent crime, and that being the murder of Paul Murdaugh. And what does that mean? What is murder? Well, the judge again is going to instruct you. It is the unlawful killing of another with malice aforethought. And what is malice? Malice is a mental state. That's ultimately going to be for y'all to determine as to what was going through Alec Murdaugh's mind when he committed these crimes. What is malice? Malice has often been defined as the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse. It is the intent to inflict an injury under circumstances that the law would presume an evil intent. An evil intent. And when you look at the circumstances of the crime, when you look at what led up to this crime, the evidence is going to show that there was malice aforethought. Aforethought, what does that mean? It means it has to exist at the moment you commit that crime. It doesn't have to be planned. It doesn't have to be planned for any long period of time. It just has to exist a split second before the crime is committed. When you see this crime and you hear all the circumstances, the evidence is going to show that forethought existed for a while. It existed for a while in the mind of Alec Murdaugh. You're also going to hear about circumstantial evidence. And a lot of times people hear, oh, it's just a circumstantial case. But the law says otherwise. The law says that circumstantial evidence is just as good as direct evidence. And what's the difference between the two? Direct evidence, especially about the storm out here, from what I'm told. Direct evidence is if it's sunny outside, and a witness goes outside and it's sunny, and they come here and they get on that witness stand, and because they saw it raining, they sit on the stand and say, I was just outside and I saw it rain. I saw it rain. That's direct evidence. They actually saw it rain. But to give you an example of what circumstantial evidence is if the witness goes into a room where all curtains are drawn, and when they go into that room, it's sunny outside and everything's dry. And while they're in that room, they see it darken behind the shades, they hear thunder, they hear the wind blowing, they hear the sound of the raindrops on the roof, and then they open up the door, and it's not raining, but everything is wet. There's puddles in the driveway, there's puddles in the street, there's puddles in the yard, there's limbs down all over the ground. And then they come in here and say, yeah, it was raining. Didn't actually see it raining, that those circumstances are beyond any reasonable doubt that it was actually raining. Now, I guess it's possible that somebody could have been standing outside the window and beat the drum sound like thunder and blowing a fan and make it seem like it was the wind and somehow got enough water to coat the entire neighborhood. But that's not reasonable. Everybody understand that distinction? That's not reasonable. Another thing, and this is crucial, what you're going to do in this particular case, is determine credibility or the believability of witnesses. So it's your job to look at the evidence, the exhibits in the case, but also the witnesses and decide if it's truthful, if you believe it, if you can rely on it. And the judge is going to instruct you that you can believe one witness against many or many witnesses against one. You can believe all the witnesses' testimony or part of the witnesses' testimony. It's up to you, first individually and then as a product of your deliberations. And what you're required to do there is just rely on that good old-fashioned common sense. Does it all fit together? Is it corroborated? Does it fit with what you would expect? Does it fit with what you expect how real people would act? Does it seem real? Does something seem a little off? Does something seem a little off? You're going to see video statements of Alec Murdaugh. You're going to see body-worn camera of him at the scene when law enforcement arrives. And hear what he says. And hear what he says about that night. You're going to hear 3 recorded statements on video that he gave with law enforcement. And you're going to hear how things progressed by what he says and what he says he did that night. Watch those closely. Watch his expressions. Listen to what he's saying. Listen to what he's not saying. Use that common sense. Does this seem right? Just something seems a little off. Something seems a little off. I mentioned that Maggie was killed with a .300 blackout rifle, an AR-style rifle that chambered in .300 blackout ammunition. And you're going to hear evidence that back in Christmas of 2016, Alec Murdaugh over there bought 2 .300 blackout AR-style rifles. And then not long after that, one of them went missing from Paul's truck. And time went by, and in April of 2018, Alec Murdaugh replaced that rifle and bought another one. 3 total blackout rifles that they had. One of them went missing years ago, and a replacement was bought. You're going to hear evidence that Paul and his friend were using that replacement gun. They were standing right outside the side door to the gun room of the house, and they were sighting it in, firing down into a field. And the cases were ejecting. The cases are the empty shell from a bullet. They were ejecting out into the flower bed right there. And then there's a range across the street, and they shot it there. And there's cases ejected there as well. And they were shooting that third replacement gun just weeks prior to the murders. Prior to June 7, 2021, when Maggie and Paul were murdered. And you're going to hear forensic evidence that the cases that were found in that flower bed, and the cases that were found across the street at that range were ejected out of the same weapon that fired all the cases that were around Maggie's dead body. It killed her. It was a family weapon that killed Maggie. And you're going to hear evidence that of those 3 blackouts that Alec Murdaugh purchased, when law enforcement arrives at the scene on June 7th, 2021, he can only account for one. He can only account for one. And that replacement gun is nowhere to be found. You're also going to hear evidence that the type of ammunition, the exact brand, the exact model of ammunition that was used to kill Maggie, S&B, 300 blackout ammunition, and 147 grain bullets, that exact ammunition, boxes, empty boxes of that ammunition, is found all over the property. The very same brand and model of ammunition that was used to kill her is found at multiple locations throughout the property. And you're also going to hear evidence, the same thing about the shotgun shells that killed Paul. Federal double buckshot unfired rounds were found on the property, as well as Winchester #2 turkey loads, 2 rounds, and a shotgun that killed Paul. Family weapon, same ammunition. You're also going to hear evidence that about a week after the murders, Mr. Alec Murdaugh's father had died, Mr. Randolph, and about a week after the murders, he shows up early in the morning at his parents' home, where his mother still is in late-stage Alzheimer's, on Alameda in Hampton. It's uncharacteristic for him to show up early, uncharacteristic for him to show up at all like that. And he comes in, and he's carrying something in a blue tarp, and he takes it upstairs, and eventually law enforcement finds out about that. And they go upstairs, and they find a wadded up, very, very large raincoat in blue color that looked like a tarp. And you're going to hear evidence that it was coated with gunshot residue on the inside. You're going to hear other evidence of gunshot residue. You're going to hear that there was gunshot residue on Alec at the scene. You're going to hear evidence that there was gunshot residue on the seatbelt of the car he was driving. You're going to hear evidence that when law enforcement got to the scene, he had gone and gotten a shotgun, Paul's shotgun, and that Maggie's DNA was on that shotgun. You're going to hear other evidence from DNA, gunshot residue, firearms examiners. There's going to be a lot of forensic evidence in this case. I'm not going to get into every single bit of it right now, but I will say the key piece of forensic evidence that you're going to hear in this case is the cell phone. Alec's cell phone, Maggie's cell phone, Paul's cell phone. You know, this is all amazing technology that most of us carry around in our pockets. It really allows us to do a lot of things and get a lot done. But this cell phone keeps track of who we're talking to, who we're calling, who we're texting, whenever we access apps. And every time you do that, there's a record kept in this phone unless it's deleted somehow. And if you're using certain apps, you can even get GPS information, where you were when you did that that's stored on these phones. You're going to hear evidence about that. You're going to hear evidence that when you make a call and it pings off cell towers, the location information can be gathered from that as well. And so it allows an investigation to take this and piece together what someone was doing on a particular day, and not only what they were doing, but who they were interacting with and how they were interacting with. It's going to be crucial evidence. You're going to hear that particularly Alec and Paul, but also Maggie, were prolific cell phone users, to the point where Paul's friends even had a nickname for him about his cell phone usage. Before I talk more about that, there's 3 family properties I need to talk about. Okay, the first one I've mentioned is Moselle. Moselle in Colleton County. It's called Moselle. It's off Moselle Road, and everybody refers to it as Moselle. And that property is large. It's a lot of acres. There's a main house on it, and there's a driveway that goes to that main house. But it used to be an airstrip, and there's an airstrip that goes down, and then down the way, just less than a third of a mile away, just a 3-minute walk, 4-minute walk, 45-second drive, is the kennels and the shed that used to be a hangar where Paul and Maggie were murdered. So the main house is just less than a third of a mile away. You can see the kennels from the main house. You can see the main house from the kennels. The family also had a house in Edisto at the beach. The evidence is going to show that that is where Maggie preferred to stay, particularly in the summer months. She liked the beach. She was not a hunter. She didn't want to be at Moselle. She didn't want to be at the lodge where it was hot and buggy. She liked being in Edisto. And then you're also, I've already mentioned, the house in Alameda, which is where his parents' home. On June 7th, 2021, you're going to hear evidence that his father went into the hospital and the prognosis was not good. And in fact, he died a few days later. And his mother is in late-stage Alzheimer's and had that house being cared for by a caretaker. You're going to hear from that caretaker.
Mr. Porter, will you pause for a moment? We'll be at these in just a moment.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Ron. All right, we were talking about the three-family properties. Moselle has the main house and the kennels / sheds. The main house has a driveway, but the kennels also have a driveway. The evidence is going to show that that was actually as commonly used as the main driveway. In fact, the mailbox is by the kennel driveway. Driving right past those kennels for Paul and Maggie. I told you that you're going to hear evidence that Maggie did not like being in Moselle as much as she liked Edison, the beach house. But that, on June 7th, 2021, she came back to Moselle. And the evidence is going to show that she arrived about 8:15. And the evidence is going to show that from the cell phones that Paul was there at the house, the main house. Alec Murdaugh himself says that they ate dinner, and the autopsy is going to reflect both Paul and Maggie having similar stomach contents indicating that they recently shared a meal together. About 8:30, 15 minutes after they arrived, Paul's phone starts moving towards the kennels. You're going to hear evidence again. The defendant said he was never at those kennels, that he was napping after they ate, and he was at the main house and never went there. You're also going to hear evidence about how much Alec uses his own cell phone. It would be unusual for him to be anywhere without a cell phone. At 8:44 and 55 seconds, Paul recorded a video. He was down at the kennels because he had been talking to a friend of his. And you're going to hear from this friend because his friend's dog was in the kennels and they thought there was something wrong with the tape. And Paul was recording a video of it to send to his friend. 8:44 and 55 seconds. And on that video, you'll see that video. You'll hear from witnesses that identify Paul's voice, Maggie's voice, and Alec's voice. So anyone who would listen, he was never there. At 8:44 and 55 seconds, there's a video. The evidence will show that he was there. He was at the murder scene with the two victims. And more than that, just over 3 minutes later, 8:49 and 1 second, Paul's phone locks forever. He never reads another text. He never sends another text. He doesn't answer calls. 3 minutes after that video has the defendants at the murder scene with the two victims, Paul's flip phone goes silent forever. And in fact, another communication comes into the very friend that he was talking to the dog at 8:49 and 35 seconds, just 35 seconds later, and he doesn't answer. He never answers another thing forever now. And on top of that, Maggie's phone locks at 8:49 and 31 seconds, around that same time, and she never answers another text, never sends another text, never makes another phone call, never receives another phone call. 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 3 minutes after the video shows he's at the scene with the victims, and he told everybody he was never there. Credibility, ladies and gentlemen. Credibility. So what happens after that? Well, you'll hear evidence that Alec's phone was conspicuously, he didn't have a lot of activity from about 8:09 p.m. until 9:02 p.m. And if he was at the kennels, which the evidence will show, why's his phone not with him? Why is it not showing activity? But you will hear that at 9:02, all of a sudden his phone does start to pick up activity. At 9:02, he calls, he starts moving. At 9:04, he calls Maggie's phone. Doesn't answer, of course. Doesn't answer. He calls his father, Randolph, who's in the hospital. Doesn't appear there's an answer there. He calls Maggie again at 9:06. Remember, he's just a third of a mile away. You can see it. At 9:06, she doesn't answer. At 9:06, he turns on his car, the Suburban, and he texts Maggie that he's going, be right back. I'm going to go check on Mom. And he doesn't drive down to the kennels, even though that's where the mailbox is. That's a common place to be. Even though you can see it. He's called his wife 2 times and texted her, and she hasn't responded. But he didn't just drive down there and say, hey, man, you guys want to go? What's up? What's up? Right there. You can see it. He then drives to Almeida, where his mom is suffering from Alzheimer's, and the caretaker's there. And he starts calling people. He's talking to people. It'll be up to you to decide whether or not he's trying to manufacture an alibi. He comes, he gets there to Almeida. You'll hear evidence about whether or not that was usual. You'll hear evidence about how he was acting when he got there. And he's only there for 20 minutes because he's back underway at 9:44. And he makes more phone calls on the way back. Calling friends, calling people who will answer. It'll be up to you to decide whether he's trying to create an alibi. And he gets back to Moselle at 10:01. He calls 911 at 10:06. Listen to that 911 call. Listen to what he says. Listen to what explanations he may offer. You're going to hear that 911 call, but you're also going to see the body-worn camera of the officers who arrived at the scene. The video camera they wear, so it records what they're doing. And you're going to see what he did to Maggie and Paul. It's going to be gruesome. No other way around it. It's what he did. You're going to see crime scene photographs. You're going to see the traumatic injuries that were suffered. You're going to hear from a pathologist, a doctor who will examine the injuries. It's going to be gruesome. No other way around it. On that 911 call, on the body-worn cameras, pay attention to what he says. Look at how he's acting. But he says within a few minutes of each one of those, he says, this is about the boat case. This is about the boat case. And you're going to hear some of what was going on in Alex Murdaugh's life leading up to that day. Stuff that happened that very day, stuff that was leading up, a perfect storm that was gathering, much like the storms that are coming outside today. Listen for that evidence. Listen to that gathering storm that all came to a head on June 7th, 2021, the day the evidence will show he killed Maggie and Paul. This has been a long, exhaustive investigation. It's going to be a fairly long trial because it's complicated. It's a journey. There's a lot of aspects to this case. There's a lot of factors to this case. But like a lot of things that are complicated, when you start to put them all together, piece them together like a puzzle, all of a sudden the picture emerges and it's really simple. It's really simple. Once we get to the end of that journey, you have a chance to deliberate. The evidence is going to be such that you're going to reach the inescapable conclusion that Alec murdered Maggie and Paul, that he was the storm, that the storm was coming for them, and the storm arrived on June 7th, 2021, just like the storms that are heading here right now, that they died as a result, beyond any reasonable doubt. Thank you.
For the defense.
Please report, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, my name is Dick Harthugian. I think I introduced myself to you all and the attorneys, the 3 other attorneys, Jim Griffin, Philip Barber, Margaret Fox. It is our honor to represent Alec Murdaugh, or Murdaugh, depending on how you pronounce it. I say it's our honor because I submit to you what you've heard from the Attorney General as facts are not. They're his theories, his conjecture. Now stand up. This is Alec Murdaugh. And Alec was the loving father of Paul and the loving husband of Maggie. You're not going to hear a single witness say that their relationship, Maggie and Alec's relationship, are anything other than loving. You're going to hear about how they went to a baseball game the weekend before. You're going to hear about their relationship. You're going to see texts and emails indicating a loving relationship. Paul, the apple of his eye. You're going to see a video somewhere between 7:30 and 8 o'clock the night of the murders, with Paul and Alec riding around looking at some trees they planted. It's a Snapchat that Paul sent to other people because the trees were not planted very well. They were cantilevering over. They're laughing. They're having a good time. That would be about an hour before the Attorney General says he swatted them. When I say he swatted them, but they were swatted, and no question. Paul Murdaugh was shot twice with buckshot, 12-gauge buckshot, once in the chest. And by the way, that shot would indicate it was in the chest and came out under his arm, like somebody that might have been holding up their hands. So when he says no defensive wounds, he perhaps is being held at shotgun. I mean, I can make the same sort of speculation that the Attorney General can, because that's all he's doing, speculating. What we do know is 12-gauge, fairly close range shot to the chest. He must have been turned because it comes out under his arm. There's wadding, if you're familiar with shotgun, under his arm. The second shot ended up, and there's going to be some question about the direction of that shot, but ended up entering his skull cavity, and the gases from that shot literally exploded his head like a watermelon hit with a sledgehammer. All that was left was the front of his face. Everything else was gone. His brain exploded out of his head, hit the ceiling in the shed, and dropped to his feet. Horrendous, horrible, butchering. So to find Alec Murdaugh guilty of murdering his son, you're going to have to accept that within an hour of having a extraordinarily bonding, you can see it in the Snapchat, that he executes him in a brutal fashion. Not believable. Not believable. Now, Maggie is shot running. There's no defensive wounds because she's shot running. And after she falls to the ground and has one bullet that has hit her and probably traveled up and hit her brain, she's on the ground. And whoever the perpetrator was walked up, took that AR, and put one in the back of her head. Executed. Executed. Why? This is going to be interesting because we don't know why. He doesn't know why. He's got theories of this and theories of that. But why? Number one. Number two, what was it in that hour between when he's yucking it up with Paul? And let me say this to you. His record, he was interviewed. He comes home and finds, there's no question about this. They got telemetry from his car. He left the house at 9:06, returns at 10:01 after seeing his mother with dementia. Now remember, that day, his father, who was dying, is taken to the hospital. Mom's home alone with the housekeeper. Perfectly reasonable for him to want to go see her. And later than usual, because his father's not there. He's in the hospital. He dies 2 days later. His father dies 2 days later. So the question is, if he leaves at 9:06 and he's back at 10:01, he literally, and he can account the cars and the cell phone records account for where he was between 9:06 and 10:01. Now the cell phone records, and you can hear this from their own experts, are incomplete. They're incomplete. And we're to submit, one of the reasons they're incomplete, and by the way, how do they find Maggie's phone? Maggie's phone was thrown out on the side of the road about a quarter of a mile away from, a little bit more, maybe half a mile, from the Moselle property, thrown out on the side of the road. They found it by using Find My iPhone. And the way they did that, they had to open it or have access. Who gave them the code to open the phone? Now, Murdaugh. And it's not destroyed, it's just thrown on the side of the phone. What you're also going to see is that Alec Murdaugh was calling that phone at 9:06. As he leaves the house, he did call her twice and texted her. And we also know that at 9:06, as he cranked his car, as the cell phone records show that, as the telemetry data from shows the cell phone linking up with the car, that phone is being thrown on the side of the road almost a half mile away. Now that is Houdini. That is magic. That is inexplicable. Now, I was making notes while the Attorney General was talking. But let me tell you what is more believable. The night he comes home and finds his wife and son butchered. And when I say butchered, you're going to see these photographs. When I see them now, after having seen them for the last 4 or 5 months, it still shocks me. It still is tough to look at. It still bothers me. And he comes home and finds his son laying in his own blood with his brain laying at his feet, shot to hell. He walks over, he checks to see if there's any life there. And although, I mean, he's seeing his brain laying outside his body, he knows there's nothing there. He goes over and tries to get a pulse out of Maggie. No pulse there. Calls 911. I want you to hear that 911 tape. It is a man hysterical, in grief, trying to figure out what's going on. He tells the 911 operator that he's concerned, and he drives the back up to the house. By the way, you can't see, I've been out there, you can't see the shed where you might see the top of the shed. There are pine trees between the front porch or the porch on the house and the dog pens. And it's not a third of a mile, maybe by the way the crow flies, but it takes a little bit longer to drive down there. And this is not unusual for them to communicate by cell phone or text, even when they're all on the same property. It's 1,100 acres, big property. They hunted. So what I'm trying to say to you is that the Attorney General has given you his view. Again, you can't see the shed. And I'm going to ask the judge at some point during this trial to ask you, the jury, to be able to go to the scene so you can see it. You can understand the court proportions. You can understand the details. Because the facts are what matter here. The facts. Let me give you another fact. You're going to hear their witnesses explain the catastrophic injuries to Paul. His head literally exploded. And whoever shot him with that shotgun was probably no more than 3 feet away. Maybe closer, maybe a little further away. His head exploded. He would be covered in blood from head to foot. Head to foot. In blood. They seized his clothes that night. SLED did. And they checked, well, first of all, you're going to see in the videos from the officers that arrived that night, there's no blood on him. They didn't find any blood on him. SLED's testing indicated 12 different places on his shirt and pants. No human blood detected. Period. Okay? You'll see pictures. A white t-shirt, no blood on it. Those are facts. Those aren't theories. Those are facts. Another fact that is, I think, the reason we're here today. When you hear those questions on the videotape on the night, now he's found his wife and son brutally butchered. You can hear on the 911 tape, he is hysterical. He comes in and out. It's consistent. If any of you have ever, you got to use your experience as part of this deliberation process. Your human experience. If you've ever suffered a catastrophic loss of a friend or a family member, it's numbing. It's the minute you find out, if you see them dead, it's numbing. You go into shock. So anything he said that night is in the context of just an hour or two before finding his wife and son butchered. He drove back up to the house while he's on 911 saying, I got to get a gun. Whoever did this might be out there. And he gets a gun. What's fascinating about that is he gets a 12-gauge shotgun and he grabs some shells. People hunt a lot. They have guns everywhere. He grabs some shells. He puts a 16-gauge a 12 gauge, grabbed 12 gauge shotgun, put a 12 gauge buckshot in, and then he put a 16 gauge buckshot in. That's how shook up he was. Guy $100 life, and put a shell in, he couldn't fire a 16 gauge with 12 gauge. Makes no sense. He was traumatized. GSR, their own expert at SWED said the amount of particles of GSR are consistent with that him going up and picking that shotgun up. You want to talk about GSR? Again, if you fired a shotgun twice and a rifle 6 times, you'd be covered in GSR. Those are the facts. That's not his theory. The facts. Now let's talk a little bit about these ARs. Again, you're going to hear testimony. A lot of guns. They had a gun room. I don't live in Calhoun County. I live in downtown Columbia. Ain't no gun rooms in downtown Columbia. But apparently, if you live on 1,100 acres, if you hunt deer, you hunt whatever they're planting those sunflowers for, quail, I guess. You have a lot of guns. The truth is, in 2017, and you'll hear the testimony, that Alec bought 2 blackouts, one for Paul and one for Buster. There's other son sitting out in the audience. And Paul had one just stolen. He bought another one for Paul. Now, Paul was very irresponsible with guns, cars. He'd leave guns around. He'd leave guns in cars. He oftentimes left guns down at the dog pens in the feed room. Now, I can't tell you whether he was shot with his own weapon or not, or his mom was shot with his weapon or not. But I can tell you that they weren't shot by hounds. They don't have guns. There's no way to tell conclusively without having the weapons what weapons those were fired by. And we'll talk a little bit with the SWAT experts about that. The sort of overarching issue here is why murder on June 7th, 2021, why is it September of 2022 before they charge him? And I'll tell you what happened that night. And this is the problem. He's questioned, and the questioning is pretty aggressive. You'll hear it. He's traumatized. They suspect him. They show up. He's got a shotgun. They suspect him. And the next morning, 2 people found butchered, and here in Calhoun County, Moselle Road. The police announced, "Don't worry. There's no danger to y'all. There's nobody out there that could pose a danger to you." Because you see, they decided that night he did it. Without forensics, without cell phones, without any of that. And they've been pounding that square peg in the round hole for the last, since June of 2021, resulting in charges in September of 22. And so, if he felt, and he did it, and you'll hear it, the accusatory fashion he's being interviewed in, he may not have dealt all the facts. But by the way, whether he'd been down to the dog pens that night or not, really doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter. Because you're going to see cell phone activity that would be, let me put it this way. Paul's phone, 850. Maggie's phone, later than that, 854. Clearly, is still being used. At 9:06, he's up at the house getting in the car, cranking it up to drive over and see his mom. He says, a few hundred yards away, so further than that. But the point of the matter is, he would have had to have executed both of them. Got back up to the house, got the bloody clothes off. And by the way, they seized his clothes from that night. They never searched his house for any other clothes that we know. Although that night, he gave permission and they got a search warrant. Go to my house. Go look through everything. Where's the bloody clothes? Where are the bloody clothes? And of course, I would tell you that they weave woven the story together because they want everything to be consistent. What's important about that is the judge, and by the way, there's no eyewitness. There's no forensics tying him to the murder. When I say forensics, fingerprints, blood, whatever, tying him to shooting anybody that night. The cell phone records would indicate he would have had less than 10 minutes to kill him, get up to the house, get in the car and crank it up. He'd be covered in blood. Now, if they think he was beginning to establish an alibi, there's no evidence of that. The evidence is consistent with him seeing them earlier at the dog pen. And by the way, that audio they have of him and Maggie, they were talking about one of the dogs killing a chicken. And they were debating whether it was a guinea hen or a chicken. No animosity. Very normal discussion. Paul's very happy. We know that Paul, after that, is texting back and forth with the girl about going to the movies. Nobody's down there threatening him. Daddy's not pulling out a shotgun and killing him. For 10 minutes after that, he's texting this girl. So, big question: one shooter or two? 2 guns, shotgun and an AR. And by the way, Maggie has no defensive wounds because she's running. What's she running from? And could you shoot? Typically, she had a little shed right, probably 150 feet from the feed room on the other side of the wall. Perhaps she heard the shotgun blast and came around and saw somebody, or it's 2 people, and whoever it was opened up. Was there enough time to kill Paul, and then find the AR and then ambush Maggie? Much more likely there were 2 people. But again, we don't have to prove anything. Let me sort of share the framework in which you should examine this. You have agreed to follow the law, and here's the law. Here is the law. He didn't do it. He is presumed innocent. As you sit there right now, when you look at him, you have to believe he is innocent. He didn't do it. Now, let me tell you, that's so difficult to do. I get it. And the way maybe the best way to explain it is this morning or yesterday, nobody really reads newspapers anymore, but if you're reading the newspaper, looking at the internet, and you read the police had arrested somebody for some heinous crime, the natural inclination of everybody, all of y'all, is to say, thank God they caught him or her. Thank God that person is in custody. And he did something that's so natural. We all do it. You presumed the police had arrested the person that committed the crime. You presumed him or her guilty. That is the natural thing to do. And you know what? That's fine for you to do. Any other day except today. Because you took an oath to follow the law. And the law is, he is innocent. He's presumed innocent. That is your presumption. Your mental framework is, he didn't do it. They've got to prove it to me beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what's even more difficult, and this isn't a contest, this isn't a game, this isn't who wins and who loses. This is about justice. You know, Oliver Wendell Holmes, one of the justices of the Supreme Court, once said, jury duty is the highest duty a citizen can perform for their country in peacetime. Because you are protecting us from them, from the state, from the government. That's the foundation of our Constitution, is that the individual has a right to be presumed innocent, has a right to a jury trial, has a right to have his or her peers sit in judgment of him. That's you. And the framework is, you presume him innocent, and you cannot convict him until the state proves to you beyond a reasonable doubt of his guilt. And a reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt which would cause an ordinary person to hesitate to act in the more important decisions in their life. Now, what makes this even more complicated is there's no direct evidence. There's no eyewitness. There's no camera. There's no fingerprints. There's no forensics tying him to the crime. None. None. I say that without any fear of contradiction whatsoever. None. And what the judge is going to tell you is, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. Now, this smoke they created is about suspicion. I mean, if you show up at the scene and you got the wife especially dead, and the guy's got a shotgun, you know, it's pretty logical for the cops to jump to the conclusion he did it. And the problem is that as they came to that conclusion, they have pounded that square peg in the round hole, and you're going to hear about it. They've ignored some witnesses. I mean, for instance, that blue tarp showed up with a blue tarp. That witness who said he showed up with a blue tarp was shown a blue rain jacket that he talked about. Said, that's not it. That's not what he brought here that morning. I mean, I talked to her. She said, no, it was a blue tarp. And what was it? I would indicate, I would tell you that the testimony you're going to hear is inconsistent with the Attorney General's represented to you, based on interviews done by people other than me. So what I'm telling you is this, that as you sit here and listen, every time there's a witness that takes that witness stand that the state put up there, you see, you judge the credibility, whether to believe a witness or not believe a witness, whether to believe one witness against many, many against one. You're going to have to evaluate the testimony you hear from this witness stand with a critical eye. Critical eye. I mean, if you've got uncontested scientific evidence, you accept it. I've got no problem with that. These cell phone records you keep talking about, I would say you are not necessarily accurate to the extent they lie. I will also tell you that there's going to be a bunch of people, and I will have been promised something or threatened with something, that may take a witness stand and say something. But I tell you what they're not going to say. They're not going to say they saw him kill him. They're not going to say that they were involved in it. They're not going to say anything that would give you a comfort level in their testimony. Now, all of you have indicated that you will follow the law. And I say this one last time. He didn't do it. He didn't butcher his son and wife. And you need to put from your mind any suggestion that he did. You've been picked because you said you could be fair. You were picked because you said you could follow the law. You were picked because Alec Murdaugh believes that you can be fair. Now, if during this process over the next however long we're here, I say something or do something, which most certainly based on my career, I will do, that irritates you or angers you. Sometimes I'm a little rough. Don't hold that against Alec. Hold it against me. If I say something that offends you in some way, don't hold that against Alec. Hold it against me. Remember, as you sit there right now, in your mind, he didn't do it. He is innocent. He would require a verdict of not guilty from you. That's the law. That's your oath. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you to the jury room for a break while I discuss scheduling with everyone. Please do not discuss the case. As I mentioned to you earlier, you're not allowed to discuss the case at all until you've heard the entire case and you've heard the instructions of law. So please go to the jury room.
I think as we have talked to your law firm, we do have a witness. Unfortunately, that witness, the main point of that witness would be the body-worn camera, as he is a first responder that arrived at the scene. Unfortunately, the audio does not appear to be working, so I'm informed, despite efforts of courtroom staff and our IT folks to try to get it going. I've been also told that the company that installed this for the court is not here, and they've been able to do this. So, unfortunately, given the latency of the hours, I don't think we can finish him anyway, because the video in and of itself is fairly long.
Tomorrow morning, they still haven't done whatever you just said?
I will personally come up with a solution to present evidence to this jury, but I think, I don't even think we could really get him done today anyway if we started, because even the body worn itself is 20, 30 minutes long, depending on what you put in.
I think it's wise because even if we started right now, I don't think you could get the whole video played. And I'm going to ask, and I'll tell the Attorney General now, we're going to ask him to play the whole video for completeness rather than picking out little excerpts. So that may take 45
Any
minutes.
objection to that?
We have prepared excerpts. There's a lot of discussion of law enforcement as they're arriving at the scene and, have theories, but if he wants to play the whole thing, I'm fine with that.
That settles that. Okay, if you'll bring the jury, I'm going to excuse them to 9:30 if they're ready to come in. A few minutes waiting for the jury to get ready to come in. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are through for the day. We're going to recess till 9:30 tomorrow morning. Remember the oath that you took and the instructions that you're not to discuss the case with anyone. You're not to engage in any search for further details through any means. And we'll need you back at 9:30 tomorrow morning, following the instructions given to you by the bailiffs as to where to report to. You'll never come through the courtroom to get to the jury room. And we'll see you at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Yeah. Make up. All right. We're in recess as to the jury. Go. Everyone be seated. Just a couple of things with regard to the daily transcript. Is that what is the problem? Is that system? Can someone tell me? Is that it? Okay, well, this transcript is not an official transcript. It's not, the official court reporters are the two South Carolina judicial branch employees and not the company that produces this transcript that those in the media or the parties may be interested in purchasing. I want the parties to acknowledge that they understand that any transcript produced by anyone other than the court reporters is not a verified true copy of transcript.
Your Honor, we understand that. So both of us though have a concern that this microphone, and we express, I mean, if it's picked up conversations between us and our client, or we're concerned that not appear in the daily transcript.
Right, and the transcript, I mean, that microphone is by the same outfit. Whose microphone is it?
We're told when that clock in front of you is on, it's on, right?
Yes, that microphone, the microphone in AG's table, the microphone in front of the clerk's bench, and the microphone you are speaking into that has the mute button. Those are FTR, or the record microphones. That's what's giving you the daily transcript. And it is also tied to PA.
So I don't really care about the daily transcripts. My problem is that we can't get audio in the courtroom, and that's what we're going to try to fix tonight.
Well, we're talking about one thing right now. So with regard to the, for the record transcript, the non-official, and is that where the problem is now with that you all been working on? Or is that now been resolved with that company?
The problem with FTR and the draft transcript, the daily transcript, that is working fine. When we had to move some of the equipment around earlier, it messed up some of the wiring.
For the audio?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is that what you're working on, said you'll be working on overnight? Or
Yes, sir. We're going to come up with a solution that's independent of any of the court provided facilities. We'll come up with something. I'll go home and get a guitar amplifier if I need to. But yeah, we'll get something done.
Is there anything else before we break for the day?
Nothing to the defense. 9:30, am I correct about that?
9:30.
Yes, sir.
Court will be in recess till 9:30. An email was sent to my chambers at 5:52 p.m. yesterday by someone by the name of Chris Wilson, who I don't know whether it's the Chris Wilson who's on the witness list or not, complaining about the violation of my court order prohibiting the disclosure of the identity of jurors. Did not respond to the email, and I'll make the email a part of the record in the case. Council can look at it if you like. Court reporter. That's court's exhibit. Of course, exhibit number 2. No. Any comment by the state or the defense?
No, Your Honor, none from Ms. Murdoch. None from state, Your Honor.
Anything before the jury comes?
Nothing from state, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the video he's about to show has, I believe, and I believe he agrees, images which are under the order signed by you. And so as they're being proposed, to be shown, I have something or he has something. We're going to obviously that order dispose that to you. And if you approve the showing, we've got some logistical issues. Give me just a minute. These monitors are, that one is not working, but this monitor is viewable from the audience, and we'd like to cover it up with some MacGyver-like device that's been developed by Mr. Waters, where you tape paper we can flip back and forth. So if somebody has some tape, I'd like to do that before we begin, so that nothing's shown back there. I'm sorry.
You may bring the jury. Four of this. Good morning. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for day number 4 of this session of court. Day number 2 of this trial. As I instructed you prior to us commencing yesterday with the opening statements, you're not to listen, watch, or read any news accounts of this case or discuss it with anyone or allow anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. Has that occurred as any jurors? All right, very good. It's very important that you keep that, follow that instruction. I know that many of you are not accustomed to sitting for long periods of time and certainly not in settings like this. But if at any time you need a break, notify the bailiff, who will bring it to my attention, or raise your hand so that I can see, and we'll take a break at any time any juror would need a break, or any court participant for that matter. Are you ready to proceed? By the state.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would call Sergeant Daniel Green.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the court in this trial will be the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat. Adjust that microphone so that it fits you comfortably. If you'll state your name and spell your last name for the record.
My full name is Daniel Green. My last name Greene.
Sergeant Green, how you doing today?
I'm good.
All right, tell us where you work.
I work for the Carlton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and your rank is sergeant, obviously, is that correct?
That's correct.
Tell us just a little bit about yourself. Give us just a little bit of your background that led you to your career in law enforcement. If you would, please.
Sure. I went to school here, grew up here, went to college at Charleston Southern University. I got a degree in social studies education, taught for a little while, and then got into law enforcement. Just kind of fell into it, liked it, and I've been here since 2014.
Okay. You started with the Sheriff's Department in 2014?
That's correct.
All right, and what was your first job that you did, or how does your career progress?
I started at the jail. I worked there for just over a year, and then I was moved to the road patrol. I was on road patrol for several years, moved up the ranks to sergeant, where I was a road patrol supervisor, and now I'm a detective.
Okay. When did you become detective?
Earlier last year, in June of last year.
Back in June of 2021, what was your job at that particular time with the Sheriff's Department?
In June 2021, I was a road patrol sergeant supervisor.
All right, and explain how that works. What's your exact role as a sergeant and a road patrol supervisor?
So for the most part, I'm assigned a team consisting of 3 to 4 deputies, just depends. That include a corporal as well as several other deputies. My job primarily is to supervise them in their in a 12-hour shift. We answer calls for service. Sometimes I'll go with other deputies to calls that require more than one officer to be present. The majority of my job is supervising what they do.
And during June of 2021, were you working day shift or night shift, or how did that work?
I was on night shift at that point.
And what are the hours of the night shift?
So we swap every 2 months. So 2 months to be on days, 2 months to be on nights. For those hours, it's 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. or 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And let me take you to the evening of June 7th, 2021. Were you working that particular evening?
I was.
What shift were you working that
We're on night shift.
So hours would that be?
Working from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
So you went on duty at 6 p.m.
I did. Yeah.
Okay. And you said you're the sergeant. What was do you have a squad that you're supervising that are out during that shift? Explain that to the jury if you would, please.
So that shift consisted of myself being the sergeant. I had a corporal and 2 deputies working as well. And at that point, I had a lieutenant who was my immediate supervisor. He was working as well.
All right, can you tell me who those people were?
Sure. So my corporal was Corporal Janicki, and the 2 deputies working with me were Deputy William Pruitt and Deputy Chad McDowell.
And the lieutenant was who?
Lieutenant Lonnie Nettles.
Did you, on the evening of June 7th, 2021, get a call for service at 4147 Moselle Road?
I did.
You remember approximately what time that was?
Later in the evening, several hours into my shift.
Okay. And did you ultimately respond to that location?
I did.
What was reported to you that led to the call for service from dispatch?
That there was a caller who stated he had found his wife and son shot.
And so tell me what happens then. You get that report, what do you do?
So I get that call for service. Obviously, we immediately respond. In situations like that, we would respond with lights and sirens to get there as quickly as possible.
You're driving fast to get there?
Yes.
Lights are on?
Lights were on, siren was on. I think it still took me close to 20 minutes to actually get to the scene from where I was.
You have to ask dispatch to clarify the address?
I did once I got out there. It's a very dark area, very rural area on Moselle Road. There were not a whole lot of residences in the area, and I did need clarification once I got out there to confirm the address. Then I located the address on a mailbox across the street from the driveway.
So you saw the mailbox in the driveway you entered, is that correct?
Correct.
The driveway that you entered that had this mailbox, where did it ultimately lead? What structures were there as you pulled up to the scene?
As I pulled down a long driveway, when I got to the end of it, there was a dog kennel area on the left as well as a shed area on the right.
And that was the driveway with the mailbox, correct?
That was.
Is this location where the scene was? Is it in Colleton County?
It is.
Tell me just a little bit before we get into more specifics. What was the, you said it was dark. What was the weather like? What was the conditions of the scene or the weather in the scene like?
It's quite normal for June around here. It's rather hot, humid. It had been raining a little bit off and on that evening. It was not raining at the time that I actually responded to the scene.
Were you the first law enforcement officer or first responder on the scene?
I was.
Were there other first responders following close behind?
The additional first responder that was directly behind me worked for Carlton County Fire Rescue. He pulled in almost the same time I did.
When you arrived at the scene, before we talk about what you actually experienced at the scene, what is your main job at a scene like this? What are you there to do as a first responder, the first officer on the scene?
So a major crime scene like that, my job is to get there, secure the scene. And what I mean by secure the scene is ensure that there are no individuals there that would potentially cause harm to additional first responders coming there or any witnesses or victims that are already on scene. Preserve any evidence that might be there, and then wait for investigators to arrive as I gather information from anybody else that is already on scene.
Okay. So you're going to gather basic information, but your job's not to investigate it in great detail.
That's correct.
Okay. As you arrived at this scene, again, what had been reported to you by dispatch?
That a male caller had called and said he found his wife and son shot.
And from that report to you, about how long did it take you to ultimately make it onto the scene?
It was roughly about 20 minutes.
Okay. When you arrived on scene, when you said one of the things that you do was secure the scene, were you at all concerned about any perpetrator still being there at that point in time?
When I arrived, not necessarily, just because he had already been there for quite a while. Whenever he called, it seemed the way the call came in that he discovered them like that and that there was nobody else there other than him and the wife and son.
So you're the first officer on scene, but you're not thinking the perpetrators are still there. They just
It's something you have to keep in the back of your mind, but not necessarily at the forefront.
Okay. You didn't come in hot with guns drawn or anything like that.
No.
When you arrived at the scene and you walked and got out of your car, what did you see?
So as soon as I got out of my vehicle, I was walking down the rest of the driveway, which went between the dog kennel and the shed. As I could see Mr. Murdaugh down at the end of the driveway. As I approached toward him, I could see the male victim laying on the ground to my left, as well as the female victim on the ground to my right. The male victim was close to a small shed in the dog kennel on the left. There was a large deal of blood that had pooled around his body. Same thing for the female victim on the right. Also a large amount of blood around her body.
As you approached and first saw the male victim and the female victim, what was your assessment? Was there any possible signs of life from your?
My initial assessment was that there was not. There appeared to be a large amount of blood around each of them, as well as brain matter.
Did you ultimately have a conversation with Mr. Murdaugh when you were out there?
I did.
And do you see him here in the courtroom today, the person that you talked to?
I do.
Can you point him out to the jury, please?
Yes, sir. It's right there, wearing a dark blue or black jacket.
You're right, can the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Murdaugh?
It does.
when you ultimately approached Mr. Murdoch, what's the first thing that you did?
The first thing I did was ensure that he did not have any weapons on him. That's standard procedure for arriving on a scene like that. Any kind of weapons that are anywhere on the scene, I want to be aware of just so I can know whether they're there or not, and if they are there, who has access to them at any point. And that's for my safety as well as other responding officers and for anyone else that's on scene.
Did Mr. Murdoch give you any possible explanation for this when you approached him?
His immediate reaction was to start telling me about an incident that happened with his son with a boating accident.
With the boating accident?
Yes, sir.
Had you asked him anything about that?
I did not.
You ultimately, were you wearing a body-worn camera that particular?
I was.
You ultimately had a conversation with Mr. Murdoch for a fairly extended period of time, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever see any tears in your interactions with Mr. Murdoch?
He did not appear to be crying. He was upset, but I did not see any visible tears.
Did Mr. Murdoch tell you that he had any sort of firearm?
He did. He stated that he had left from that scene, went to the residence, grabbed a shotgun from that residence, and then brought it back because he felt like he needed to have it just in case something else were to happen.
He told you he had gone back to the residence after finding the victims to get that gun?
He did.
What, if anything, did you do once he told you that he had gotten a gun?
First, he pointed out where the gun was. It was leaning against the vehicle that he was driving at the time. I could see that it was a camouflage shotgun. I spoke with him for a few more minutes, and just based off of how nervous he was acting and anxious and upset, I decided it was in everyone's best interest to get that shotgun and secure it in my vehicle so that no one else had access to it.
So you put that shotgun in your vehicle, is that correct? What did you ultimately do with that shotgun? Did you later turn it on over to additional law enforcement?
Yes, after it was secured in my vehicle, once SLED arrived on scene to do their further investigation, it was then turned over to SLED.
Bear with me one second.
It's admitted without objection.
May I ask that we have the element working, please? Judge, you want to see it first? I believe it's submitted without objection. It's not a graphic image. Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish it to the jury?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to put Westman Marcus. I'm going to put Westman Marcus State's Exhibit 3 up on the screen and see if I can get it the right way. All right. You can't see. Can you see that? Probably. You can. All right. And do you recognize the what's in that particular image?
I do.
All right. And tell me what that is, please.
That's the shotgun that I secured in my vehicle on scene.
Okay. Let's see.
Proceed, Mr. Ward.
Yes, sir. Sergeant Green, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 4 for identification at this time. And see if you recognize this particular item.
Yes, sir. That would be the shotgun that I secured.
Your Honor, this time we will move Exhibit 4 in evidence.
Objection. Any objection?
No, sir.
Admitted.
May I have Sergeant Green show this firearm to the jury?
Yes.
I'll be sure not to point to anybody. You know, gauge that firearm is? Please. All right, Sergeant Green, we'll show you one other document before we move on to some other matters. All right, Your Honor, I believe I moved to admit that State's Exhibit 2 without objection.
And okay, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to show this exhibit to you real quick and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, sir. That would be the chain of custody for the shotgun.
All right, is there a signature on that document?
It is.
All right, and what does this chain document reflect? Can you just generally explain what this means to the jury, please?
That I recently took possession of that weapon and then turned it over to SLED investigators.
May I publish this exhibit, Your Honor?
Yes.
So up here it lists that there was a Benelli Super Black Eagle. Did you unload this particular shotgun?
I did not.
Okay. But you ultimately turned the shotgun in and SLED State over to the agent listed here, is that
I
correct?
did. I did.
Did you alter or change the weapon in any way between the time you took it and the time you took it over to SLED?
No, I didn't manipulate it in any way.
Sergeant Green, I'm gonna show you what's been marked for identification at this time. It's State's Exhibit number 1. See if you recognize this.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Can you tell the jury what this is on this disc right here?
That would be the body camera footage from that incident.
From your arrival at Moselle Road and through the investigation until at some point you turned it off after it no longer needed to be on. Is that
That's correct.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'll move to admit State's Exhibit number 1.
That clarification, that is this officer's body cam, which is a camera that's mounted on his body. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's mounted on.
Say admit it.
Your Honor, permission to publish this exhibit to the jury. I'll need the. Your Honor, I would point out that there are graphic images on this, so everybody needs to cover their monitors, please.
Parties to control what is presented and published in accordance with the court's order. The parties to police that yourselves.
We intend on, when you get to the graphic images and then uncover it.
They come pretty quickly, yes.
I remember. So Mr. Group is ready. Yeah, stay in town. I'm heading out there.
Advise on female shot in the head. Sonny shot also. Not breathing. They're not coming.
Sergeant Green, this is your body cam video, is that correct?
That's correct.
The first 15 minutes or so of this video are you running code, running at full speed or at least reasonable speed to get to the scene as fast as you can, is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. My lights and siren were activated, so I can get that.
Your Honor, at this time I'm going to fast forward until he arrives, I believe without objection from the defense.
Without objection, Your Honor.
Okay, buddy.
I passed the driveway that I was supposed to have turned down. Like I said, everything's kind of dark out there. It wasn't clearly indicated, so.
So it's 4147 or 57?
4147. Keep your vehicle in the driveway when the flashes on. That's probably the caller.
Copy. I'm going on scene. It's got a long driveway, but the mailbox out front is labeled. It's not the end of the driveway. You can go to the house.
The correct number for 4147 Moselle?
It is.
And is that the incident location where you discovered the victims?
That's correct.
Copy.
I'm getting out of the call.
Copy. Come over. Chair attached.
Right there to the left of the screen, what did you see right there?
To the left was Paul's body. He was laying face down on the ground. Large pool of blood around him, as well as a great deal of water that was immediately around his body.
Was it that water, was it just around, was it down the entire kennel concrete pad or was it mostly just?
So you can see walking down the kennel as I got out. The closer I got to Paul's body, the more water there was.
Had it been raining enough at this point in time to wet the entire, to cause that amount of water?
Objection, Your Honor. Call for speculation.
Objection overruled.
Answer the question, please.
I don't recall if it had been raining a whole lot that evening, but given where the water was, it did not appear that rain had caused that water.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is an objection. If I sustain the objection, you are to then disregard the question and any responses. If I overrule the objection, then you may consider the responses and the question is deemed appropriate. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm back up just a little bit, apparently too far, so I'm just gonna roll from here again.
Chair attached.
Central 717 senior security. Got a whiskey fox, whiskey Mike.
What are we saying to the right of this image?
So on the right would be Maggie's body, also laying face down on the ground. Large pool of blood around her head.
And we see an individual standing. Who is that?
The individual standing in the background would be Mr. Murdaugh.
The person you previously identified in this courtroom?
That's correct.
And just to be clear, this location that you're standing right now is in Colleton County, is that correct?
It is, yes.
You know, because of the scene, I can go get a gun. It's in your vehicle. Do you have any guns on you at all?
No, sir. It's leaning up against the side of my car.
You're fine. You're fine. Turn around for me.
I don't have any.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see that. Okay. This is your wife and son? Okay.
I noticed you shined your flashlight just a few seconds ago on the black vehicle. What did you shine your flashlight on just then?
You could see the shotgun leaning up against the side of that vehicle.
Were the flashers on the vehicle right there in the image?
I believe so, yes.
It's bad. Take the pulses.
This is the firearm you brought from inside the house?
Sir, yes, sir. This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back. He's been getting threats. Most of it's been benign stuff we didn't take serious. You know, he's been getting like punched. I know that's what it is.
When did
Was that when you previously testified that he mentioned the boat case or the boat wreck?
That's correct. Prior to me asking him anything about it, he did mention it.
you get home? Right when you called, or did you go to the house first? Where's the house?
I came to the house first. My mom has late stages Alzheimer's and my dad is in the hospital. I left. I don't know what time. I can go back on my phone and tell you the exact times you can.
Did I check
Did
what?
you check them?
We got medical guys that are, that's what they're gonna do, okay?
What are they doing? Can they hurt?
They are, yes, sir. That gentleman that was out here already, he's one of the battalion chiefs, okay?
Right before that discussion, did Mr. Murdoch offer to go on his phone and check?
He did. He did. He wanted to verify exactly the timing of his arrival.
How did you pull up? You from back there?
I went to the house and they weren't home, which was odd. I tried to call.
Okay.
And then I knew they had been down here before I left to go to my mom.
Okay.
And so that is loaded.
Okay.
You might want to unload it.
Is this the only firearm with you? This is the only one, or is there any more in the truck?
I believe that's it.
You think that's the only one?
I'm 99%.
Do you normally have any other firearms in your vehicle?
I don't, but
Okay.
occasionally there's this one in there.
So you're putting stuff on your hands. What are you doing right there?
Those are just gloves so I can put on my hand to limit the contamination of any evidence.
You put those on before you handle the firearm. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Just wait right here for me for a second, okay?
What are you doing right now?
At this point, I'm walking back to my vehicle to secure that shotgun inside my vehicle.
We can actually see you holding it to the left of the screen. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's me holding the barrel of that shotgun.
Explain to us real quick a body worn camera. Where is that located and where are these images coming from?
I would have put it. I generally put it right here on my chest, dead center of my chest.
And how's it activated? How's it turned off? Can you explain that to the jury? a little bit?
So most of these cameras are activated in the patrol vehicles that deputies on patrol have. They're activated whenever you activate your blue lights. So as soon as I turn my blue lights on, it activates my dash camera as well as my body worn camera.
And then how do you ultimately turn it off?
It's got a button on the front of it that you can press. If it did not originally activate it, you would press that button to turn it on to start the recording. And then whenever you're done recording, you press that same button to stop the recording.
In this particular instance, how did it get activated? Was it when you turned on your blue lights to run code to the scene?
That's correct. It was activated with my blue lights.
And I've used the term run code. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jury?
So running code is just whenever you turn your lights on as well as your siren to get wherever you need to get fast.
When you're moving quickly to respond to an emergency situation.
That's correct.
Right there, you laid the shotgun inside your vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct. I laid it in front of the passenger seat in the front.
Did it remain there until it was turned over to Sled?
It did.
To the left of the screen, again, that's where the ball was. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's Paul laying on the ground.
And is that where you saw the water that you described earlier?
It is.
They are dead on it.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Where are you now?
What was Mr. Murdoch doing at this particular time?
He's on the phone pacing around talking to someone. I'm not sure who he was talking to at that point.
Did he ask you to confirm if they were dead?
He did. He asked multiple times while I was on scene.
Did you ever see him any tears, any physical tears?
I did not.
Did you ever see him approach the bodies?
I did not see him approach them. No.
Did you observe any visible blood on him?
There was no blood on him that I could see.
The bodies, as you saw them, was there a lot of blood around them, given the injuries they suffered?
Yes, there was a pool of blood around each of the bodies that extended out from the body.
All right. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now. That's my brother.
Okay. When was the last time you were here with them or talked to them or anything like that?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul for 2 hours this afternoon in the pickup truck.
That's your son, Paul?
Somebody go check him.
Yes, sir. They've already checked them.
They did check him. Is that they're dead?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
When you observed these victims, was it obvious that they had injuries incompatible with life?
Yes, any reasonable person that came upon those bodies would have come to a conclusion that they were deceased.
I'm very sorry. Call her here.
What's her name?
Her name's Maggie Murdoch. Margaret Brandstetter Murdoch. How you doing?
What's her birthday?
Pause it right there. What did the defendant just say? Let me back it up.
Margaret Brandstetter Murdoch. How you doing?
What did the defendant say right there?
So while I'm in the process of gathering information about the two victims from Mr. Murdaugh, somebody walks by behind me and he pauses what he's telling me to say, "Hey, how you doing?"
How you doing?
Yeah.
And who was that he said that to?
I'm not 100% certain. I believe it was a fire rescue individual.
What's her birthday?
9/15/68.
Okay. And what's your son's first name? You said Paul?
Paul Gary Murdoch.
And what's his birthday?
4. What are they covering him up?
Tell them they didn't have to do that. They don't need to. Preserve what we can.
653. Where's it at on his town?
Actually tries to be delayed because he's the only one that's got
That's Paul's birthday?
Got it.
April 14th, 1999, sir.
Put it up as wide as you can. That's fine. You said 99?
Sir?
He was born in 99.
He's born April 14th, 1999.
Okay. What's your first name, sir?
My name is Alex Richard Alexander Murdoch.
Let me ask you this. In your interactions with Mr. Murdoch, was he able to understand your questions and respond appropriately to what you were asking?
Yes.
Was he catatonic in any way?
No, he was able to answer all the questions that I asked him.
Was he panicking in any way?
He seemed upset, but I wouldn't say panicky.
Did you notice any labored breathing or anything like that from Mr. Murdoch?
Yeah, he was breathing heavily. Never once did he complain about not being able to breathe. I mean, there were fire rescue guys out there. He didn't ask for any kind of medical attention or anything like that due to not being able to breathe.
Richard Alexander Murdoch. No. Hey, Cody, come around the truck and then go to the building. Come around the truck and then. Yes. What's that?
Who's that individual right there?
I'm not sure of his name. I just know that he works for Carlton County Fire Rescue. Carlton County Fire Rescue.
In the background in the center of the screen, looks like somebody's doing something with some yellow tape. Can you explain what that is to the jury, please?
That's correct. That's Deputy Pruitt, one of the deputies that I supervise. I instructed him to put up crime scene tape to include that vehicle. We put up crime scene tape to try to keep people out of the immediate crime scene area, preserve any possible evidence that's there.
At this point in time, did you notice any evidence of firearms such as casings or spent shells or anything like that?
Yeah, as I was walking through, you can't necessarily see it on my body camera, but as I was walking through, I could see shell casings, particularly around Maggie's body.
Right. And the shell casing, would they be for like a rifle round or pistol round?
They appear to be rifle rounds.
And could you tell just from walking by what type of ammunition at that point in time?
I couldn't tell what type. I could tell they appear to be rifle, and that's about it.
And again, you weren't stopping to collect those. You were managing the scene as you described before.
That's correct.
Let's go over to that corner of the building.
What are you shining your light on right there?
So there in the background behind where Mr. Murdoch's standing, you can see several sets of tire tracks. The grass was really wet that night, so those tracks appeared to be really fresh. So it caught my eye.
And why did it catch your eye?
It just seemed odd that it appeared to be that many sets of tire tracks since he said he pulled up, went to the house and came back. It just appeared that there were more than just that.
It appeared that there were more tracks than just that.
That's correct.
I see quite a few tire tracks in here. Are any of these you going in and out?
No, I came in here and I left one time, then I came back.
Okay.
Rest of them, maybe. From earlier, but only two of mine.
Did you go out this way at all?
No.
Hey, stay. Got a whole bunch of stuff right there. I don't want to disturb.
If I find these doors, we can get around that way.
Your best way is probably going to be back through those rocks because we can't get any tracks off those rocks.
We'll go back around over the screen.
Thank you.
Yes, okay, I'll get that moved. Okay. Which vehicle are you approaching right now?
That was the vehicle that Mr. Murdoch said that he had approached that scene in.
Was that a black Suburban to your recollection?
It is.
What unit 23 was that? I was 7 unit all senior. You behind the house?
There's several of us out here. There's
Right there, that would be Maggie's body right in front of that shed. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's covered up by a sheet at this point.
a long dirt driveway right next to the mailbox. Says 4147, and you'll see all our lights down here. This shed thing.
You ain't gonna be recalling.
Negative.
Who's that standing way off in the distance there?
That'd be Mr. Murdoch.
Where did he spend the majority of his time while you were there after your initial interaction with him?
From this point on, his general time was spent in that area where he's currently standing.
Pretty far away from the scene?
That's correct.
LA 600. Double jetty.
What was occurring right there?
It was occurring right there?
Yeah.
So both of those deputies, or Deputy Pruitt would be on the left and Deputy McDowell would be on the right. Deputy McDowell was taking small pieces of crime scene tape and just setting them by shell casings, I believe. As road patrol officers, we don't generally have those little placards that you'll a lot of times see in crime scene photos. But to prevent somebody from accidentally stepping on them due to it being so dark out there, we tend to take something small like a piece of paper, a piece of crime scene tape, set it next to it just to indicate it a little bit better.
Again, part of the job of a first responder to sort of protect the scene until the crime scene investigators get there.
That's correct.
Both these individuals, were you supervising them that night?
I was, yes.
Yeah.
Looking at this perspective right here, to the left of the screen is whose body?
To the left right there in the forefront would be Maggie, and in the further back you can also see where Paul is laying.
Was Paul next to or in the kennel area?
Yes.
I think his brother. He said he was calling somebody. Said he was calling somebody. Yeah, sure. There's a couple of showcases right there.
Yeah, that'll be easy. I'm just walking a couple different girls in the ground, like hard to see something. Y'all familiar with this family?
I wasn't until he told the names. Last name.
you know this family prior to this?
I did not.
What's that? You said for Evo to do? Yes. Okay. Hey,
Who was Evo?
Evo would be Deputy McDowell's K9.
what's that? Huh? There?
Who was that approaching right now?
That would be my immediate supervisor at the time, Lieutenant Lonnie Nettles.
The gentleman in the white shirt is the husband of her, father of him. That is Paul Murdoch. This is his mother. Paul Murdoch was that guy in the boating accident from a while back, remember? Yeah.
Just then, were you describing the boat wreck?
Yes, it had been in local news previously, so.
And it was your understanding that Paul was involved in that?
In some way, I had no idea about the actual details of the case to know what his involvement was, honestly.
He did have a firearm whenever I pulled up. It's a shotgun that's been secured in my vehicle.
When you get a chance, can you give us that phone call?
You'll have to give me just a few minutes. I guess I will.
That dispatch call, was that related to the case in any way?
I don't believe it was. I don't remember what that phone call ended up being about. As a supervisor, if a lot of us are tied up at one time, they will tend to give me a phone call to let me know that a certain call is pending or something else is going on. Just to help keep the radio traffic free, they'll call me on my cell phone instead.
Did your entire squad respond to this this particular call, or did somebody?
There was one deputy that remained in service.
Did not respond here, but remained on the road?
Correct.
Who's the most expendable sort of log? This is, can you start crime scene log, please? A log started. Sled's on the way. Let's push. We're going to take.
2007 ready to
There,
yeah.
yes. From that last hole right there to that last hole. Paper, start writing names and times. You don't have any kind of paper?
Who's that individual right there in the center of the screen?
That would be Detective Tim, to the right?
Yes.
That would be Deputy Pruitt.
And what did you just ask him to do?
Start a crime scene log.
And tell the jury what that is.
So a crime scene log is established as soon as additional people start to arrive on scene. We document exactly who comes into the actual crime scene, as well as the exact time that they come into the crime scene.
Here, borrow that. Yep. Sure. I do see some. That look old or fresh? Old, yes.
What are we doing right here with the tape?
So I'm securing it to the corner of that part of the shed to run it along to a shed on the opposite side of that area. We just expanded the crime scene out a little bit further.
To protect a larger area?
Yes.
You need to speak more directly into the mic, or can you increase the volume, Madam Clerk, of that mic? Just a little.
This one is working?
I'm referring to the witness.
Oh, sorry.
Increase his volume. Thank you, First.
Yes, sir. I usually don't have a problem being too quiet, but speak up for us if you would, please. All right, so you're securing the crime scene tape. Let's proceed.
I'll just hold the light for you. Oh, wait, that's it. Money? Let's just keep our fingers crossed. Yeah, I think you got it.
This is South 3, the responding unit to Moselle Road, stop at the road. No one else come down the road. Stop at the road.
That's here, 27, probably doing that 66 on 95. Got it.
What's the other way up here? Come back that way, I guess. Where the house is, I guess.
You referring to the whiskey mic? Welcome back to Walker King.
Heard on this video the term whiskey Mike. Can you tell me what that term refers to?
Yeah, we say whiskey Mike referring to white male. A whiskey fox or whiskey foxtrot would be a white female.
And in the context of this particular scene, who's the whiskey Mike and who's the whiskey fox or whiskey foxtrot?
As I was approaching, you could hear me say to dispatch on the radio that there was a whiskey Mike referring to Paul, whiskey fox referring to Maggie.
Do we have anything else? Hey. Got it.
To the very right of the screen, well, strike that. I'll wait.
Correct.
I have it, it's just I'm using the back side of all the paper, all the front side of the paper has names on it.
Well, you can borrow mine for a minute. Perfectly fine.
I just don't want you to go, what you doing? I'll pay for calls. Do not have any crime scene log sheet. Okay, 717, I was asking if you guys call. Fine. Okay. Okay. I will inquire and I'll get back to you. Okay.
Yeah. That's what I'm about.
Do you recognize those individuals?
I do.
Can you tell us who they are?
On the far left would be Detective Tyndall. In the forefront toward the center would be Captain Chapman. And on the other side of him, in the lighter colored shirt with the black vest, was Barry McCroy, worked for Fire Rescue.
Did the sheriff respond to this particular incident, to your recollection?
Yes, he did.
But as far as who was the senior officer actually working the scene at this point in time until Sled arrives, who was it at this point?
That would be Captain Chapman.
Captain Chapman?
That's correct.
That's what I'm about. Hey, you want to close that in? Was that? You want to close it in? Yeah.
So the guy, what the other guy named whoever Eric is, who's the caller? There's a guy here who wants to talk to him.
Don't even know who Eric is. I know Alex over there.
Alex.
Okay. There's a guy who wants to talk to him.
Yeah, but I don't know if you want me to tell him that or if you want me to just chill from it. Or if you want me to escort him over.
He does not need to walk over
No,
there.
I mean, come on.
He does not need to go over there.
You can stay there.
He can't.
Let me ask you this. Before you referred to a brother arriving, is that correct?
Yes.
And was that a brother? Was he allowed to talk to Alec and go over to Alec?
I believe he did. I don't recall. I never actually interacted with him at all.
And then this discussion right here with Deputy Pruitt, what was going on right there?
So there was someone that arrived on scene and wanted to go and speak with Mr. Murdaugh. I told him to just wait a minute on allowing him over there so we could determine the best way to allow them to talk, simply because the crime scene was so large and we did not want to contaminate anything that didn't need to be.
Okay. To your knowledge, was that individual, whoever it was, allowed to interact with Mr. Murdaugh?
I believe so. He was eventually, yes.
People that arrived were allowed to go see Mr. Murdaugh, is that correct?
That's correct.
He was not in custody at any time, is that correct?
No.
I don't have the caller's brother's name in here. I don't know the name of that person.
I remember the name.
All right. I don't know where you're at. I just found the person indicated at the time.
Female victim, male victim, male caller.
And then the other guy, he hasn't came and tried to take
Yeah,
it.
don't have to worry about him. Just make sure you get the.
So you all okay?
Good.
Is that your message?
Yes.
What are you doing on the computer right here? Do you recall?
Yeah, so on those computers are mounted in our patrol vehicles. We can see details of the call for service or other calls for service. In this case, I was looking at the information for the incident on Moselle to determine what units had been dispatched, what units arrived, and when they arrived, due to Deputy Pruitt trying to establish the crime scene log.
You use the term call for service, which is a police term. That essentially means responding to any emergency or
Any type of call, any citizen that would call our dispatch center to request law enforcement assistance or fire rescue assistance, it's called, we refer to it as a call for service.
I came on scene at 22:26.
22,
Yes.
you say you came on scene at 22:26.
That's correct.
For those of us who don't know military time, can you tell us what that is?
That would be 10:26 p.m.
And that's June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
And whoever U21 is with Fire Rescue, just write U21, Fire Rescue U21. And then
At the same time as you?
he came on scene. Yeah, same time he was fine. Medic 18 at 22:27.
It started raining more at this point.
Yeah, it started raining at this point, yes.
758 on scene 22:30, same time as you. 653 on scene at 22:39.
22, 39?
Yep.
Those numbers that you're referring to, what do those represent?
So the numbers would be the badge numbers of individuals arriving on scene.
You're just recording when various people arrived on the computer?
They're recorded in the computer, so when we arrive on scene, we let dispatch know our number and that we're on scene. They log it into the computer, and then we can then put it on our crime scene log.
That's all I have as far as times on this goes.
Copy. When you clear, I have a call on Majestico. There's a suspicious vehicle. Copy. Where's that located? 223 Majestico, waiting Titusville. 10-4. Send the Constable unit that can assist, that'd be great.
Pretty sure Majestico.
Mr. President, follow up with the best jurisdiction. We all take care of that.
Gotcha.
23 Majestico.
Individual walking off to the left of the screen, who was that?
The one walking away from the screen or that just approached?
Walking away.
That was Deputy McDowell.
All right, and then the center of the screen, who was that?
The one that just walked up and is in center screen now would be Captain Kraus.
All right, and then next to him, facing the body camera?
That would be Captain Chapman.
All right, and then to the far right?
Detective Tyndall.
Are you traveling there? Correction. Because I know what type of vehicle she had.
Were there dogs in those kennels to your recollection?
There were a couple of dogs. I don't remember the exact number, but I do remember seeing some.
And the reason before y'all get along to her, you said you can only get tail lights on the vehicle. She's also trying to use it to jump off the vehicle. It happened about 5 minutes ago.
Yes, sir. We're gonna discuss it later and find out. Okay, just I'll make sure I didn't miss something.
That's right there. That have anything to do with the crime scene or anything like that?
No, it was not related at all.
What'd you just put on your hands then?
Those would be latex gloves.
And the gloves you put on that you described earlier to the jury, what were those gloves?
Those are more tactical gloves. They're not necessarily ideal for handling any kind of evidence, but due to me already being out there next to the shotgun, I did not have any latex gloves on my person, so I used what was available.
And why are you putting on latex gloves right now?
They were wanting to look under the sheet where Paul was, so just to prevent any kind of contamination of any possible evidence at all, we just always put gloves on.
Close the desk over there. Actually, hold on. People just won't move. Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal. That's right. Shouldn't be my part. There is. It won't work.
What is that discussion about right there?
So the whole purpose for even trying to look up under him was to determine if there was an additional firearm on scene already, possibly under Paul. There was 300 blackout casings found near Maggie. They were trying to determine if there was possibly a 300 blackout rifle under Paul.
And were y'all concerned that there may be one under Paul?
We just trying to rule it out as a possibility.
And what was that possibility then?
That he could have shot Maggie,
And then did what?
shot himself.
So you're looking to see there's a gun underneath if he'd shot himself and then fallen on top of it?
That's correct.
I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but your dad did say he came over and checked the pulses.
Did you see a phone near Paul when you arrived on the scene?
Yes, there was a phone laying on top of him near his back pockets of his shorts.
Back up just a little bit. Is that it right down there at the bottom?
That's it.
I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but your dad did say he came over and checked the pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what else I need. He did have a shotgun with him. I have secured that in my vehicle. Yep. So we got multiple gunshots out of that window too. We see a shell, at least 3 shells.
Right to the left of the screen, there appears to be, what does that appear to be? To the very left of the screen.
There was some dog crates over there on top of one of the dog crates. It's actually a dead chicken.
Say that again, sorry.
A dead chicken.
Okay.
On the far left-hand side of the screen.
Did you, with the permission, could you step down to the screen point we're talking about to the jury?
It's difficult to see, but right here on top of that small dog crate will be would here be a dead chicken.
Do it again, please.
This area right here. Right there.
Yes.
And outside of this time, like if they exit multiple times and come back in.
You don't need to keep doing all that.
Okay. I want to make sure to
Yep.
Is that it? That's your lights on right there?
That's correct. That's when I was really noticing the chicken.
Just so you know, I've got at least 5 holes in the window in the back of that shed where rounds are exiting out the back that way.
Which is gonna be worked out because of the one. You use them.
It's currently mine.
Let's stand for a moment. All right, you may proceed.
State will publish it this time, Your Honor. Let me ask you a few other questions if I could. That's Sergeant Green. I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 5 in your testimony. See if you recognize this image.
Yes, sir. That would be an image from my body camera when I was looking at the tire tracks in the grass.
Your Honor, this time I'll move to admit State's exhibit 5, I believe, without objection.
Any objection to State's exhibit number 5? Submitted without objection. Publish any exhibit that has been admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, there's up on the screen that great, but who was that person in the image right there?
That'd be Mr. Murdoch.
All right, and then just kind of in this area, it's more clear on video, but that would be the tire tracks you described earlier?
Yes, where I'm shining my flashlight at that point is where the tire tracks were.
We cut the video off after playing sort of the relevant parts, but what did you do for the remainder of the scene as the evening continued?
So the remaining part of my role would have just been making sure the crime scene stayed secure, people stayed out of where they weren't supposed to be. Investigators were handling the remainder of the investigation.
Did eventually anyone from the SLED, State Law Enforcement Division, show up?
They did. I don't believe that would have been captured on my body camera, but they did, yes.
At some point, did you like to turn your body camera off?
I did. I cleared it with my supervisor, Captain Kraus, to ensure that I would not be needed for any additional investigative purposes, talking to Mr. Murdaugh or handling any additional evidence. And once that was okayed, I turned it off.
So that was consistent with standard police procedures and practices when you turn the body camera off?
That's correct.
You just didn't decide to do it willy-nilly?
That's correct.
At what point, just roughly, do you remember, did you clear the scene or leave the scene?
I don't think I left the scene until several hours later.
Were you still there when SLED crime scene arrived?
Yes.
Did you remain the entire time they were there, or did you leave at some point?
I would have left prior to the end of my shift. I couldn't tell you the exact time that it was, but there were multiple units, including SLED and Carlton County investigators, still on scene when I left.
That's all the questions after this business, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Some of the audio visual stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break at this time. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
And let's go there.
Chair.
Technology is difficult. Let go.
Chair.
Okay, back up just a little bit, could you? Just back up. Okay, yeah, start right there. Yeah, stop just a second.
Chair.
Okay, stop. Now, you're walking down in front of the dog fence. Is this the water you're referring to?
Yes.
And you have dogs?
I have one dog.
You don't keep in a pen?
No, he stays in the house.
Okay. But if you had hunting dogs and you had this line, how many pens do you think there were?
I honestly couldn't tell you. There's a lot.
8, 9, 10?
Sure.
And are you familiar with the concept of washing a pen out after a dog defecates in the pen?
I've never personally done it, but I'm sure that's what you would do to clean out a pen.
Okay. In the pen, I mean, there's water inside the pens and outside the pens, correct?
That's what it looks like.
Okay, go ahead. Again, looking at the dog pen, the water appears to be outside the pen on the
The video needs to be stopped for council to ask a question and for the witness to respond.
You're posing a question while playing the video,
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
or making a statement while playing the video.
I'm sorry, the technology again is beyond. Okay, so again, it shows the same area, shows water on the concrete outside these dog pens, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Go to the next one, please. So again, this shows, actually there's a light shining, you see a couple dogs. So those pens are occupied by dogs. There's water outside the pen and inside the pen as if somebody attempted to wash something out of the pen, correct?
There is water both inside and outside of the pen, yes.
Again, I apologize, Your Honor, but the technology is so complicated. So let's proceed. Let's see if I can clarify a couple matters. Let's talk about the shotgun. This is the shotgun that Mr. Murdaugh was carrying or had leaning up the car against the car when you got there. Is that correct?
It was leaning up against that vehicle, yes.
And according to what you testified to just a moment ago, these are the shells from the chain of custody, punch, shotgun, and shell. They went together.
Whenever I released the shotgun to the SLED agent who took possession of it, I was unaware of any shells that may have been inside of it at the time that it was handed over. That was what was discovered inside the gun, is my understanding.
Okay, where's that chain of evidence? Can you pose this to the jury, please?
You'd like me to read it?
Yes, please.
The Camo Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 12-gauge shotgun, serial number U573210E17, one unfired shot shell 12-gauge Federal, one unfired shot shell Winchester 16-gauge.
Okay, so there's a 12-gauge shell and a 16-gauge shell.
Yes.
12-gauge shotgun.
Yes.
Maybe way beyond your experience, but can you fire a 16-gauge shotgun shell with a 12-gauge shotgun?
I wouldn't recommend trying it.
Recommend what?
I would not recommend trying it. I don't know that it would actually work or not.
Could it result in damage to the person trying to fire the shotgun?
More than likely.
Objections overruled.
So you would not recommend, you can actually harm yourself if you blow up if you pull the trigger on a 16-gauge and a 12-gauge shotgun.
I've never tried it nor seen it tried, so I don't
And the
know.
reason you don't do that is because you have harm from harm to it, right?
It's possible.
So this shotgun, according to the chain of evidence you just read, has 16-gauge and 12-gauge in it.
Correct.
And it's leaning up against the car.
It was. The shotgun was.
Now, I'm sort of interested as to, why, well, let me just touch on this. There's discussion on this table that there was a theory that Paul had shot his mother and then shot himself. Is that correct? That's out on the scene.
Yes.
She had been shot multiple times, and he had been shot with a shotgun. At least one of the shots, we all believe was upward. That's why his brains were all over the ceiling.
That part, I don't know. I wasn't involved in that part.
At the scene.
I did not discuss anything being shot upward. I don't recall saying that.
Did you hear discussions to that of your fellow officers?
Of a shot being fired upward? That's what it looked like they were saying, yes.
Okay. And further, I think in front of you, one of the officers saying that brains are on the ceiling. There's blood all over the place, correct?
I don't recall them saying brain was upward. I don't recall.
Okay. And further, you, as you're discussing this with them, indicate, let me make sure I get this correct. You indicate there are multiple, or someone indicates to you, there are multiple blackout rounds around Maggie's body in the vicinity, correct?
Not rounds, but shell casings.
Sorry, shell casings. Now, let me ask you this. When you got there, didn't the fire chief, the fire department arrive before you did?
No, sir. I was first on scene.
Okay. Did they arrive while you were there?
One of the fire rescue workers, I believe it was Barry McCoy.
And when you got there, we hear unidentified person, and in your notes, you indicated it was the fire chief, I believe, that indicated to you, pointed out the tire tracks, and you went over and looked at those tire tracks. And there were multiple tire tracks coming and going, correct?
I don't know that someone indicated them to me. I believe I just saw them.
Okay. And what did you do to preserve those?
The tire tracks? Nothing.
And you certainly are not an expert in tire tracks.
I'm not.
So you couldn't tell whether it was multiple vehicles or one vehicle.
No.
And it may have been multiple vehicles.
May have been.
Did you take pictures of the tracks?
I did not take any pictures of the scene.
Instruct anyone to take pictures of the tracks?
No, sir. That's not my job.
When SLED arrived, did you tell them about the tracks?
No, sir. Not my job.
You regret not doing that.
It's not part of my job description.
So what's your job to even tell them there were multiple tire tracks?
If it had come up, if I had been asked, yes.
And in addition to that, since they were not secured in any way, multiple vehicles, law enforcement vehicles and others drove over those tracks.
That's possible. I wasn't over there the whole time to know what kind of vehicles were driving in the area.
Well, by the time SLED got there, did you strike that? You never took SLED over and pointed out tire tracks.
Not to my recollection, I did not.
Was there somebody there with your department that should have done that?
I have no idea what they do with their job descriptions as far as what they point out to additional investigators.
Did somebody from fire and rescue point out footprints?
I believe on my body camera there is a fire rescue individual pointing out some footprints.
Okay. Did you take pictures of those?
I did not.
Did you tell SLED about them?
I did not.
So nobody attempted to determine whether those were Maggie's footprints, Paul's footprints, or at least that night, there was no effort by you or your department to preserve those.
By me, no, I cannot speak for everyone else.
Okay. And let me ask you this. How about go to 4439, please? And let's watch 10, at least 10, if not 15 seconds of that. Okay, go to page 17, line 10.
Your Honor, I object. Putting the transcript is it's up on the screen. Take down, put it back.
We have prepared a transcript. It's synced with the video.
Well, I object to that. Your Honor, I object. This transcript's not been provided. There's no need for a transcript. The officer is here. He can play the video. He can comment.
Transcript being offered. Well, you have questions for the witness, questions for the IT guy. You're just reading, ready to proceed. I understand. We're waiting for you.
I'm ready. What was the time? 17.
It's page 17. Line, start line 8. Let me, rather than having play this, let me just cut to the chase. It's taking too much time. On this transcript, on this tape, fire rescue person says to you, I believe you agreed with me, set of prints behind the trailer. You were told.
Publishing again.
I'm not publishing, I'm asking. Did you?
I object.
I haven't heard a question yet.
That's like me. Were you told by fire and rescue there's a set of prints behind the trailer?
Yes.
Okay. And did he tell you that they attempted to not disturb those footprints in any way?
I don't recall exactly what was said.
Let me further ask you. You asked Mr. Murdaugh, you heard this on tape, you talked about the tire tracks coming and going, and he told you those weren't his tire tracks, correct?
He did say that they were not.
Okay. And further, he indicated to you, Mr. Murdaugh did, that he felt this was related to the boat case. You indicated you knew about the boat case, you read about the boat case. Paul had been charged with 3 counts of felony DUI, killing a young girl and wounding 2 others, correct?
I don't know much details about that case.
But Mr. Murdaugh indicated to you that the threats made against Paul,
He did.
and that he even got in a fight once about it.
I believe he said punched.
Punched, okay. And so on the scene, he believed that Paul's death was connected to someone angry about the boat case, correct?
That, Your Honor, is what he believed. Asking the witness what another person believed.
Objection's overruled.
Thank you. On the scene, Mr. Murdaugh indicated to you he thought the death of his son was related to his son's involvement in the death of a young lady and the injury of 2 others in the boat case, correct?
It appeared that that's what he was getting at, yes.
On the tape. Now, let's talk a little bit about the preservation of the crime scene. What did you do other than put yellow tape up to preserve the crime scene?
That is about the extent of my job, is to put up the tape to make sure people that don't need to cross it don't cross it.
And I noticed that there were officers walking around putting little pieces of tape near shell casings.
There was one officer doing that, yes.
And in the process of doing that, I didn't see any lights other than a flashlight. Were there any, did you all put up any sort of high intensity lights so people could make sure they were staying outside in the dark?
At that point, there was no additional lighting that had been put up.
You and your officers were walking through that entire area, is that correct?
We were walking in the area, yes.
Okay, and did you actually walk, I mean, the feed room, and let me, maybe this is the best way to do this.
Pictures.
I'd like to use the Elmo. Two photographs, I'm going to use the Elmo in just a moment to show this witness. I'm going to offer these into evidence without objection by the state, as I understand it.
Mr. Mark, I have no objection. I would know they're graphic and they need to be shielded from view.
Elmo ready?
They can be marked. What would the exhibit numbers be for the defense? Defense 1 and 2 are admitted without objection.
So, thank you. I'm going to first show you the picture. So you can identify, please.
There'll be a picture of Paul.
And the second one, which would be exhibit number 2.
Picture of Maggie.
When you say picture of Paul, picture of Maggie, these are crime scene photos, correct?
They'll appear to be yes.
Is this what you saw that night?
Yes.
Both of these pictures?
Yes.
Accurately depict what you saw that night?
Yes.
So if you look at this, I want to make sure I understand. One of Paul's feet is still inside. This is the feed room behind him, correct?
Yes.
And this is his head, lots of blood, and this would be a part of his brain behind that, correct?
I don't know if that's part of his brain or not.
All right. So it's fair to say you didn't know whether that was part of the brain. When you first saw him, you didn't know whether it was injured, catastrophic, or he was dead. Or did you?
It was very clear that it was catastrophic.
Okay. Now, when you came upon the scene, clearly this feed room was part of the crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're taught to keep the crime scene pristine, correct?
As pristine as possible, yes.
There's no reason for you to go in there, was there?
Me at the time, no.
Okay. Was there any reason for the police before the Slade crime folks showed up? Was there any reason for you all to go in there?
There's no reason for me to go in there. I cannot speak if there was a reason for another officer to have gone in there.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you all have any sort of crime scene expert with you that night, some of the process of crime scenes?
Investigators do process crime scenes.
Okay. Do you remember going in that feed room?
I don't remember if I did specifically or
But
not.
you shouldn't have if you did, correct?
It's not to say that I shouldn't have. If there was something that needed to be done in there, then yes.
I guess what I'm getting at is, I think one of the, and you would agree with me, one of the cardinal rules of a crime scene is keep it pristine. Don't walk over things. Try to preserve tire tracks, get pictures of them, footprints, all those sorts of things. Was somebody with the officers with you? Were you in charge of the scene?
I was in charge of the deputies that were under my immediate supervision until someone hired me and arrived on scene.
And were those deputies directed by you or anyone to do something to preserve the tire tracks, pictures, board them off, cover them up?
I did not give anyone that instruction, no.
So you didn't do that. In terms of Paul, where Paul was laying, was anybody instructed, put a cordon around him? There's no reason to go into the feed room. There's no reason to do anything obtrusive until the SLED crime scene process. They're on the way at this point, right?
I believe they were, yes.
And so if, okay, so let's put the other one. And identify this as a book.
That's Maggie Murdoch.
You're on the approach.
Stop running.
Sorry. And can you identify this for the jury?
That picture? It's Maggie Murdoch.
Okay.
That's correct.
And by the way, when you saw her with parents that she was deceased, you believe, have you ever seen a dead body before?
I've seen multiple, yes.
Many, right?
Yes.
So you're sort of an expert in this area. Who's dead, who's not? Do I get EMS there to check them out or not, right? You make that call.
Yes.
But you can understand, obviously, Alex Murdaugh's concern that they might be alive, that maybe, you're not saying that he shouldn't be concerned that somebody check out of Maggie Paul to make sure they were dead, right?
He was very concerned about that, yes.
Okay. Now, as to Maggie Murdaugh, obviously, these numbers, did y'all do these numbers or were they done after y'all did?
I don't know when those numbers were done. They were not placed by myself.
For your team?
I can't say that for sure, certain.
We see that in the video, that they're putting down yellow tape. They're not putting these down, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you also, according to the video we saw, a number of your officers are walking around marking what cartridges are, right?
They were.
Did they pick any of them up?
No, not to my knowledge.
Well, later on, we see them talking to you and others on the video where they're saying these rounds came from a blackout. They're blackout.
300 blackout, yes, sir.
Right. I mean, did they get down on their hands and knees and look, or I mean, did they?
You would have to ask them. I don't know what they did to know that they were 300 blackout rounds.
Well, who were those officers that were walking around her without a light on, perhaps stepping on Deputy, correct? Who were those officers?
Deputy McDowell and Deputy Pruitt were both in that area.
Were they doing that pursuant to your instruction?
They were not specifically instructed to do it. They were just took the initiative to do it.
Okay, then, I want to play. You ready? Go ahead and turn that off. Okay, so this is your officers putting a sheet on Paul's body?
Not putting a sheet on. The sheet was already there.
Already there, okay, continue.
First, we might have some more sheets we can steal.
Who's that standing inside the feed room?
Just inside the doorway was Deputy McDowell.
Okay, were you the president? Was that your body cams? You're watching him do it, right?
That's correct.
Should he have done that?
Stand where he's standing.
Standing inside the feed room?
As part of the crime scene, we're all standing inside the crime scene.
Inside what?
The crime scene, we're all standing in the same crime scene.
I understand the same crime scene, but clearly you believe, based on discussion, that everyone in your unit believe that the fatal shot was made where he basically standing, correct? That in that area?
Where we are all standing.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is that procedure to walk around on top of an area where shots have been fired? And I think even in this, they're talking about tissue or brain matter laying there. I mean, aren't you supposed to, you don't put anything on your feet?
Question, there's not a question in that. Mr. Sustain, you must pose questions.
Did you in any way have your men or women put protective gear on their feet? I saw you put gloves on, but did they put anything to insulate themselves from contaminating the scene?
On their feet, no.
In many instances, departments around the country have people dressed in a gown to keep their DNA, their hair from contaminating the scene. Did you do that?
We do not on road patrol of Carlton County as standard practice. No.
You do not do that?
Not a standard practice, no.
Have you ever done that?
I have not.
Have you ever had something covering your feet when you're walking on a crime scene?
I can tell you that for sure.
Now, if we later on find, did you notice bloody footprints? Well, first of all, did you notice bloody footprints inside the feed room?
I don't remember seeing any. I don't remember seeing any bloody footprints.
Okay. If there were bloody footprints in the feed room, could they have been created by you or your men?
They could have been created by anyone walking in that area. Sure.
And you're walking in there, or your men are walking in there, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And you think that's standard operating procedure?
But you do your best not to contaminate anything.
And this is your best?
What you're looking at right now is standard procedure.
To walk in an area where there's blood, where there's brain matter, where there's, and I believe there's water going on the floor.
I don't recall.
But you would agree with me that you have these procedures so that you don't contaminate the crime scene, so that you don't destroy evidence like those tire tracks, or those footprints, or leave your DNA, or in some way alter the scene, so that if, I mean, you would agree with me, so that, let me finish the question, so that if there is exculpatory or inculpatory evidence that would help you find a perpetrator and prosecutor, or evidence that would clear somebody, that was destroyed. Some of that was destroyed that night because you, your department, and maybe even SWAT did preserve that evidence. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure if I fully understand your question.
The question is this: if you are exfoliating, your men are standing in the spot, and there was evidence there, or the tire tracks that weren't preserved, or the footprints that weren't preserved, that evidence could either incriminate somebody or exculpate somebody. Could, correct?
Good, yes.
That's why you don't do this, right?
That's why you don't contaminate the evidence, correct?
You put yellow tape around the camera, right?
We put it around the whole area.
Did you put it so that folks couldn't drive in and out?
They were not to go past where my vehicle was parked. I believe that was the extent of the yellow tape.
But between your vehicle and the entrance, there was none of those tire tracks were preserved.
Entrance of,
The property. That if somebody driven into the property,
you mean from the main road of Moselle?
from the main road,
All the vehicles were coming in on that driveway.
right? So if somebody had come in and left, who committed the murder, whatever tire tracks on the left were obliterated by your men. Is that right?
It's possible.
Were you there with the corner, right?
Given my extent of the time there, I would assume so, but I don't remember
You don't remember seeing
specifically.
the corner.
I may have. I don't remember specifically.
Apparently, according to the body cam, you didn't talk to him.
Not on my body camera, but it could have been after the body camera was turned off. I don't know.
Why turn it off?
Why is the body camera turned off?
Yeah.
Once my specific job of doing any primary investigation after my initial arrival is completed, and I'm not going to be doing anything further to investigate, it's no longer needed.
Remember,
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, court. You were asked a series of questions about contaminated evidence. Are you aware that any evidence was contaminated in this case?
I'm not.
Did you engage in everything you could to avoid contaminating evidence?
Yes.
Did you in fact instruct your deputies, set up a crime scene and instruct them to avoid areas where evidence might be contaminated?
We did everything we possibly could to avoid contamination.
Do your officers all have basic training in trying to avoid contamination of evidence?
Yes.
Are you also, though, as first responders in a fluid situation, doing the best you can to assess what's going on?
Correct.
It's not your job to do the actual crime scene investigation work, is that correct?
Not at all.
You were asked about whether or not you had any meetings with prosecutors. Is it common for law enforcement witnesses or anybody to meet with prosecutors prior to a trial?
Very common.
Okay. Did anybody ask you to do anything but express your accurate and honest opinions and observations about what you observed at this scene?
No.
You were asked about this particular shotgun right here, this 12-gauge shotgun. This is the shotgun Al Murdoch had when you arrived at the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You were asked about the shells right here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you unload this weapon?
I did.
Was it unloaded by somebody else after you turned it over to them?
Yes.
You were asked a little bit about the 300 blackout casings or cases that were at the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. And just real quick, explain to the jury what a casing or a case is, please.
So a casing would be what would be left after the projectile has been fired through a weapon.
After it had been fired, the shell that comes out of the gun and lands on the ground near the victim. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's the remnants of a fired round. Is that right?
That's correct.
There were multiple ones of those blackout surrounding Maggie. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You were asked a lot about the tire tracks, and you just happened to notice those over behind the defense vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we had a still image put into evidence, exhibit number 5. This is it right here, just a still image. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And the still image doesn't reflect as good as what the video does. Is that right? You can see
The video shows it much better.
Okay. All right. Were these like tracks in the dirt, or were these just impressions in the grass, in the dewy grass?
They appear to be impressions on the dewy grass.
They weren't like tracks in the dirt that you saw, correct?
No.
All right. I'm gonna go back to the video. I'm playing it at approximately 25 minutes and 11 seconds.
See? From earlier, but only 2 of mine.
Did you go out this way at all?
No.
Really try. Let's go over to that corner of the building.
I'm almost to you. Let me see what we have first, whether or not we don't handle that part or not.
I see quite a few tire tracks in here. Are any of these you going in and out?
No, I came in here and I left one time and I came back.
Okay.
The rest of them, maybe. From earlier, but only 2 of mine.
Did you go out this way?
So the images that we just saw, those were the dewy impressions in the grass that you were just talking about. Is that correct?
That's right.
And the defendant said 2 of them were mine, and the rest of them may have been from earlier. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were asked a little bit about the boat case. Did you have any detailed knowledge or understanding of the boat case when you arrived at the scene?
No.
You just knew very generally that there were some boat cases. Is that right?
Yes, it had been in the news.
Did you even realize that this was that Paul Murdoch when you arrived on the scene?
Not until he had brought up the boat incident.
And who brought up the boat incident?
Mr. Murdoch did.
Within a few minutes of you arriving, he's the one that brought up the boat incident. Is that
He did.
correct? And he offered that right out of the gate as a possible explanation for what happened here. Is that right?
Yes.
That's further.
Anything further?
Your Honor. Did you find it unreasonable for him to say that his son, who's been involved in this incident, who's been threatened on numerous occasions, been punched? He told you he'd been punched, right?
He did.
Okay. That was a possible explanation, not implausible for somebody killing Paul. You didn't bite back on him, did you?
No.
And it was, in his mind, apparently the only reasonable explanation that occurred, right?
I don't know what was in his
Well, I mean,
mind.
that's what he told you. That's what he believed.
That was the statement that he made, yes.
Okay. And just one other follow-up question. You were asked if there was any evidence, the dewy tire tracks. This was at 10 o'clock at night. Was there dew on the ground already?
It was pretty humid out. There was a lot
It
of
was
dew.
humid.
Yeah.
Wasn't like in the morning.
This was not morning time.
So, and are you telling me no one could have looked, no expert could have looked and said, you know, that's a Suburban, that's a pickup truck. No one could do that? Or
I'm not going to pretend to know what an expert in that kind of stuff can and can't do.
But you're not an expert. Did you believe those tire tracks would last until Sled got there?
Yes, it appeared that they probably would.
Did you point them out this way?
Did I do it?
Did you point them out this way?
I did not.
Let me step down. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Corporal McDowell.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. So have a seat and adjust that microphone. Make sure you speak into that microphone. State your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Chad McDowell. Last name is spelled McDowell.
Corporal McDowell, how you doing today?
Good.
Tell the jury where you work, please.
I work for Colleton County Sheriff's Office. I'm assigned to River Patrol, the K-9 handler.
Okay, and can you just give us a quick background of who you are, where you grew up, and how you ended up in your career in law enforcement?
Sure. I grew up in Colleton County, went to Colleton County High School, went to college at Tri-County Technical College, where I studied criminal justice. Once I reached age, I came home, was hired by Colleton County Sheriff's Office. Left for a couple of years to go work for Jasper County, and then came back to Colleton. I've been assigned to River Patrol at Colleton.
And what year did you first start working for Colleton County Sheriff's Department, or began your law enforcement career?
2016.
And what's your current, you said you're a corporal now, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is your current assignment? What are your duties?
I'm still assigned to River Patrol. I'm a K-9 handler.
You say K-9. Explain to the jury what that is.
So I had a K-9 that was assigned to me.
we respond to certain calls for, if we're requested by the deputy for narcotics searches for suspects, things of that matter.
All right. K9's a dog, correct?
That's correct.
All right. What's your dog's name?
Eva,
Eva. What kind of dog is Eva?
he's a Belgian Malinois.
Malinois?
Yep.
Is that kind of like a German Shepherd?
Kind of short hair, 20 years.
Gotcha. Short hair, 20 years. Is Evo typically with you when you're out on patrol?
Yes, sir.
Was Evo with you the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Were you a corporal then at that time?
No, sir, I was deputy.
All right. And who was on the squad that you were on?
Sergeant Daniel Green, Corporal Elise Janicki, myself, and Deputy Pruitt, Cody Pruitt.
So who was your immediate supervisor?
It would have been Corporal Janicki.
Okay. And then above that is
Sergeant Green.
All right. And then above that?
Lieutenant Nettles.
All right. And then above that?
Captain Krause.
Okay. What shift were you working the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that was in Carlton County?
Yes, sir.
And what shift were you working that night?
Night shift.
Did you ultimately respond to a call for service at 4147 Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
And you actually went there?
I did.
And did you come to the incident location at the kennels at that property at 4147 Moselle Road?
I did.
Is that in Carlton County?
It is.
Were you, when you arrived, what other first responders were on scene to your recollection?
Sergeant Green was there. There was one other fire rescue personnel vehicle in there. I believe the rest were staged, best I can remember. When I say staged, I mean at the head of the driveway. There may have been a couple of other apparatuses on scene.
And which, do you recall which driveway you entered? Did you enter the driveway near the kennels? Where you came from?
Yes, sir. It was the same driveway everyone else entered.
So you were parked behind
Sergeant Green. Yes, sir.
What did you do after that? After you got out of your vehicle, what did you do?
I approached the crime scene. I was trying to make my way to Sergeant Green to see what he needed me to do. I made my way through the crime scene as carefully as I could. I approached Sergeant Green, saw that he was interviewing the only person on scene. So I went back to my vehicle.
And did you see who he was interviewing?
Mr. Murdaugh. Yes, sir.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point him out?
Yes, sir. He's in the middle, navy blue suit.
Record the record reflect he's identified the defendant? It does. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 6 to your testimony.
Okay.
And this is a disc, but I want you to take a look at it and see if you recognize this disc.
Yes, sir. I do.
All right. And what is on this disc?
It'd be body cam footage from my body cam that I wore.
All right. And how do you know that this is that body cam footage?
It has my initials on it.
All right. So you reviewed this and put your initials on it, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If I can get input, please. Let me ask you this. When you got this call for service, were you currently on another call for service or are you just out on patrol?
No, sir. I was just out on patrol.
Service, what did you do? Did you activate your
I
lights?
activated lights and sirens and responded to the incident location.
And once you do that, do you make all haste to get to that incident location as fast, but also as reasonably safe as you can?
Yes, sir.
Is that standard operating procedure?
Yes, sir.
The first 2 minutes, sorry. The first 2 minutes of this body camera, essentially you driving to the scene. Is that correct, roughly?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to fast forward to closer in time when you arrive. I heard proceed to the route. What was that?
I had a GPS activated on my phone.
Just like most people use. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Take a slight left turn. In a quarter mile, arrive at 4147 Brazil Road.
So no, they don't say on laser.
Are these the kennels that you saw when you arrived at the property?
Yes, sir.
And to the right is sort of the shed or the hangar. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let me ask you this. You're obviously serving as a road patrol officer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you, what is your job as a road patrol officer, as a first responder, when you come upon a scene like this? What is your particular role as you arrive at something like this?
We go on scene, we secure the scene, meaning make sure there's no active threat for other arriving first responders. We'll preserve the scene to the best of our ability and then turn the scene over to arriving detectives.
When you arrive at a scene like this, are you constantly not only paying attention for any threat or anything like that, but also making sure that you don't disturb or any sort of evidence that may be at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Is that part of your general training and standard operating procedure?
It is.
You also have to couple that, though, with the duties of a first responder, which is to get to that scene, to secure it, make sure there's no active threats, and get under control. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the duties of a first responder have both of those sort of balancing together. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Or are you constantly always looking around for evidence, not only to identify, but also to assure that you don't disturb anything? Is that your general? Thank you, Your Honor. What is your general training as a road officer as it relates to coming upon a scene and looking for evidence?
Our number one duty would be safety. Number two, we're looking for evidence so as not to disturb it.
Thank you. Right there to the right. What is that? To the right of the screen.
To be Miss Murdaugh's body.
Who are those individuals right there?
Sergeant Green and Mr. Murdaugh.
How you doing? What did the defendant say to you right there?
He said, "How are you doing?"
Do you know him?
No, sir.
How you doing? That's what he said?
Yes, sir.
I'm okay.
9/15/68.
And what's your son's first name? You said Paul?
Paul Terry Murdoch.
What's his birthday?
4. Ready to cover them up?
Doesn't didn't have to do that.
Hey, he's asked if we don't have to disturb anything, not till we got sled on the wall. Yep.
All right, what were you asking fire and rescue to do at that point?
Just to try to preserve it the best they could. They
But
didn't
what were you specifically asking them not to do?
cover the bodies if they didn't have to.
What was their response, though?
I couldn't make it out. I believe he said we're covering them for family responded. I couldn't make it out.
He's asked if we don't have to disturb anything, not till we got sled on the wall. Yep.
Do you recall now?
Again, it sounds like he says we're going to cover them up because of family being here.
There's a family being here.
That's what it sounds like.
All right.
Yes, I agree. Hey, Cody, I need a piece of that tape whenever you get done.
What did you just ask Cody for?
A piece of tape, piece of crime scene tape.
All right, and who was Cody?
Deputy Pruitt. He's the one that you see there with the yellow crime scene tape.
And why did you ask Deputy Pruitt for some crime scene tape?
I had observed a shell casing on the ground. I wanted to mark it so that it didn't become disturbed.
General duties as an officer, you observed something, you asked for some tape to mark it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you were previously describing your role is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if y'all don't mind, just mark them. Do what? Okay. I got a casing right here, so watch that.
That casing that you saw, did you recognize what kind of ammunition it was?
Yes, sir.
What kind of ammunition was it?
300 blackout casing.
And how could you tell it was a 300 blackout casing?
Just my own personal experience. I own a 300 blackout, and I recognize it.
You recognize the case from your own experience?
Yes, sir.
It's 300 blackout.
Did you observe any dogs in the kennels?
I did.
Do you remember how many or where they were?
I do not remember.
More than one dog though?
I don't remember.
They said they had several cases by her body, but this one will be a little bit harder to find later, so I want to mark it real fast.
When you marked that casing, were you careful not to disturb its location where you found it?
Yes, sir. I placed a tape beside it and then placed a rock on top so it wouldn't blow away.
Why are there so many shell casings and only one? Okay.
Sorry to do that to everyone. What was that loud noise?
It's just my windshield wipers.
And why was it making that noise?
They had removed all the moisture, I guess.
I don't see anybody. Can I see a couple more? Yeah, I figure out why there's 300 blackout. I figure out why there's so many shell casings, but only one gunshot into the back of each head. Not my job to figure that out. I'm just curious. I only saw one more casing, but just in case I see more. Daniel put his car in there. So, no, this is, I'll tell you about this in a minute. There's one there. There's blood over here. You looking at shell casings? 300 blackout. Sheriff?
Those cases that you were marking right there, did you at all disturb the location where you saw them?
No, sir.
Is it your job to be doing a crime scene collection for this case, or are you just doing that to assist those who will do that that will arrive at a later time?
No, sir. I don't collect anything. I'm just marking it so that they're not disturbed.
Probably. Yeah, those will be easy to find. I was just marking a couple that were in the gravel that might be harder to see at some point. Y'all familiar with this family?
I wasn't those on these.
I'll fill you in later. I don't I don't think there's gonna be anything for me and Evo to do here.
What did you just say right there?
I don't think there's going to be anything for me and Evo to do here.
What did you mean by that?
There was no article search that needed to be conducted right then and there. Putting Evo on the ground could have caused more of a disturbance than just leaving him up.
Because that's a. You said for Evo to do? Yeah, for me and Evo. Please watch your board. Hey, watch that.
Yeah.
It's gonna be retaliation from family.
You did have a firearm. I told that.
All right. I'm going to now show you a portion of what's been previously admitted to evidence as Exhibit 1. And for the record, I'm starting at 4227. Who's that to the right of the screen right there?
That would be me.
All right. And what are you about to do?
Step inside and assist CID with lifting that sheet.
All right. And were you asked to do that?
Yes, sir.
And who asked you to do that?
Captain Chapman.
All right. And where's Captain Chapman in this image?
In the middle
And is he a senior officer to you?
at that time.
Okay. And I noticed before you moved, what did you do?
Turned my light on
And why did you turn on your light?
so that I could plainly see what was underneath me where I was going.
Did you disturb any evidence or anything as you started to go into the feed room?
No, sir.
Were you careful to avoid doing that?
Yes, sir.
Did you kick any shell casings or waddings or anything like that when you went to the feed room?
No, sir.
Did you step on any bloody footprints when you went to the feed room?
No, sir.
If you had seen something like that before you stepped in there, what would you have done?
I would have stopped and notified the detective.
Fire rescue might have some more sheets, but still.
Do you recall what, if anything, was laying on Paul's rear end?
His cell phone or a cell phone.
Is that it in this image right here?
Yes, sir.
I haven't asked Dad about the phone, but Dad did say he came over and checked the pulses. Beyond that, I don't know anything. You have shotgun with that. Have secured that immediately.
Did you kind of jump out of the feed room just then?
Yes, sir.
Did you turn on your light before you did so?
I believe so.
Watch it again. Did you jump out when you left the feed room?
Yes, sir.
And why did you jump out like that?
Try not to disturb the body. It was easier to leap out than to try to step.
Did you enter the feed room at any point after that, to your recollection?
Not to my recollection.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as offense exhibit number 1 and see if you recognize this particular image.
Yes, sir.
I'll switch it, please. Does that appear to, is that how you found Paul when you arrived at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Were his hands underneath him in that fashion when you arrived at the scene?
Yes, sir.
All right, have State Exhibit 7, I believe, without objection. Without all evidence. Objection. I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 7 and see if you recognize that image.
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's a still image of video of my body worn camera.
Is that a still image of when the defendant said, "How do you doing?" and walked up?
Yes, sir.
Of course, no, come on, John. Enough for this time.
Cross-examination.
Please, Your Honor. So, when you got to the scene, who was your supervisor?
Can you repeat that question? I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. That's okay. I'll speak a little bit louder. When you got to the scene, who was your supervisor?
Sergeant Green.
Sergeant Green. And I believe Sergeant Green was instructing all to put some yellow tape up. You did some of that?
No, sir.
You didn't know that?
Deputy Pruitt, yes, but I didn't know.
What was Sergeant Green, what was his instructions to you? What were you there to do? Number one, let me withdraw that question. Were you there to apprehend somebody?
Not at the time, no, sir. I was just there to assist where needed.
Assist with what?
Whatever was needed of me.
Were you invested? Were you all attempting to determine what happened?
We there as initial responders were there to secure the scene.
Okay, secure the scene. And secure the scene for further processing by SLED?
By our investigators, I learned later on that SLED was responding as well.
So let me, by way of example, you went down to where Paul's body was. It was covered with a sheet. You see that on video, correct?
Not when I initially responded, but yes, sir.
No, but the video you saw.
Yes, sir.
And why were you all, I mean, what was there a purpose of going down there and pulling the sheet back? Looking down there?
I believe they were looking for another weapon.
What kind of weapon?
I believe they were looking for a 300 blackout.
But I mean, we saw in the picture, that if you look at Paul's body, there's no 300 blackout laying at the end, correct?
No, sir.
I'm correct.
Yes, you are correct. No, there was no 300 blackout laying inside.
Okay, so you say you're down there looking for another weapon. Where were you looking for another weapon?
I wasn't, sir. I was assisting, lifting the sheet for detectives.
And you can see you stepped into the feed room.
Yes, sir.
And based on the way Paul was laying, and of course you did have a flashlight and you're looking, try not to step on anything. Do you have anything insulate your feet? And in some jurisdictions, they have little baggy things to put over their feet to make sure they don't contaminate the scene. Do you have those on?
No, sir.
And did you, when you stepped in, you got a flashlight, what you were looking at with a physical eye, you're determining you weren't disturbing the scene, correct?
That's correct.
You made an effort not to.
Yes, sir.
You don't know whether you did or you didn't.
To my knowledge, I did not.
But you can't say that you did. To your knowledge.
Can you repeat that?
To your knowledge, you didn't.
To my knowledge, I did not disturb anything.
Okay. But you would concede there's microscopic evidence sometimes for scenes, correct?
Yes, sir, that's possible.
And you didn't have a microscope.
No, sir.
But like SLED's crime team would look very closely, would they not? They would not. I mean, as far as I could tell, you were looking basically 3 or 4 feet away from the floor, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what you can see with the naked eye at night with a flashlight from 3 or 4 feet is what you base your opinion you didn't disturb anything.
That's correct.
Now, and you don't know why they were looking for another weapon, but you don't know what other weapon, you don't know where that weapon might have been. And again, most of that you've seen Paul's body before he covered the sheet, right?
Myself, Sergeant Green did.
Okay. We all, in your presence, the other officers with you there that night, did any of them discuss this as possible murder suicide?
It's possible. It's not to my recollection.
Now, when you were going out and we saw you mark the shell casing, was that in grass or on the dirt road?
I believe the first one was in gravel.
In gravel, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you found others, right?
Yes, sir.
And to do that, you had to walk around in the grass.
Yes, sir.
And again, you've got a flashlight, you're looking, and you don't know what was in the grass you may have disturbed around the shell casing.
No, sir.
You don't know.
No, sir.
You may have disturbed something.
It's possible.
And I guess what I'm trying to ask is, why then were you trying to look for shell casing? Why couldn't you wait till the next morning? Why was this urgency? I mean, was somebody getting away, or I don't quite understand why?
I can't answer that. I don't know. I didn't know somebody was getting away or not.
Did somebody instruct you to go find shell casing?
No, sir.
You just did it on your own initiative?
Yes, sir.
And you can see that you may have disturbed display evidence in that process.
Microscopic or something I didn't see.
Well, microscopic, something out in the grass. I mean, you're walking on grass, right? Not,
Yes,
not
sir.
smooth surface like in the shed, in the feed room, but it's grass at night, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I guess what I'm trying to wonder is what y'all were doing. Were you trying to solve crime? Were you trying to just index everything that's there? And when did you find out SLED was coming?
So we're trying to mark everything there. As you can tell, there were multiple units going back and forth, fire rescue as well as sheriff's office. We try to mark it so that it brings awareness to them and it doesn't become disturbed.
I'm sorry, I can't understand. I can't hear you.
There were multiple units on scene,
Right.
sheriff's office as well as fire rescue.
Right.
The reason that I saw urgency to mark those shell casings is so that it brings awareness to those of us that were walking around and they don't become disturbed.
Well, that brings up the question, should you have been walking around? What if you got 2 dead people, whoever the perpetrator was, at that point, y'all hadn't identified, had you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the perpetrator may be in the woods across the street as far as you know at that point, right?
Could have been anywhere.
Right. So you're not trying to solve a crime, you're processing a scene.
I'm not processing anything.
You don't know what you're doing.
I just told you what I was doing, sir.
You're marking pieces of evidence.
Yes, sir.
And the urgency to do that was so that no one else would walk over them
Yes, sir.
while you're walking around.
Around. Yes, sir.
Well, you don't know whether you actually stepped on one or not, do you?
I was very careful not to.
Now, let me also ask you this, that the pattern of the first shell casing was how far away from a feed room?
I can't
Say you
say
found
the first shell casing I found.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
10 feet, 20 feet, more than me, further than,
Probably about the same distance from me to you.
okay, from the feed room door?
Yes, sir.
Now, I understand that when you fired, you got a blackout, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you fire that, does it eject to the right or the left?
To the right. Mine does.
Okay, so if the feed room is where I am, that shell casing ejected to the right, right and forward, right and back. What do you know?
Are you asking where the shell casing was in relation to the door? It would have been forward and right of the door.
Forward and right of the door. And there was the pattern of casings leading, did they all lead to her body?
I can't remember.
Did you sketch where you found them?
No, sir. I did not do a crime scene sketch.
Have you ever done a crime scene sketch?
No, sir.
Tell me your training in crime scene processing.
It's very basic, limited what you would get at the Criminal Justice Academy.
Very basic.
Yes, sir.
So you're not a crime scene processor. Again, and I'm not asking this question competitively, I'm just trying to puzzle it out. What, you don't know what your role was there.
I was a first responder.
Well, they were dead, Paul and Maggie, right? You couldn't render them any aid.
Your Honor, I object. No question on that statement.
Your question?
Could you have rendered them aid? Were they in a physical condition where your assistance would have helped?
No, sir.
They were dead. Correct?
Are you asking? Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, let me show you a couple of these clips and ask about them. Here, I've got time. I'm gonna go through them. Okay, would you go to 1040? How does that read? Okay, this is you walking, and these are the dog pens over here to the left, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on right in front of that, one of the dog pens is a hose that is neatly coiled around a hose, something holding the hose, right?
That's what it looks like.
Go ahead. I'll go to 11, 12. Okay, now, this Waters asked about this just a moment ago. He said, how you doing when somebody walked up? You would concede to me, but for that one clip, he appears to be distraught over the death of his wife and son.
He appeared visibly upset.
Yes, okay, other than this, how you doing, sort of that, right?
Correct.
Okay, also, we've seen him in a t-shirt and a pair of shorts, correct?
Yes, sir.
I've looked at your report, and looked at everybody that encountered him that night. No report indicates any blood of visible on him. You would agree with that?
I didn't observe any.
What?
I did not observe any.
It's a white shirt.
Yes, sir.
If you noted blood on him, you would put that in your notes or reported that to somebody, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, let me see, 1845. That's you apparently determining the shell casing you found is a 300 blackout, correct?
The one that I marked, yes, sir.
The one was in the gravel.
Yes, sir.
That's all we have. Just a couple final questions. Since I have a question.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Are you a first responder?
Yes, sir.
Your first job is safety, correct?
Yes, sir.
Second job is to protect the scene, is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Tell me what your job is as a first responder argument.
Yes, sir. We secure the scene, make sure there's no current threat for additional first responders. We then secure the scene, make sure that nobody comes in that's not supposed to, so that we preserve any evidence that's there.
As part of your training to avoid disturbing the scene as best you can.
Yes, sir.
Still paying attention to your primary role.
Yes, sir.
As part of your training and your experience and what you try to do is if you do see
Objection,
evidence.
Your Honor, leading.
I'll replay it. If you are on scene and you do see evidence while you were there, what is your standard operating procedure in that event?
I would mark it.
And why do you do that?
Just to bring awareness to it so that it's not disturbed.
Is your job to be a crime scene investigator?
No, sir.
You're just marking that? I'll rephrase. You were asked earlier about apprehending the suspects. Was Mr. Murdoch ever in custody?
No, sir. Not to my recollection.
To your observation, was he allowed to move freely?
Yes, sir.
Was he allowed to interact with people who came to talk to him?
Yes, sir.
Was he ever placed in the back of a police car?
Not that I'm aware of.
Never put in handcuffs?
No, sir.
Was he being treated as a suspect when you were there?
Not that I'm aware of.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. Put the lights back up. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch. We will resume at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case. In recess till 2:15.
property in Colleton County, South Carolina on June 7th, 2021. And today, for the first time, we heard from witnesses in this case, the first responders who responded to the scene after Alec Murdaugh called 911 saying that his wife and son had been shot to death. So one of the first responders was Sergeant Daniel Green. He was the first person to arrive. He spoke with Alec Murdaugh. Unfortunately, we are not seeing that body camera video, so we can't tell you exactly what's on it, but we can hear it. The judge said we can't show that on television. It's pretty gruesome. So let's listen to a little bit of what Alec Murdaugh had to say to police when they arrived on the scene.
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul for 2 hours this afternoon in the pickup truck.
That's your son, Paul?
Somebody go check him.
Yes, sir. They've already checked him.
They did check him?
Yes,
This that they're dead?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
When you observed these victims, was it obvious that they had injuries incompatible with life?
Yes, any reasonable person that came upon those bodies would have come to a conclusion that they were deceased.
And there you heard it, Alec Murdaugh talking with Sergeant Daniel Green, who was one of the first deputies to arrive on the scene that night after Alec Murdaugh called 911, reporting that he had found his wife and his son shot. Prosecutors, of course, say that Alec Murdaugh is the trigger man. Alec Murdaugh, though, says he didn't do this. Let's bring in our panel. We have a great panel joining us this afternoon to take your questions, so please submit them to us on Twitter and in our YouTube chat, and we will get to as many of them as we can. Joining me is Gigi McKelvey here from Law and Crime. She is in Walterboro, South Carolina, and was actually in the courtroom this morning. Jean Rossi is a former federal prosecutor, currently a defense attorney, as is Marie Pereira, currently a defense attorney. Thanks to everybody for being with us. Gigi, my first question to you is, tell us what it was like in that courtroom as that body camera video, and we know it was graphic. The judge said we can't show that on television. What was the mood like in the courtroom as that played?
It was quiet. The jurors were leaning forward with their elbows on their knees. Some covered their mouths at certain points of the body cam video being shown. We couldn't see it, but it seems to be very graphic. And you could tell from some of the jurors' expressions that what they were seeing was not pleasant. It was quiet as a mouse in there.
And we know how unpleasant it was because we've heard Dick Harpootlian say many times, and I don't want to be too graphic, that Paul Murdaugh's head was no longer on his body. I mean, it sounds like a really gory, gruesome scene, and I don't envy the task of those jurors having to sit there and watch that. Let's get to some of our questions. The first one comes from Taylor from Twitter. Pastay is her handle on Twitter. Why can't we see the body camera video? Is it just too graphic to cover those parts? Jean, I kind of want to throw this question to you as a former federal prosecutor. We know that it's very graphic, but I was kind of wondering why there are some parts of it that maybe we wouldn't be allowed to see. I mean, why can't we see the portions possibly that aren't as graphic, the interactions with Alec Murdaugh?
Well, it's very simple. The public has a right to view a trial. Defendant has a right to a public and speedy trial. But in federal court, we would not have Law and Crime showing this trial. So in federal court, they have excluded cameras completely. At the state court judges have very broad discretion and authority to allow certain things to be shown and to allow certain things not to be shown. So I think Judge Newman has made a decision that to preserve the integrity of this process, the jurors, of course, have to see the video, but the public shall not. And I can't say it's a bad ruling. But I will say this, when jurors are putting their hands to their mouths and they're cringing, you can guarantee that video is pretty gruesome.
Most definitely. And one of the murder weapons in this case, Paul was killed with a shotgun. And we all know how powerful a shotgun blast is and how powerful it would be. So I'm sure it's just horrifying to see that. Our next question, I'm going to throw this one to you, Marie, comes from Pat L. C. Ali, I think. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. He asks, why is the accused allowed to take candy and Tic Tacs back to jail with him yesterday at the end of the day? And why was he allowed to turn and talk to visitors/witnesses in the gallery? I know you might not know about the Tic Tacs. I don't know about that either. But there was some discussion. It looked like there was kind of some socializing going on in the court before things started this morning. Marie, what's your take on that?
Typically, there shouldn't be any socializing between the defendant and anyone in the gallery. Maybe perhaps the jury comes in before that, yes, but definitely there should be no contact. And I'm assuming it's because he's Alec Murdaugh and he is being treated with some type of privilege even when he shouldn't be. And as for the Tic Tacs, I definitely mentioned it to my anchor. Why is he like sucking on it like that on air? And it just didn't look appropriate for a person who's facing a murder trial to be chewing like that. It was poor defendant courtroom etiquette, in my opinion.
Interesting. I wonder if the Tic Tacs maybe, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's a nervous thing. I don't know, but it would be interesting to know why they're allowing him to do that. There could be any number of reasons. I'm going to ask you this question, Gigi, since you were actually in the courtroom. It comes from Julianne from Twitter. Her handle is @Julie_Frew. She asks, Alec throughout the body camera footage was bobbing his head a lot. And I kind of noticed that too. And it looked like he was getting upset at some points in time. Will the jury have noticed and make note of that? Did you see any visible reaction from the jurors? Did they seem to be looking at him as they were also looking at the body camera footage?
I was seated actually on the side of the jury. And no, I really think the jurors were just focused on that footage. The screen is right in front of them. It's probably a 40-inch screen. Maybe it's not small, it's not huge. But I did not see them looking over at Alec Murdaugh, although I did see Buster Murdaugh frequently looking over at the jury as they were viewing some of the more graphic images on that body cam footage.
I would love to know what was going through Buster Murdaugh's head and mind as he's sitting there watching this. Obviously, he's sitting there behind his father, showing some level of support for his father, but his mother and his brother were murdered, brutally murdered. And to have to sit through this, it really kind of makes you wonder what Buster might be thinking. And we know he will likely testify in this trial. Our next question comes from Michelle from Twitter. It looks as though the woman behind and diagonal from Alex with the white gray hair and wearing what looks like a jean jacket is Gloria Satterfield's sister. Can this be confirmed? Gigi, I'll ask you that since you're in the courtroom. Do we have any information about this?
I have not heard that. I have seen Connor Cook's lawyer here, but I have not seen anybody that is involved with Gloria Satterfield in court today.
Yeah, and I think that would be odd if we did see that. All right, our next question, and I'm going to throw this one to either Gene or Marie. This is ZFGHI from Twitter. I heard yesterday Buster is scheduled to be a witness. Why is he allowed to be in the courtroom now? Gene, what is your take on that? Because sometimes there's a separation of witnesses order. So why do you think Buster is allowed in there?
I just wrote that down. I can't believe that the judge, if this is right, I can't believe the judge is allowing potential witnesses to sit and watch the trial. I think Officer McDowell came out of the audience, but there's an argument that the officer McDowell and the Sergeant Green were case agents, as Marie knows, where the prosecutor can assign a case agent at the table. But if they're normal witnesses and not case agents that sit at the table of the prosecutors, the rule on witnesses is this: the parties can stay. Obviously Mr. Murdaugh can stay. A government case agent can stay, but everybody else is excluded because you don't want testimony tainted by what they hear by witnesses before them. I am shocked if there's not the rule on witnesses in this case, such a high-profile matter.
I am very surprised by that too, because that is very odd. Maybe that's a South Carolina thing, but these are fact witnesses. And so these people should not likely be sitting in the courtroom. So our next question, Marie, I'll toss this one to you. Can the defense lawyer's attitude and happiness be viewed negatively? This is from Megan W. from YouTube. Obviously, there's been people seeing them smiling or not seeming very concerned.
Well, it depends on the audience. He just wants to humanize his client, to say, listen, he's not a killer. He's my friend. He's my client. I'm happy to represent him. Even during the opening statements, he said, stand up. I'm proud to be your attorney, paraphrasing. So it humanizes the client and makes him look less like a defendant.
I think you've got something, I think you've got a good point there too. I think it's all about presentation too. Like here we are, our guy's innocent. I mean, there's a body language, a message you're sending psychologically to the public, I think, and to the jury. Ryan Seacrest from YouTube, is the shotgun in the court the murder weapon? Gene, I don't think it is. That's the gun that Alec Murdaugh was holding, if I'm not mistaken, they said when they arrived on the scene.
Well, the ballistic test would decide that if they had the shell casings from the shotgun. I would. If it's a replica, then that makes this case even more strange than it already is. But I assume it's the shotgun that was allegedly used to kill the son. I wasn't here for all the testimony.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Creighton Waters, through his questioning, elicited that it's not. So we'll keep a close eye on that. We're going to take a quick break. Keep those questions coming to us, not only in the YouTube chat, but on Twitter. We will take a quick break. If you're watching us on YouTube, stay with us. We have to do this just for the network. So we'll be right back. You are watching The Lunch Show, Q&A on Law and Crime. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we are taking you through the lunch break here on Law and Crime as we cover the trial of the state of South Carolina versus Alec Murdaugh. And we are taking your questions, so submit them to us in our YouTube chat or on Twitter, and we will get to as many of them as possible. The court is on a lunch break until 2:15 Eastern time, so we have a lot of time to talk about what you want to know about this case. We heard from the first witnesses, the first responders who responded to the Huntington property on Moselle Road earlier today. This is the first witnesses, the first responders. Sergeant Daniel Green is the first person who came in contact with Alec Murdaugh when he arrived at the hunting property at the dog kennels that night and discovered this gruesome crime scene with Alec Murdaugh holding a shotgun. So let's listen to a little bit of the direct testimony from Sergeant Green as he talks about what was on his body camera footage and what he observed.
My name is Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Let me ask you this. In your interactions with Mr. Murdaugh, was he able to understand your questions and respond appropriately to what you were asking?
Yes.
Was he catatonic in any way?
No, he was able to answer all the questions that I asked him.
Was he panicking in any way?
He seemed upset, but I wouldn't say panicky.
Did you notice any labored breathing or anything like that from Mr. Murdaugh?
Yeah, he was breathing heavily. Never once did he complain about not being able to breathe. I mean, there were fire rescue guys out there. He didn't ask for any kind of medical attention or anything like that due to not being able to breathe.
Richard Alexander Murdoch.
No. Hey, Cody, come around the truck and then go to the building. Come around the truck and then. Yes. What's that?
Who's that individual right there? I'm not sure of his name. I just know that he works for Cobb County Fire Rescue.
And there you have it. You heard a little bit of Alec Murdoch identifying himself to Sergeant Green and Sergeant Green's observations of Alec Murdoch as he interacted with him. Why is it important to ask these questions, Gene Rossi, of Sergeant Green when we have the body camera footage? The jury can see how Alec Murdoch was acting and his demeanor.
Well, for the same reason, I'd rather be with you, Anjanette Levy, in person, because you can't, and I'm not being facetious, when you are across the table or a few feet away from somebody, that gives you a different impression than a video, even though a video is better than nothing or a photo is better than nothing. But when you see somebody, you can see how they're blinking, you can see the expression on their face, that a video doesn't give you that impression. So that's why he's asking that. And here's what that jury's going to focus on throughout this trial. Number one, they're going to be looking at Murdoch the whole trial, whether he puts Tic Tacs or Altoids in his mouth, and when he smiles and chuckles or he's serious and crying. They're going to look at him. The other thing they're going to do during deliberations, not during the trial, is they're going to listen to that video and watch his expressions, and they're going to analyze it with a microscope. Because here's the question. If this really happened and it was somebody else, some other dude did it, did he react in a manner that makes him an innocent man, or is this a man who's conniving? That's what's going to go through their mind. All the other stuff is important, but they look at the impression the jury gets from him, the defendant.
I think you make some really good points. And Gene Rossi, I'd rather be with you in person too. So we'll have to arrange that sometime soon. Gigi, we have a question directed directly at you from one of our viewers on YouTube. It's from Joe Kelly. And Joe Kelly asks of you, how is the jury reacting to the snippiness of the attorneys? Have you seen any reaction given some of what's gone on so far today?
Well, it's been a little bit like a tennis match where the heads kind of go back and forth looking between the two of them. There's been a couple of moments where it did get tense in there, but it wasn't so much, I think, that it was distracting for the viewers. It was just enough to pique their interest.
I think so too. They probably will, these attorneys, they become characters. It's almost like a play, they're watching this all unfold. And we have two characters. We have two strong personalities here with Dick Harpootlian and Creighton Waters, the prosecutor with the Attorney General's office. Our next question, isn't the defense talking and Murdoch crying distracting from the prosecutor's questions? Marie, I'm going to direct that one to you. This is from Psydoc from YouTube, wondering if Murdoch's crying and the defense talking is distracting. Should he not be provided medications to calm himself if he's genuinely distraught? Your thoughts, Marie?
The whole reaction to everything is called trial strategy. They probably told him, look sorry when you see those pics, try to bring a little, bit of tears out. And they told his family, show up, pull up, and let them know that if you guys believed he did something like that, you would never be here supporting him, period. So all of that crying and oh my God and sniffling, that's trial strategy to show remorse from someone who didn't do it.
I think so too, Marie. I think that's a great observation. And I kind of have a question of my own. Alec Murdoch, let's not forget, Gene Rossi, he is a lawyer. He may be disbarred and he may be, have to carry the title of disgraced attorney now, but he's a lawyer. He prosecuted cases in the very courtroom where he is on trial for murdering his wife and child. So how involved do you think he is in this? Or do you think he's kind of like, I have really good lawyers here in Dick Harpootlian and Jim Griffin. I'm just going to let them run this show. Or do you think he's probably very involved in what's going on?
I wouldn't be surprised if he is the Bear Bryant of this trial team. And the reason I say that is what you just said, Anjanette. He was a prosecutor. He was I think he was mostly a civil attorney, but he's got a large ego. His grandfather's painting was on the wall of that courtroom or in that courthouse because I think his grandfather was a solicitor, a prosecutor. They had to remove it. He's got a huge ego, and I would not be surprised if he's calling the plays, calling the shots, although Dick Harpootlian is very gifted and the other attorney is very gifted. He's probably very involved.
I would think he would have to be. You see him talking to Dick Harpootlian, whispering from time to time, but he does have two very talented attorneys representing him. Gigi, this next question I'm going to direct to you. It comes from Julianne O'Neill from YouTube. Why is the gallery so empty? Is it closed to the public? We know it's not closed to the public, but Gigi, I'm wondering what your observations are. We know there's only a limited number of seats allotted for the press. What's your feeling on why that's not a packed house?
Well, I'll tell you, there were probably 4 rows on both sides today that were empty. And I think the openings happened so quickly yesterday that we saw some locals filing in at the very last minute, but ultimately people have to work. And so I think that's probably a lot of the reason why we're just not seeing it packed out with spectators. The media is here, but I think everyday life for people here in Walterboro goes on. And maybe they're tired of hearing about this case and they want this trial over and they don't care to sit in and listen to testimony.
I think you're right about that life does go on. People have lives. They have to go to work. They have to raise their children, and they can stay home and watch it on Law and Crime's YouTube channel uninterrupted with 4 different camera angles. So, of course, that's how everybody should be watching this trial. But let's get on to more of our questions. We want you to keep them coming. You can submit them to us on Twitter and YouTube, and we'll get to as many of them as possible. This next one is going to go to Marie. JRS1 from YouTube asks, any idea on when Alex's financial crimes will get court dates? We know that obviously this murder case took priority, and they're trying this first. But Marie, how long do you think it will be before we see those financial crimes moving through the court system?
I think it's going to be definitely after this case is decided and he's sentenced on it. And any talk about financial crimes, we have to wait and see what the judge does because they didn't even rule on whether or not the prosecutors can go hard and try to connect this motive of killing his family because he wanted sympathy and distraction from the financial crimes. So we don't know if that's even going to be allowed in, but definitely the formal prosecution will be way after this murder case.
Definitely. And obviously there are a lot of people, I talked to Eric Bland, the attorney for Gloria Satterfield's family. And what was interesting to me was that he thought it was a mistake to not pursue the financial crime cases first. He thought those should have been prosecuted first and then the homicide case later. So I think it's interesting that he holds that viewpoint. He also thinks there's a strong possibility there could be a hung jury in this case. Our next question, I want to direct this one to Gene. I will be watching intently when Paul's cell phone recording of Alec talking only 2 or 3 minutes prior to his death is played. What will Harpootlian say about this evidence? Gene, that question comes from Richard Van Riper from YouTube. So what do you think the defense is going to say about that? Because we know there's this recording of Alec saying something to Maggie. They're talking about, his voice is on it, talking about one of the dogs killed a chicken.
Well, I think Harpootlian is just going to try to minimize that pre-alleged murder incident recorded as much as he can, that it has nothing to do with the allegations. It's just a conversation that they had with his wife. It's a coincidence that it's recorded. He's going to have to minimize it as much as he can and try to say sort of that it's a shiny object and it really doesn't affect what's been charged. That's the best he can do.
And Dick Harpootlian, has talked about that. He talked about it in opening statements yesterday and said, you'll hear it. They're talking about a chicken getting killed by a dog. There's no animosity. I mean, that was kind of his take on it. Gigi, we have another question for you. This one from Christine S. from YouTube. And I'm going to ask you this question from Christine, but I know the seating could be an issue here. So depending on how well you can see, did Gigi actually see tears from Alex or were his eyes actually dry? I know you don't have, you're not sitting right in front of him.
Yeah, I couldn't really see him at all where I was sitting. I was more on the prosecution side today, really just the next to last seat before the door. So I had a very obstructive view, couldn't see him at all. I could only see the top of Buster's head, but I had a really good view of the jury. So that's kind of where I focused my attention today, was watching their reactions to the gruesome photos and videos that they were subjected to. So yeah, I haven't been able to see any reaction from the family at all.
And it's hard when you're sitting in those courtrooms. I mean, you get a great feel for how it is in there. You can, the feeling and things like that. But I can tell you, I haven't seen like actual tears. I've been kind of trying to look on the television screen and see, but it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, his head's kind of down at points in time. Obviously, he looks upset. Will his other charges be interwoven into this case as evidence? We kind of, I'll take that one. We kind of just discussed that. There haven't been any concrete rulings about that. That question was from Horn Pub from YouTube. These names crack me up. But we do know that some of the lawyers involved for the financial crime allegations, some representing the plaintiffs, such as Eric Bland, he is on the witness list, but doesn't yet know if he's testifying. So I think we're gonna have to wait for some rulings on that. AJ4 Bruno question asks, and I will, this is from a YouTube viewer, Gene Rossi, will Alec Murdaugh take the stand? Gene, what is your feeling on that?
No way. If he takes the stand, it is a Hail Mary on steroids, because the classic opening the door, when he takes a stand, all that conduct that goes to his credibility, especially if it's relevant to motive, and the financial crime stuff, if it doesn't come in during the government's case in chief, would definitely come in during cross-examination, because the door would be open. Motive is not an element of a crime, but it's always relevant. And his financial alleged shenanigans that, frankly, the U.S. Attorney's Office in South Carolina should have been prosecuting those alleged crimes would come out and cross. If he takes the stand, I will be shocked.
I think it would be shocking too. And guess what? We're already hearing from Alec Murdaugh. We're hearing him. Carolina versus Alec Murdaugh. He is, of course, the disgraced attorney, disbarred attorney, accused of murdering his wife Maggie and son Paul at their hunting estate in Colleton County, South Carolina, back on June 7th of 2017. The first witnesses to testify for the prosecution in this case, the first responders who arrived at the scene that evening, as Alec Murdaugh showed them what happened, where his wife and son were laying both inside and outside those dog kennels on the family's sprawling hunting property. Sergeant Daniel Green was one of the first responders. He was actually the first officer on the scene that night, and he was cross-examined by Dick Harpootlian, who is Alec Murdaugh's lead attorney, about what he did when he arrived on the scene and other things about what he did that evening. So let's take a listen.
You do other than put yellow tape up to preserve the crime scene?
That is about the extent of my job, is to put up the tape and make sure people that don't need to cross it don't cross it.
And I noticed that there were officers walking around putting little pieces of tape near shell casings.
There was one officer doing that, yes.
And in the process of doing that, I didn't see any lights other than a flashlight. Were there any, put up any sort of high intensity lights so people could make sure they don't stand on something in the dark?
At that point, there was no additional lighting that had been put up.
But you and your officers were walking through that entire area, is that correct?
We were walking in the area, yes.
Okay, and did you actually the feed room?
And that was Dick Harpootlian posing some questions there to Sergeant Green, maybe trying to get under his skin just a little bit. Our question from the King's Coral, I'm going to give this one to you, Marie, is the King's Coral from YouTube asks, it seems the defense is having technical difficulties staying on point. Do you think this will hurt the defense? Marie, do you see that?
I don't see any technical difficulties, but I think that Dick Harpootlian is doing a great job at belittling the crime scene investigators, making them, what were you doing? You were just like, you're the tape guy, that's all you did? What about the people who were walking around contaminating the crime scene? This guy probably, has someone believing he's like a big shot in the police department, and here they are accusing him of being the tape guy. And it's really hurting the testimony, because at the end of the day, they're going to say it was a contaminated crime scene run by rookies who made things worse, and no one should really believe the credibility of the crime scene preservation as far as the prosecution of his client.
I think you're right about that. And this is not just a deputy. I mean, he's a sergeant. So he's somebody with some rank in the department arriving there on the scene. And he's trying to just say, look, you guys messed this crime scene up. They're going to say this a lot because it's Colleton County, South Carolina. I don't think they probably get a lot of big homicide cases in Colleton County, South Carolina. The population's just over 38,000 or so. So I'm assuming the homicide rate there is pretty low. So this probably would have been a very big deal. And that's likely why they called in SLED, who they do this stuff all the time, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. We've got a question about the crime scene. And Gene Rossi, I'm going to throw this question to you. This came from Stuart Mack from Twitter. The defense is asking first responders about things such as shoe coverings, lighting, crime scene photos, etc., when it's generally known that it's the responsibility of investigators. But there's a whole point there. There's a method to the madness. So it's kind of bouncing off what we just discussed with Marie.
Well, the point, and the tape guy, Marie, that's pretty good. That is hilarious. What Dick Harpootlian is trying to do is show, listen, this was one of the most high-profile cases in South Carolina, if not the United States. It's a small county. He won't say that, but he's suggesting. And this is, as you said, Anjanette, this is a big deal for them. So you don't send in the junior varsity, the Barney Fifes, if you will, as the first responders. You send in the SWAT team, the SLED folks. And for the viewers and listeners, that's the South Carolina's FBI, if you will. So you send those people in first. You don't send in the JV or the freshman team. And that's his point. This was an incredibly serious alleged murders, and you want to do your best. Now, at the end of the day, I got to say, the cell phone and other forensic evidence is probably going to distract from Dick Harpootlian's argument that he's making right now. We're just in the first inning of this 9-inning game here, to add to the sports metaphor. We're just in the beginning of this long marathon of a trial that could last 6 weeks.
And you're right about that. But Gene, if you're going to have, I don't know how else you have a first responder respond. I mean, these are the guys that first get there, right? And he puts up the tape, as Marie called him, the tape guy, Sergeant Green. They could have contaminated the scene, though. I mean, you got to be careful. They've got to kind of sweep the area, right? And make sure that it's safe and that there isn't some killer sitting in there lying in wait trying to take other people out. So he has to go in, right? But there are ways you can do that without possibly destroying the scene, right, Gene?
Absolutely. But the other thing, I'm going to defend the police and the investigators on this. This happened about 9 o'clock at night. It's dark, and it wasn't no crime scene is pristine. So there's always the possibility of contamination, even if it's just microscopic. And from the cross, there's no home runs being hit. I love sports. There's no home runs being hit. He's making a couple little entrees into his cross, but he's not destroying their case. He's just raising some possible theories. But I do think that the tire marks could be key because they're saying somebody else did it. And it wasn't Alec Murdaugh. So if somebody else did it, it was a different gun and it was a different vehicle. So that's what he's trying to do.
And he doesn't have to hit a home run at this point in the game. He's just got to poke some holes. That's Dick Harpootlian's, that's his job. He doesn't have to swing for the fences. He just has to get on base at this point. So I'll match your sports metaphor there, Gene Rossi, or at least I'll make an attempt, right? Gigi, I'm going to throw this next question to you from Kelly Wagner from YouTube. Is there any way people are afraid in such a small town that they clearly were, the Murdaughs were a predominant family and they were involved with several dead people cases? Since you're on the ground there in Walterboro talking to people, do you get that feeling there that people are afraid of this family?
Yeah, I've talked to several people, just citizens out at the local Walmart at the gas station who saw my badge and said, oh, you're in town for the case. And I think, what do you think about the case? Would you want to go on camera and talk to us about your feelings? No, they don't want to. And, that grip that the Murdaugh family has had on this community for nearly 100 years, I think is still here because people do not want to come on camera and tell what they really think. And so I think that speaks volumes. People will say, no, not going to talk about him negatively at all with my face or name attached to it. So I think, it's still here.
I could see that when you go to small towns and there's a culture in these small towns. And a lot of times there are people, it's a small town, who you can trust, who you can't trust. And sometimes you can't trust anybody. So I could see people being very fearful because this family, just because Alec is on trial for double murder doesn't mean this family still isn't very powerful. There are still other members of the family out there and you don't know how all of them feel about this. You don't know what they think. And so they still have a lot of power. Let's get to another question from a viewer. This is Chelsea from YouTube. Are any of Maggie's side of the family in the courtroom? Gigi, I haven't been able to tell that. Have you been able to tell that at all? You said you were on the prosecution side. Have you seen anybody there that appears to be supporting Maggie and there to represent Maggie and Paul?
I have not. I've had a lot of people ask. I have not seen or heard that anybody from Maggie's family's here. So none at all.
That's very interesting. I've been thinking about that a lot, wondering, are they at home watching this or are they watching this at all? We just don't know the answer to that question, but we'll try to find out. Keep your questions coming to us on Twitter and in our YouTube chat, and we will get to them when we come back. We're going to take one of those quick commercial breaks. If you're watching us on YouTube, stay with us. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. State that his wife and son had been murdered. So we are taking your questions here on Law and Crime during the lunch break, as we always do during these big trials. And we're going to get right to those questions. Gene Rossi, this question I'm going to throw to you. It's from Tony Graham from YouTube. And he says, how does the defense cause a mistrial in this case? I'm kind of wondering, do they even want a mistrial? I mean, that's kind of a tactical decision at some points.
Well, let's put aside whether they want a mistrial. But there's a couple of ways you can cause a mistrial. One is the conduct of the defense attorney can be so egregious, so outside the norms for professionalism that a judge will have to declare a mistrial because the jury has just been poisoned and the rights of the defendant have been injured greatly. There's a movie with Al Pacino where he makes some comments in his closing argument. I forget the name of the movie, but he crosses the line ethically. That's one way, but I don't think that would happen. The other way is if the government brings out evidence that has been excluded and is very prejudicial, and the defense catches them in that mistake, then they could ask for a mistrial, and the judge has discretion to say, you know what, you brought this evidence out, I excluded it, we're going to have a new trial. But at the end of the day, the punchline is this. It's very hard to get to intentionally cause a mistrial. It's very hard.
Our next question comes from Lolita Horn Fletcher from YouTube. The attorney asked if they had to mark things at the time of the incident. I would like to know, could they have waited until daylight to collect the evidence? Marie, I mean, could they have waited or should they have waited? Sometimes these things start at night and then go into the morning and even go on for days and weeks searching a crime scene.
Well, a crime scene is a very fluid thing. Yes, when you come upon the crime scene, you should mark evidence that you feel could be relevant. And then if you need to stay until daylight to discover more evidence, then you should. There's no time frame. It depends on the thoroughness of your investigation. And the answer is yes. If they needed to wait until daylight, they should have. But it doesn't omit the fact that they should also conduct the investigation in the darkness because that's the scene that they came upon.
And you're right about that. I mean, they have to kind of just deal with what they have, with what they see when they get there. This question comes from Mark Fraggle from YouTube. Mark, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, your last name. Did I hear correctly that there are more than 200 witnesses? Gigi, we heard a lot of names during jury selection. Just because people are on the witness list, though, doesn't mean they'll be called.
Right. I think the number is somewhere around 255 potential witnesses that they could call, including Buster Murdaugh, his sister, Liz. There are a lot of familiar names on there, Eric Bland, but we'll see. I mean, we've got 2 down before lunch. So if they call all 255, this is going to be a very, very long trial.
We're going to be there till September if they call 255 witnesses. I don't think that's going to happen. Who knows? You never know in these big cases. Roxy from YouTube asks, is there any physical evidence tying Alex to the killings? Gene Rossi, Dick Harpootlian says there's nothing.
Well, my wonderful colleague Marie brought up a good point, actually a brilliant point. His T-shirt, and here's one of the arguments. They may have a blood spatter expert for the defense. You could see that. If this actually happened according to the government's theory, that he took a shotgun and he took a semi-automatic weapon and he killed his son, then his wife, he would be covered with some type of blood, even a little microscope of blood, and it could be gun residue. So that's something, that's the forensic side of the defense's case that is really powerful if they can put it before the jury and it's unassailable.
I want to ask this next question, throw this one to you, Marie. Casey Lou from YouTube, and we only have literally about a minute left, guys, asks, how far was the house in relation to the kennels? Is there a layout picture somewhere? We do have some drone video of that, but it's a big property, right, Marie?
It's a very big property, and it wasn't like, you're walking just a few feet. It was quite a distance because it is a sprawling estate. So it wasn't close at all.
Not close at all. You probably likely had to drive there. I'm going to try a really quick question, Gigi, just one last question. What are you looking forward to hearing? This is my question. In the afternoon, we have less than a minute. What do you think we're going to hear more of, the first responders and such?
Yeah, I think that's where we're headed, kind of in chronological order from the first responders that got there into that next day. So I anticipate maybe some first responders, medical responders, that sort of thing. Seems like that's where we're headed, and then go from there.
All right. Well, Gigi McKelvey, we are really looking forward to hearing more from you. Gene Rossi, former federal prosecutor, and Marie Pereira, thanks so much for being with us as we took the questions during the lunch break, and thank you for being with us as well. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, Michelle, you will take it from here. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you've been watching our lunch show Q&A on Law and Crime.
Record, Your Honor. Investigation, but also the side of the road investigation. And in discussion with Mr. Harpootlian, he's agreed that we can call those witnesses to discuss only the murder with the ability, with Your Honor's permission, to recall them later for the side of the road, in as much as Your Honor rules any of that relevant and admissible. And I just wanted to put that agreement on the record, Your Honor.
Mr. Harpootlian?
That's our agreement. I mean, Your Honor, only one for the caveat. If he would make it clear when he calls the witness, so that I don't inadvertently stumble into an area we don't want to, just if you just designate if you just say for limited purposes, that'll keep me to stay away from asking questions that might result in me opening the door into the other area.
Certainly, and any such witness will be instructed what the subject matter is for that examination prior to it.
Okay. You may bring the jury. All right, thank you. Your next witness.
Tanish Bryson Smith.
You'll come up here, please.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
First name Tanish, last name Bryson Smith, BRYSON-SMITH.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bryson Smith.
Yeah.
Could you tell the jury where you work?
Hampton County E911,
And how long have you worked for Hampton County E911?
17 years.
And what is E911?
Emergency Services Dispatch Center.
And what do you do there?
Currently, I am in a director position, just instated in December. I am over the management of day-to-day operations of the 911 Dispatch Center for Hampton County, including budgeting, payroll, like I said, day-to-day operations and record keeping, recordings, etc.
Does the Hampton County 911 keep records in the normal course of business?
We do.
And what kind of recordings are these?
We have audio recordings from 911 phone calls, administrative line phone calls, as well as video recordings from our radios from the field.
Are all 911 calls recorded?
They are.
And how are these calls stored?
They're stored on our Nextlog data recording systems.
How long are they stored for?
As long as we need them.
And who has access to those records?
I do.
Does anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Just you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how do you access the records?
There is a database in my office that I have to log into to access any recordings that is requested.
All right. Sometimes do calls from another county, such as Colleton County, come into Hampton County?
They do.
And why does that happen?
Cell phones pick up on the nearest PSAP based upon the location of that cell phone at the time of call. PSAP meaning Public Safety Answering System.
Okay. And why does it pick up on that on the location and send it to Hampton as opposed to Colleton?
Due to the geographical location of a phone call or phone when that call is made, that cell phone picks up at that tower, and the tower, wherever the nearest PSAP is where that cell phone will be routed to.
And what do you do when you in Hampton County receive a call from Colleton that's supposed to be going to Colleton County?
We transfer that call out to Colleton County.
All right. Back on June 7th of 2021, did you receive a call from Alec Murdaugh?
We did.
And that call came into Hampton County, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what did happen to that call when it came in?
Once it was determined that the call was located, the location of the emergency was Colleton County, we transferred that call out to Colleton County.
And you determined the Colleton County location how?
Based upon the numerics and the address that was given. Once we plug that information into our system, it populates in Colleton County.
For the record reflect, I'm showing the witness takes exhibit 9.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 9 is admitted without objection.
State's exhibit 9 is a disc. Can you tell us what is on that disc?
The initial 911 call that came in on the night in question.
And how do you know that call is on that disc?
I was able to listen to it, and I dated it and initialed on the 23rd of January.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move exhibit 9 into evidence.
Already been admitted without objection.
4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to stand up immediately. My wife and child are stuck there.
Okay, you said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Sir?
You said 4147 Moselle Road in Allison?
Yes, sir. 4147 Moselle Road.
Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay?
Hello?
I'm still here. Stay on the line. I'm still here, okay? Collison, I have an Alex Murdoch on the line calling from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot. Mr. Murdoch, go ahead and call the Collison.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I'll get up to it now. It's bad. How did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves? Oh, no. Hell no. Okay, and are they breathing? No, ma'am. Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son? My wife and my son. Are they in a vehicle? No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennel. I can tell that he shot in the head, and he shot really bad. He shot really bad.
The state has no further questions for this witness.
By the defense. Cross-examination.
Noted. Just a couple questions, Your Honor. So explain to me how this works. The call came into you in what county?
Hampton County.
Hampton County.
Correct.
And how, when you dial 911, how does it determine what county to send it to?
When you dial 911, the cell phone company picks up that it's a 911 call via police. They hit the nearest cell phone tower, and based upon the location of that cell phone tower, is routed to the nearest PSAP, or public safety answering system.
Okay, so the nearest cell phone tower to Moselle would
Was
be?
Walterboro Highway Tower.
And you're from Hampton?
I am.
That's not you on the phone, is it?
No, sir.
Do you know Murdoch, or do you know Alec Murdoch?
Not too much, yes. I mean, a little bit, but.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further? You may step down. Thank you. I'll call your next witness.
Angela Stallings.
You are going to testimony about the other coach that with the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Take a seat. State your name again for the record.
Angela Stallings, Stallings. Hi, Captain Stallings.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury where you work?
I work at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked there?
Approximately 15 years with the Sheriff's Office.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities at the Sheriff's Office?
I am the Administrative Services Captain. I oversee the 911 Center. I'm over our Civil Process Division, Court Security, our School Resource Officers, our Sex Offender Registry Division, training, supply, and the hiring process, and records.
You have quite a lot of duties there.
Yes, ma'am.
In the course of your duties, do you keep records of 911 calls?
We do.
Can you explain to the jury what happens when a 911 call comes into Colleton County?
Yes, ma'am. So when a call comes into Colleton County, it hits our recorder system. As soon as the call connects to the recorder and starts ringing, our recorder automatically starts recording automatically. It starts recording before we even answer the phone.
And is a recording of all 911 calls that come into Colleton County Center kept?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And how are those records kept?
They're kept on our server. That is the Carolina recording software system that we use.
Who has access to those records?
Myself and one other employee.
Is it normal for y'all to have calls routed from Hampton County to Colleton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why does that happen?
Depending on the location of the call within the county, we border several counties. Depending on if it's a cell phone that is calling 911, depending on the closest available cell tower, it will hit that tower. Wherever that tower is located, it routes to that PSAP.
All right. On June 7th of 2021, did Colleton County receive a transferred 911 call from Hampton County?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And what time did that call come in?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
That call came in at 22:07:09, which is 10:07:09 p.m.
And the notes you're referencing up there, is that some kind of report that's generated when the call comes in, or what are you looking at?
Yes, ma'am. This is a report that's generated through our recorder software.
Okay. So you received a call from 10:07 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that call from?
Hampton County.
Okay. And who was the caller?
The caller was Alex Murdoch.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 11. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 11?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is it?
It is a disc of the 911 call.
And how do you know that?
It has my initials and date that I reviewed it.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of the 911 call made by Alec Murdaugh.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I move State's Exhibit 11 into evidence.
Submitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
June. June 7th, 2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds.
Okay, and so give me the address again? 4147 Moselle Road, up there, up through it, down as fast. Okay, how did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves? Oh, no, hell no. Okay, and are they bleeding? No, ma'am. Okay, and is that your wife and your son? My wife and my son. Are they in a vehicle? No, ma'am, they're on the ground, out of my kennel. Okay, and did you see anyone? And he shot really bad. Okay, where's he shot at? Ma'am, I don't know, but he has blood everywhere. His brain. Yeah, I thought it done a little bit. Got a whole lot of it. Okay, is he breathing at all? No, no. Okay, do you see anyone in the area? No, ma'am. Is there any guns here at all? No, here. The police are out on the outside. If that's what you're asking, we can shoot yourself, ma'am. What? The police are out on the outside. It's like you can't see it from the road. Okay, is it a house or a mobile home? It's a house. Okay, and what is your name? My name is Alec Murdaugh. Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find out? I've been gone. I just went back. Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house? No, ma'am. We're just coming out there to you. Okay, so what is her name? Maggie is home. Maggie is her name? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yes, I thought you talked to Maggie. Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago. Okay, so about 2 hours ago you talked to them? Probably, yes, ma'am. Okay, did she say what you were doing at all? No, I talked to her in person. You talked to her in person? We're getting somebody out to you. We have to give you questions, don't slow them down, okay? And be sure they're not breathing. Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son? They're not getting one over to you. What is your telephone number? 942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a little just in case. I'm about to start to my house. And did anyone look out a plane? Ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am. Okay. Well, I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay? I will not do that. He's been being threatened by my son's got a smoke that he's been doing for months and months and months. He's been hit several times and he's just finally. Do you know who was threatening your son? And then you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all? My son does. My son does. Your son knows who was threatening him?
I haven't noticed anything.
Okay.
All right, I'm going back down there.
And Captain Stallings, there's a break between parts in this call. Why is that?
The way our recorder system is set up, if there is a pause with either the call taker or the caller not talking, the recorder automatically cuts off. As soon as it starts to hear someone talking, it automatically kicks back on and starts recording.
June 7th, 2021, 22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds.
Yeah, they've been out with you ever since you got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you. Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdoch, and turn on the flashes on your car so that way they can see where the kennel bar? Do you have your flashes on, Mr. Murdoch?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already started trying to get a phone to see if they were breathing.
Okay, well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay? Okay, and did your son, I know you said that he had been threatened, did your son make reports of this at all?
Yes, ma'am.
He did? So what's your son's name?
Paul.
Paul?
Dude, I need to call some from my family.
Okay. Well, so do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you, can you put your gun in your vehicle for me?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, we have them come and turn on the flash on your vehicle so they can see you, okay? You got the flashes on for me? Okay. All right. Whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting out there to you, okay? All right.
Thank you, Captain Stallings. The state has no further questions.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Call your next witness.
Barry McCoy.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You swear affirm that the testimony about to give the court shall be the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record.
Barry McRoy, McRoy.
Chief McCrory, could you please tell the jurors where you work?
Work for Colleton County Fire and Rescue.
And what is your position,
I'm the fire chief.
the fire chief of Colleton County Fire and Rescue?
That's correct.
And how long have you worked at Colleton County Fire and Rescue?
29 years.
And about how many scenes do you think you have responded to over the years?
I have no idea. Many thousand.
What are some of the training that you need to do to be a paramedic or respond with fire and rescue?
Well, that has changed greatly over the years, but presently, to be a paramedic, you have to have been an EMT for, we recommend 2 years, which that's about a 500-hour course. And then you take a paramedic course, which is about 1,500 hours. In Colleton County, we require people to be cross-trained, so they have a 500-hour firefighter course as well.
And are you yourself a paramedic?
I am.
And how long have you been a paramedic?
Since 1981.
What would be the normal procedures when responding to a gunshot, to treat gunshot wounds or to a shooting?
Well, when initially respond, the law enforcement that's responsible for that jurisdiction typically clears the scene to make sure that it's safe for the other responders. When we arrive, we want to evaluate patients to make sure that if they've got some injuries that we can treat, we treat them, and we transport them to the closest trauma center.
So if someone has been shot, what would you normally do to initially treat that person?
We would control their bleeding, protect their airway, get them transported as quickly as possible. It may involve starting IVs. In Colleton County, we carry blood, so we can administer blood to the patient if they required it.
Did you respond to Moselle Road on June 7th of 2021?
I did.
And tell us about what you did when you got there.
I was on my way home from work and I heard the sheriff's department on their radio dispatch units to the address in question, and they advised that there was 2 people shot. Shortly thereafter, they dispatched fire rescue units, and we have a standard protocol of what they send. There were multiple patients, so they dispatched 2 ambulances and put a helicopter on standby, and then a supervisor is also dispatched. We also send the closest fire station, which in that case was the one from Highlandton. I responded from Walterboro, and I did arrive ahead of everybody else. Dispatch had told us not to go onto the scene, so I staged about the 3900 block, and a few minutes later, a deputy passed me, and I went in behind the deputy, which was Mr. Green that y'all listened to earlier.
And what did you see when you were driving onto the scene?
It was really dark. The had a long dirt driveway, and when we arrived, there was some kennels off to the left and like a big barn with a 3-lane lean-to on the right-hand side.
Chief McCoy, I'm going to show you what's been marked. This takes exhibits 51, 49, 24, and 21. I'll just ask you to take a look at these pictures and tell me, are you familiar with those pictures?
Yes, ma'am. This does appear to be the accident scene.
These are true and accurate depictions of the crime scene that night.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this time I would move takes 51, 49, 24, and 21 into evidence, which takes exhibits 24 and 51 being sealed with the agreed upon placeholders.
Okay. You're admitted without objection.
So, Chief McCoy, could you tell us how you observed the victims when you got to the scene?
Deputy Green went through the scene first. He actually drove a little ways in between the kennels and the lean-to. It was very dark, so he needed his headlights to see what was going on there. There was animals in the kennels. I don't know how many, but there was also some chickens fluttering around on the equipment on the right-hand side. The body of a younger male subject was face down by the kennels. He had some very severe injuries to the head. And there was a female subject at the end of the lean-to. She was also face down with severe injuries to her head. And there was a gentleman standing off a little distance away from it, and he was on a cell phone and seemed very upset.
Did you recognize that gentleman?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Alex Murdoch.
And how did you recognize him?
I've met him in the past on a professional basis because we have had to do depositions and such with his law firm.
Case exhibit 21. Can you describe what the jury is looking at in this picture?
On the left-hand side of the photograph is the covered body of Paul Murdoch, and the down towards the end of the lean-to is you can see the covered body of Miss Maggie Murdoch.
And those bodies appear to be covered with pink sheets.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were those sheets there when you got there?
No, ma'am. We got those off the ambulance and covered up the bodies.
And why did you do that?
We typically do it to, to shield the bodies from the view of the public. There were a lot of people showing up there. The family was on the scene, and people just really don't need to see that.
Case exhibit 24. Please describe what the jury's viewing.
That is the body of Paul, and he is laying face down at the entrance to, there's like a little utility room at the kennels. He's laying down with, you can see there's substantial damage to his head with a lot of blood around his head and what appeared to be his brain down there around his ankles.
And this is how you found Paul.
That is correct.
And you said that appears to be his brain down there by his foot?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, did you check his pulse?
I did not check his pulse. He and his mother both had injuries that we consider incompatible with life. There was a lot of coagulation there where the blood had congealed, and they were not currently bleeding, which would indicate they did not have a heartbeat. And obviously, with his type of injuries, it's not any way you could sustain his life.
And State Exhibit 51.
That is Miss Maggie, and she also had severe injuries to her head. You can also see the congealed blood around the bottom where her face is, and she had a hole in her head to where you could actually see inside of her head cavity.
Was it necessary to check Mrs. Murdoch's pulse or perform any life-saving treatment?
No, ma'am. And she also had injuries that were not sustainable.
And State Exhibit 49. That's just where.
That's the lean-to, and that's Miss Maggie's body in front of the little side-by-side.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Cross-examination.
One moment. So you're the chief of the Colleton County Fire Rescue, correct?
That is correct.
And you, in the past, have been dealing with Alec Murdaugh in a professional capacity with his law firm, correct?
That's correct.
So you recognize him and you've seen him before, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was his demeanor grieving, distraught, upset?
He seemed to be very upset. Yes, sir.
Very upset. Now, I've got just a very few questions for you. But when you responded, and I'm going to try to get the picture, I think. So you recognize this from the night of June 7th?
That is correct.
And those headlights facing us, are those the headlights from the Suburban?
That would be a vehicle that was south of the location. So the police car would have been north.
Right, but is that Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay. So when you got there, you indicated to somebody that they needed to preserve some tire tracks, correct?
That's correct. Over to the right-hand side, there's 3 rows of I guess where they could park equipment underneath the lean-to. And the farthest one over, there was no equipment in it, but there were some tire tracks coming out of it.
And I mean, how did you come to see those? Did you drive? You drove in off of Moselle Road, correct?
I drove in off of Moselle Road. The deputy parked in this little driveway here between the kennel and the lean-to.
Right.
I parked at the end of the lean-to. Where I was at, I activated my scene lights, which are all the way across the front of the light bar.
Scene lights.
They're
High intensity lights.
high intensity bright white lights.
Okay.
So it was very dark, and I could see the tire tracks over to the right.
So as we look at this view,
They're not visible in this picture.
I understand that, but would the area you were be to
To the right,
this side or the
other side.
Okay, over to this side.
That is correct.
And on the other side of the shed, right here?
More to the bottom,
More to the bottom.
to the
Okay.
right.
So let me, maybe we have a video of this, it'll be a little easier for you to look at. No signal. I'll tell you, no. Okay, so as you look at, stop it 1 second. No, I'll go back the other, okay, back it up a little bit. From this perspective, can you see that perspective right there?
Yes, sir.
Hold on.
If you back up just a little bit,
Back it up.
right, if you stop it
Stop.
there,
Go back.
you can see the workshop on the left.
How about do this? How about step down here, please? So we all sing from the same sheet of music. If you stand over that way so these jurors can see.
There's a workshop right here,
Uh-huh.
and there's a road here, a
Uh-huh.
road here, and a road here. This road is where the tire tracks were.
And the crime scene is where?
Right here, so this Maggie's body is the next Paul's body.
Okay. And how far is it from where you saw those tire tracks to where their bodies were approximately?
20, 30 feet.
20 or 30 feet. And you saw, now this was gravel, grass, dirt.
Kind of sandy.
Sand, but distinct tire tracks.
Yes, sir. So one pair of tire tracks.
One pair. Okay. And you couldn't tell which direction they were going in, or
Could
you're not,
have been coming in, could have been going out.
you're not a tire expert, are you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and see. So, whose attention did you bring that to?
Brought it to attention to one of the deputies. I don't recall which one.
Was it Green, Deputy Green?
I don't recall.
One of the Colleton County deputies?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated to him that it needed to be preserved, needed to be roped off, needed what?
I showed him to him and told him, I said, hey, there's some tire tracks over there. We tried to block off the driveway. I had one of our units stay out on Moselle Road, but a lot of vehicles kept driving around them. There's civilian vehicles kept coming in, and then it began raining. So at that point,
So after you told, he didn't put any yellow tape up to block it,
no, sir. They had yellow tape in front of our vehicles where we were parked, but they didn't put any yellow tape down there.
and vehicles drove around your vehicle and just drove up and down that road?
Yes.
Destroying the tire track?
Well, the ones that were on the road part, not the ones under the shed.
Okay. To your knowledge, while you were there, anybody take any pictures of those tire tracks?
I have no idea, no, sir.
Okay. Did you see any other pieces of forensic evidence, if you will, while you were there, other than tire tracks?
There were shell casings around Miss Maggie's body.
Okay. Now, did you go over and examine Paul's body?
Yes, sir.
Did you go in the feed room?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you very careful around the body?
Yes, sir. And the sheriff's department started putting up the yellow tape, and as they did that we backed up and got behind it.
Thank you for some voting. George, need to go to another. Watch this video and then I need to ask you. Is this the area you were talking about where the tire track?
They're over to the left. They're over to the left.
Okay, but all these vehicles that are parked up there?
That's the driveway coming in.
Okay. And then you're saying after that is where these tire tracks were?
Yes, sir, over to the left of this police car. You can see my vehicle was the red and white Tahoe.
Right.
Maybe 15 feet to the left of that was where the tire tracks were.
And you pointed those out to the Carlton County Sheriff's deputy, said they needed to be preserved.
I just showed them to them. I didn't tell them what to do with them.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect. Well, thank you, sir. You may step
Thank
in.
you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
State calls Jason Chapman.
Thank you.
That's on her. Lights back on or halfway? Or?
Do you affirm the testimony about the other court shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank
Take
you.
a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record.
Yes, ma'am.
Spell your last name.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Walker Chapman. Last name Chapman. Mr. Chapman, Jason, just taking your record, thank you. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up and what education did you obtain? Sure. I'm a native, born in Walterboro. I've lived here most of my life. Graduated from what was Walterboro High School at the time. I attended the College of Charleston and the University of South Carolina, Salkehatchie. Before starting my career in law enforcement, I actually joined the cadet program well before age of 21, then became a reserve deputy, dispatcher, and then a class 1 officer. And I've now been doing law enforcement. I'm in my 26th year.
26-year career. Would you walk us through how you first got, when you first got into law enforcement and kind of the roles you've taken on and the training you've done in that?
Certainly. In 97, I attended a reserve officer class. It was a joint class between the Colleton County Sheriff's Office and the Walterboro Police Department. I had to actually wait until I turned 21 to take the final exam, went down to the academy, took the exam, passed, began working as a reserve. I then got hired as a dispatcher at the Walterboro Police Department, where I worked a short stint as a dispatcher to fill in a hole. And in the spring of 98, I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I graduated later that year. I actually graduated as a distinguished graduate from the academy. Since then, I've been doing law enforcement. I did my first 16 years with the city of Walterboro, and I transferred over to the Sheriff's Office January 1 of 2013, where I have remained since then. My training I've worked through pretty much every division there is in law enforcement, probably with the exception of civil process. I have an extensive background in firearms. I'm a firearms instructor, less than lethal instructor, active shooter instructor. I've had training as a narcotics supervisor. I've been through schools for administration, pretty much everything.
What's your current rank with the Sheriff's Department?
Currently as captain.
And how would you describe your responsibilities presently?
So currently I oversee special operations. That includes our investigative division, our tactical team, search and rescue.
Have you ever had an opportunity to testify as an expert in a trial?
I have.
Tell us about that.
This past year in 2022, I testified in federal court in Charleston, South Carolina, on a case involving the city of Beaufort, and I was sworn in as a expert witness in general police procedures.
I'm going to direct your attention back to the date of June 7, 2021. Are you familiar with that day?
Yes, sir.
What was your role with the sheriff's office back on that date?
The same as it is currently.
Supervising investigations?
That's correct.
And that would that include homicides?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have an opportunity? Were you dispatched or were you noticed of an incident that occurred on that day?
I was.
All right,
I actually heard the call and went in service before I was dispatched, but yes, sir.
all right, what did you hear over the radio?
Call coming out that a transfer from Hampton County had been received, in which the caller was reporting that his wife and child had been shot.
Did you know a location at that point?
I was given the location by dispatch, but I was not familiar at the time of the dispatch as to the parties involved.
And at that point, did you decide that you were going to go to the scene?
I did, sir.
What was the dispatch location?
I believe it was, I think it's 4142 Moselle Road in Arlington.
Were you made aware of who this involved?
I was not at the time.
Is 4147 Moselle Road within the limits of Colleton County?
It is, sir.
And walk us through what you did that night upon, learning of this incident and then making your way out there. Walk us through that process.
Yes, sir. I had a brief conversation with Sheriff Hill by telephone while en route. He had been advised of the caller's identity as Mr. Alex Murdaugh. With my career, I'm familiar with the Murdaugh family and Mr. Murdaugh. And Sheriff Hill advised me that if it was in fact confirmed to be Mr. Murdaugh, that he would likely notify SLED simply because of the conflict of interest with the family. And shortly before we arrived, I believe he was able to confirm that. And that call was made to request for assistance from SLED and to request that they actually assume primary in the investigation.
Does your department, the sheriff's office, do you all work fairly closely with SLED? Is that a common thing?
We do, sir.
All right, describe that process. I mean, not including this particular investigation, but in general, how have you all worked with SLED as a law enforcement agency?
As far as crime scenes, like response to crime scenes, my division works with the entire agency, but we work very well with SLED. The remote location, although we have a satellite office for SLED here in Colleton County, actually, for the low country, their crime scene unit still comes out of Columbia. So middle of the night when they're notified that we may need assistance, or in this case that we wanted to take them to take primary in the investigation, even with the fact that they're emergency services, it's still going to be about an average of a 2-hour response for that crime scene unit once they're notified. So it's very common for us to begin the investigative process at that scene while we're waiting for their arrival, with them working jointly with us. And that investigative process usually begins with the acquisition of a search warrant, which we know will be required once the crime scene team arrives on scene. And that just comes from a long supported tradition of us working well together and obviously being capable to do so.
As a captain and as a supervisor of the investigations, do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
I do have one. At that particular night, I did not have it. It's on my my exterior ballistic vest, and the scene was secure prior to my arrival, so I did not have my vest on.
On arrival at the scene, were you made aware, did you become aware of who in your department had already arrived?
I was listening to the radio so that I knew that several patrol units had arrived prior to myself. And I believe myself, the sheriff, and one other detective arrived probably about 10, 12, 13 minutes after the initial officers.
Do you remember the rough approximate time that you arrived on scene?
I want to say it was around 10:35, 10:37 p.m. that evening.
Walk us through what you observed upon arrival.
Sure. So while en route, I reminded the shift supervisor, Sergeant Daniel Green, that to try to maintain the integrity of the scene as best as possible. I wasn't there, so I didn't know the magnitude of the scene. I don't know what he has, but just reminding him, limit personnel inside the scene, do what we can to preserve. Sheriff Hill came across the radio. I was trying to pull the weather up in this particular area I was driving through. I did not have much phone signal, so he did, and realized that we had an approaching storm that was about 45 minutes out. So he advised over the radio, once he got his phone to pick it up, that we needed to secure a tent. I had not been there yet. He was requesting the tent to place over the deceased bodies of the two victims. I relayed that information to one of my lieutenants that was en route. I also turned one of my detectives around that has the longest drive in, which is Detective Rutland, and I informed her to head to the office to start working on a search warrant.
Is that your common practice?
Yes, sir.
You spoke before about you all conducted joint investigations with SLED. Is it common for, describe for us what your roles might be in a joint investigation and what SLED's role might be and how that, played out in this case?
Certainly. So the very first thing obviously is a notification for a request for assistance, and then the explanation of what exactly we're requesting. A lot of times our assistance is, what's requested is nothing more than assistance with the crime scene. Sometimes it may be that we're asking for them to take the entire case. In this case, the notification was made by the sheriff. All I was told was that SLED was responding, that they were sending a team of investigators as well as crime scene. Knowing that crime scene was en route, we went ahead and secured that search warrant. That's why Detective Rutland was turned around and sent directly to the office to go ahead and initiate that process. Obviously, at 10:30 at night, we knew that we were going to have to get the warrant typed, and then we were going to have to locate a judge in the middle of the evening. We wanted to have all of that done prior to the arrival of the crime scene unit.
You touched on earlier a little bit about the weather, but describe the weather as it was when you arrived that evening.
As I arrived, hot, sticky. I recorded in my notes. It's the only reason I can go back and tell you exactly, but what I have recorded in my notes is 79 degrees, 89% humidity, hot, sticky. It was not raining yet. An occasional raindrop on the windshield, but no actual rain yet. It was a little foggy on my ride in, but not foggy at the scene. And obviously evening hours.
And I think you mentioned before, but rain did set in. However, how long was it until the rain?
It wasn't very long. I think the radar was pretty accurate. I want to say within 45 minutes to an hour of that notification, the rain did come.
And you mentioned setting up tents or requesting a tents be set up. What would be the purpose of this tents?
So in response to the crime scene, obviously preservation of any type of evidence is important, but the preservation is not always limited to leaving it there and taking a picture of it and wait for somebody else to get there. In this case, Mother Nature wasn't complying. We knew that the rain was inbound. So the tent was placed over victim Maggie's body in an attempt to preserve any evidence that may be there. I only had one at the time. Paul's body was positioned somewhat over an extending ledge that I was hopeful would keep some of the rain if it did start off of him. The other evidence would have been anything from, and at the time I didn't know what we were going to be facing, but from, tire tread, footprints, shell casings, anything at all. So the intent would be to preserve that as best as possible. And if it was going to be affected by the approaching weather, do the best thing we could to mark it out, measure it out, and have that done or partially done by the time crime scene arrived.
As far as safety purposes, when you arrived on the scene, would you have considered the scene to be secured at that point?
I arrived pretty quick. I know that as far as the immediate, right there, the area that I'm sure that you ladies and gentlemen have seen with the tape and the videos that were played earlier, the immediate scene. Yes, the outside, the property's approximately like 1,700 acres, and it's not just that property. It sits in the middle of nowhere. At the time, we did not know what we had. I don't know if we had a active shooter, didn't know if we had a murder-suicide, didn't know if we had people in the woods. We don't have any idea. So inner perimeter secure, I would say yes, sir. Outside, in the woods, across the street, I wasn't sure yet. I didn't know.
Is it fair to say that there was a lot of unknowns at that point when you first arrived?
A lot of unknowns when I first arrived. Very little known other than at the time what they had gotten as initial information from Mr. Murdoch and the fact that we had 2 deceased.
Tell the jury, if you will. Well, first of all, let me ask you this. As part of your law enforcement training throughout the years, have you had any experience with or training in, life-saving techniques, if needed, if someone needed CPR or something like that? Are you trained in it?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And arrival on the scene, did you physically observe the 2 bodies that were present, both of Maggie and Paul?
I did, sir.
And in your estimation, was it clear to you that they were deceased?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you consider that life-saving techniques would be possible or would have any results?
I did not. Paramedics were there shortly before me. Got great fire rescue. I was assured that if there had been anything that could have been done, it would have been initiated prior to my arrival. But from what I saw, it was well beyond that.
When upon your arrival at the scene, were there anyone else present that were not either sheriff's office employees or employees of EMS and fire? Was there anyone else present on the scene?
The 2 victims, Mr. Murdoch and emergency services.
You mentioned Mr. Murdoch. Is that Alex Murdoch?
Yes, sir.
Is he present here today?
Yes, sir. You see the defense table, blue blazer, white shirt, and glasses.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Murdahl that night?
I did, sir.
As part of your responsibilities there, what capacity were you there at the scene? In what capacity?
Again, investigative. I realized that we had notified SLED to take over, but again, what we were attempting to do and what we did do was identification of any potential evidence. We marked that potential evidence. If time had allowed, it would have been photographed, and then from that point, simply protected. Absolutely zero collection of anything was done by any of my staff, with the exception of one GSR kit that was instructed by SLED.
I know, have you familiarized yourself with the body worn video of both Deputies Green and McDowell?
I did, sir.
And what was your first order of business upon arrival, particularly relating to Paul?
By the time I got there, they had placed a sheet over both of the victims. It's something that I'm not always, I don't like. I understand that a lot of times it's placed there, so the family doesn't have to see that, but prefer that it does not happen. But in this case, it is already there. And because the scene is still somewhat fluid, we talked about the inner perimeter being secure, but as reported by Mr. Murdoch, we don't know who the defendants are. We don't know where the shooters are. We see shell casings scattered around the ground that are obviously rifle casings. There's some evidence to support that at least one or more shots into Paul were from a shotgun. That means 2 weapons. So were there 2 people? Are there other people that may be injured? So inner perimeter may be considered secure, outer perimeter not so much. So we began really quick with a an inspection of the two individuals to make sure that we had not missed a weapon or that the initial responding officers had not missed one. And we could see that Maggie.
I wasn't social.
Apologize. We could see that Maggie, there was nothing laying beside her. We looked closely. Again, we didn't move her. So we went over to Paul, and I had a couple of the deputies there and a detective lift the sheet just so that we could look and make sure there wasn't a weapon underneath him. His hands were tucked, so you couldn't see underneath his body. But as best we could tell from the present state of the body, unless there was a weapon directly underneath him, there was nothing out to left or right.
Captain Chapman, I'm going to direct your focus to the monitor in front of you. I'm going to play what's been marked as State's Exhibit. What's that? Oh, yeah, we need to Exhibit number 1.
Yes, sir.
Marked it to the 28-minute mark on that. Just looking at the still image right now, are you familiar with the scene there? And can you describe what's going on?
Yes, sir. So that's myself, Detective Tyndall, Chief McRoy from the Colleton County Fire Rescue. Lieutenant Lonnie Nettles in the background near the perimeter tape, and victim Paul Murdoch's body to our left there in the open doorway to the feed room.
What are you preparing to do here?
At this point in time, double checking to see if there is a weapon. Yeah, I told you before we weren't sure whether we were talking about a full murder, a murder-suicide, active shooter scenario, or there are other suspects that may be in the woods. We knew we had the casings that matched our rifle with some evidence to support possibly a shotgun. So when asking if any other weapons had been found, everyone stated no. So I had them lift the sheet to make sure there wasn't the barrel of a gun or anything sticking out underneath the body.
A little bit about the scene here, your observations of what you're looking at. The kennels directly to the left. If I could direct your attention to those.
Yes.
Did you notice animals in those kennels?
I believe in the 1, 2, 3. There's a couple kennels closest to the feed room that did have dogs in them. And possibly one towards the end. They weren't all full, but the ones closest to the feed room, I think there was a dog in at least 1 or 2 of them.
Was the area wet?
The area directly in front of the feed room was like wet. There was also water that tailed out of at least the first 2 kennels. The rest of the sidewalk was not wet. That water, I never saw a hose, so I'm not sure if it was leaking from something, but it was actually standing water.
And was that water consistent with the weather at the time?
No, sir, it hadn't rained yet. Not enough to leave anything. It was a drizzle here and there.
You observed the body of Paul. Was it physically wet as well?
He was saturated with obviously blood and tissue, and his clothes did appear to be wet, but almost as if like absorbed from the ground up. Not saying that someone had sprayed him with a hose or anything.
Please observe the video if you would, and I'll have a few questions afterwards.
Hey, you want to close it? You want to close it?
Yeah.
The guy, you got the other guy, the other Eric is the caller. The guy we just want to talk to. I
don't even know who Eric is. I know Alex over there.
Alex.
The guy who else talking.
Yeah, I know you want me to tell him.
She has a research waiver. It's her job to talk to her. But she can always tell us the vehicle. She can almost recommend you to talk to me.
I mean, do you direct Deputy McDowell into the feed room area to help with lifting of the sheet?
I did, sir.
And why would you do that?
I want the sheet lifted directly up, not drug across the body. Again, I told you I'm not really a proponent of sheets, but since it was there, I would prefer that it be lifted straight up. I had already walked through to see what, if anything, right there. You can see I'm cautiously stepping there, but I'd already checked to see if we were going to be able to step to the inside of it, the spot right inside the door frame. I had looked, and I felt like he would be able to step straight in, pick the sheet up, put the sheet back down, and step back out.
Is preservation of a scene important?
It is
in
important.
your line of work?
Absolutely.
Is equally important securing the scene and making sure that you understand if there's any loose firearms around or that there's any other
It is, again,
controlled circumstances going on?
It is. Again, you know, the sole purpose of this right here is to help determine whether or not I have any suspects still on the move or if there's a weapon underneath them.
Thank you.
think this one does. Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
Is this you looking for the gun?
It is, sir.
What do you notice about the body physically laid there, the Paul's body?
Feet towards the feed room, head towards the driveway, hands tucked underneath the body, fairly saturated in blood. Majority of the head is gone. There's a lot of tissue, what appears to be at least some of the brain or most of the brain lying on the opposite side from me to the victim. Wet, again, I'm assuming probably from soaking up rain or water, whatever that is, off the sidewalk, and a smartphone sitting propped up on the back of him.
Was Paul's person saturated in physical matter and blood?
Yes.
And his hands, were they accessible to anyone without, could you have touched Paul's hands or wrists without physically moving him?
I can't actually see his hands at this point in time.
Fell down on top of him? Is that
They're
what you're
underneath
saying?
his body, yes, sir.
What did you observe that was laying on top of Paul's body right there?
Again, it was a smartphone.
Did you have a chance to examine that smartphone and get fairly close to it?
I got close to it. I didn't pick it up. I was present when it was actually collected later, but it was not collected at this point.
And later on, it was describe the collection process that occurred after this.
It was collected by myself and Agent David Owens. I believe he's going to be your case agent. As far as collection of that, I stood by as a witness as he collected. He had on rubber gloves. It was picked up. He didn't actually do any manipulation of the device in front of me. It was bagged as evidence and placed in the vehicle.
Was the phone physically bloody?
I don't recall any blood or water on the phone. I'm not saying that microscopically there wasn't, but I don't recall from the naked eye seeing anything.
That's what I'm asking about.
No,
From
sir.
your observations, was it wet from either water or blood?
No, sir.
And when it was lifted off of Paul's shorts, did it leave like a mark of blood or water or anything like that?
Not that I recall. No, sir.
I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked the pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what's the He did have a shotgun with him. I have secured that in my vehicle.
Were you able to locate a firearm underneath the body of Paul?
When the coroner's officer arrived and the crime scene unit and victim Paul was eventually moved, there was not a firearm underneath.
Are you familiar with the rifle round called 300 Blackout?
I am, sir.
Is that your 26 years of experience, is that a caliber you come across with any frequency?
In the last couple of years, probably more than ever, but in all the crime scenes that I've worked, I believe this was, at the time, the second ever in my career that had a 300 Blackout as far as being involved in a homicide.
As supervisor on the scene, is it part of your responsibility and your duties to sort of direct what people do? You're the person in charge?
It is, sir.
Does that free you up to do other things? If you have your deputies doing the tasks that you've assigned them?
If possible, yes, sir, sometimes.
And on this particular instance and this night, were you able to observe Mr. Murdaugh and see what he was up to?
Oh, yes, sir. And I spoke to him on a few occasions.
Whenever you're investigating a case, I'm going to ask you about items that you might designate as points that you need to address.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what that might mean? What's in general like an investigative point or investigative cue that you need to focus on?
Anything that we hear or see that based on the limited amount of knowledge we have at that particular point just creates a unknown, something that may need further investigation, something that maybe doesn't necessarily correspond with the evidence on scene or with the statement made by somebody. It's something that just we need to follow up on. It can't just be left alone or accepted as fact.
What are some of the physical observations? I'm going to ask you about physical observations of Mr. Murdaugh. Did he appear to be, at least outwardly, did he appear to be upset?
Yes, sir, he did.
Were you close enough to observe whether or not he actually cried or had tears in his eyes?
He was upset, definitely upset. I got up to him, again, like I said, I spoke to him on at least 2 different occasions, and he was breathing hard. His facial expressions were that of, torment. But did I physically see him crying? I did not. He was sweating, but he wasn't crying.
What did you observe about his clothing?
Clothing was clean. Didn't see anything that stuck out, and obviously no dirt or blood or anything that indicated he had been rolling around on the ground or that he had, been involved or anything up to that point.
I'm going to ask you about something you do when you're arriving on the scene, particularly if it's a homicide. Do you have a practice of phoning or having a dispatch send you the 911 call?
Yes, we do.
Why would you do that?
We get a lot of information from 911 calls. more so than the average person I think would believe. And it's, over the years, we've had several cases where had we not gone back and looked at that initial 911 call, we would have missed some very important information or information that could have cleared up some unknowns. Those points of investigation you talked about much sooner. So in our investigative process, that's now one of the things that we try to do relatively quickly. In this case, with the scene being fluid and not knowing if we had suspects on the loose, I opted to go ahead and do that. And it took a minute for them to get caught up, as busy as they were, but they were able to get on the phone with me and play the 911 call for me.
So were you able to hear the 911 call?
I was.
And are you listening to that 911 call both for content, but also critically and trying to examine the things that are said?
Oh, absolutely. We're listening for noises in the background, exactly what is said versus what we see, so forth.
So with that awareness of everything that was said on the 911 call, do you then take that information and apply it to the scene?
Yes, sir.
And are you applying that information to try to see if it checks out, to see if things are consistent with what you heard on the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
And on the 911 call, did Mr. Murdaugh indicate that he had tried to examine the bodies or check their pulses?
Yes, I believe dispatch stated, do not touch if you haven't. And Mr. Murdoch replied that he had touched them, checking them.
To check and see if they're breathing?
And which would be expected, absolutely.
On examination, Mr. Murdaugh, did you have a chance to look at his hands?
Again, I did talk to him, yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to look at his shirt?
I did.
And did you see any indication that there was any blood on any part of his body?
No, sir. Not, again, just physically with my observations, no microscope there. I did not see any blood anywhere.
And in your experience with viewing Paul's body, had you physically touched Paul, would there have been blood left on your hands?
Yes, Your Honor. Speculation.
Response.
Physically saw the body, and you cannot testify to the locations that would be touched and whether it will transfer.
Does he know what location he touched?
I'll ask a few more questions. Yes. Mr. Chapman, going back to your experience in life-saving procedures, are there common areas that someone might touch to check the pulse if they were indicating their check breathing?
Objection, Your Honor. The question is, where did Mr. Murdaugh touch the body for a pulse? And that's
Objection overruled. The prosecutor is asking the question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Is there common areas that someone might check a body to check for, if they've indicated they're checking for breathing, are there common areas that someone might check?
No, I believe the most common is the neck and the wrist that you see that, people with limited training would probably use. I'm sure there are others with medical training.
So the neck and the wrist. And please tell me where Paul's wrists were located when you discovered his body.
They're up underneath his body.
And was Paul's neck accessible? If his wrists were underneath his body, was his neck accessible?
I think you can get the portions of his neck. I don't know that you'd be able to get under, he's face down, and I didn't try to get a pulse, but where I know that you would check would be difficult without manipulating the body in some fashion, I guess.
And if you had to manipulate the body, and if you were going to try to check his pulse via wrist or neck, with what you saw that night, would your hands be bloody?
If I had attempted, they would have been, yes.
I'm going to ask you another investigative point that you observed. Did Mr. Murdaugh on the 911 call indicate he was going to retrieve a firearm?
Yes, sir. And that actually came out while I was en route as a caution from the dispatcher, but it was also present on the call when I monitored the call.
Having listened to the phone call, having listened to the 911 tape, what was your reaction, or what was the cue that you were fixated on as it relates to the retrieval of the firearm? What is going through your head at that point?
Well, that he's scared. That he believes there may be somebody there that possibly whoever he believes hurt them may come back and hurt him.
And sure, that's your estimation, right? That's what you're thinking.
That's what I was thinking. And that's what I believe pretty much anybody would think if he was there present with them and got spooked. And because I believe the verbiage on the 911 is, he states, I'm going to get a gun that I don't feel safe. And dispatch tries to tell him we would rather you not. And he states again that I'm not going to show it to the officers. I'm not going to everybody. I'll put it away, but I feel unsafe. So I understand that.
All right, listen to the 911 call critically. What then did you observe towards the end after retrieving a firearm that you would cue onto in your investigative process?
After knowing that he had went and got the gun, knowing that he said he was unsafe and that he went and got the firearm, when he came back, as soon as he got back to the scene, the only thing I believe that was odd from that point was that he wanted to separate the call or cancel the call to call family prior to anyone's arrival. It was the only thing that just struck me as odd. Again, it's just a point of investigation. Up to that point in the phone call, he had asked repeatedly, where are they? Are y'all coming? Are y'all coming? Are y'all coming? I'm not safe. I'm going to go get a gun. And then when he got back to the scene, are y'all here yet? How far out are they? And then it was, I need to call my family, and the phone disconnected.
And when we refer to the scene is obviously, does that uncover part of what was, fenced off with crime scene tape? Does that, we're referring to a scene?
That would have been the primary scene, yes, sir.
But in your mind, what does the scene also entail? What other things?
Well, the only thing that the phone could potentially extend that scene, the phone call, could potentially extend that scene as far as entering a crime scene and not being able to introduce evidence, or exiting a crime scene without being able to take away evidence. And by his own admission, he left the scene, went to his house and got a gun. Potentially that could make the house an extension of the crime scene.
Because that's what he indicated on the phone call.
And that's what he indicated.
Is Mr. Murdaugh considered part of that scene?
Of course, he's inside that area when we arrive, and I mean, he would be factored into everything.
And would that justify or explain why you might pay particular attention to him?
Sure, I mean, we would anybody that was there.
And I'm asking you this again, I know you've answered. You've had a chance to review the body worn camera from both Deputy Green and McDowell,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Did your, after those videos ceased recording because the crime scene had been secured, did you have an opportunity then to continue your investigation and continue your line of work?
We did.
And these activities would not have been captured on the video because it had been shut. Is that
That's correct.
Did you have an opportunity to physically observe, meaning watch Mr. Murdaugh while your deputies and your officers were performing their tasks?
I did.
What were a couple of the things that you noticed that stuck out to you when physically observing Mr. Murdaugh and how he was either behaving or what he was doing?
Again, I mean, he was emotional. Distress on his face. I didn't see him cry. Not everyone cries. I don't have an issue with that. There were times that when we got to certain places or asked certain questions that you could see a slight demeanor change or body language shift. And, I took note of that, but again, just as a point of investigation. But he remained at the scene. He wasn't forced to say. He was cooperative, but he did, there were times that you could see reaction to different things.
Okay. Did you notice a reaction? Did you ever notice him tracking your movements or your officers' movements?
I know when I was there when I ordered Detective Barnado to take a DSR kit and explain how the kit worked. And while we were taking it, he was very cooperative with giving the kit. And we really didn't have an issue there. Later, was looking at some, I wouldn't call them tire tracks. I call them tire impressions because there's no dirt there, it's just grass. But we noticed there was quite a bit of tire impressions that ran around the back side of the hangar.
And we'll get to the tire tracks in a second. You mentioned a term just a second ago called GSR.
Yes, sir.
If you wouldn't mind, could you explain to us just what
I
that is?
apologize for that. So a gunshot residue kit is just a kit. We use specific kits provided by SLED because the kits were then sent off for testing, but it's meant to test for the presence of gunshot residue. They're very non-invasive. They have little ampules. You open up a sterile kit, put a set of gloves on, open the kit up, and you'll dab one of the sterile collectors around on the front and back of the hand of an individual, package those up, tape it off, seal it, date it, time it, case number, and then that's eventually sent off to SLED. We were asked, I spoke earlier and said the only thing that my detectives physically collected prior to SLED's crime scene's arrival was that GSR kit. It was done by us because there is a time limit on those. And you can't always wait. I know everybody sometimes thinks it's, well, why don't we just wait and do all this tomorrow? But GSR has a 6-hour limit on it. So we had to collect that night, and we did so. And that's what I was referring to when I said GSR, the gunshot residue test kit.
And Captain Chapman, related to the GSR retrieval, I know you mentioned that time limit, the expiring time limit. Is it your understanding that time, or does that time limit refer to humans or just things in general, objects in general?
That refers to when we collect a GSR sample from an individual. That is our restriction from the SLED layout, is it has to be collected within 6 hours of the estimated time of firing the weapon. And again, that gets, I mean, it's just as much for any type of exculpatory as it is conviction. We use it a lot of times to exonerate someone as much as we would to convict.
Going back to Mr. Murdaugh's observations that you had, did he appear to fixate on one body or the other that were there?
Especially watching the camera footage, I didn't notice quite as much in person, but later scrutinizing the body cam footage, he does appear to fixate more on his son than his wife, but that's in that limited amount of body cam footage that I have.
You mentioned before the tire tracks that you observed.
Yes, sir, or tire impressions.
Tire impressions.
Yes,
Okay. Let's set the scene. Set the scene for us, if you would, please. Describing the grass, and we've heard a lot about there's rain, but moisture. Describe the scene, if you would, on that grass.
So if you come into the property and you go down the dirt road with Paul on your left, as you see in the picture before y'all, that gravel or dirt road between the kennels and what's referred to as the airport or the airplane hangar eventually ends in grass, a large grass area that separates that hangar from another shed. And in that area is where Mr. Murdaugh's Suburban was parked with the flashers and the headlights were pointed towards Paul's body. But that entire area there is grass as opposed to the dirt or gravel lane between the two structures. And there's some very obvious at that time impressions in the grass, but they're not tracks like you think of we could cast a track out of dirt, but you can't cast an impression that's laid over wet grass from the dew. I mean, you're not going to be able to do anything with that other than to document it. And I did notice them. And I actually asked Mr. Murdaugh if he could tell me, because I was unaware of the body cam footage at the time. Could you tell me what direction you came from? And he told me that he pointed and said he had come from the residence and pulled up here, turned around and went back the same route, confirming that the tracks around his vehicle, the Suburban, were his. And he said there should be 2 sets from where I arrived the first time, left and got the gun and came back. And I asked about the other sets that you could see. And there was one in particular that appeared to come close to Maggie's body, possibly. You had to have the light just right. And it just happened to be that I noticed it looking at the ground in front of Mr. Murdoch's vehicle because the lights were shining on Paul that you could see that.
So the tire tracks, did you and Detective Rutland spend some time trying to, or attempting to identify where those tracks could have come from?
We did try to follow them. One thing that started to bother me was that we didn't have a vehicle. We were trying to figure out how Maggie and Paul got to the kennels. It's a pretty substantial distance from the residence to the kennels, the property. You know, and I don't know an exact, but I'm guessing probably 1,000 yards from the kennels to the house. And it's 10 o'clock at night, so I don't know what time they got there, but it's a pretty long walk, especially if you're planning on walking back in the dark. And did they drive a vehicle? Did they drive a four-wheeler or a UTV or whatever, golf cart? But we see Mr. Murdoch's vehicle, and because he left it as instructed where it was. But we were trying to determine if any of these other tracks lined up with the position of any other vehicles that were on the property. There was a UTV with a flat tire. There was another a half-ton pickup in the shed across the grass portion from the hangar. I was thinking maybe those tracks would line up, or the impressions that were in the grass would line up with that vehicle.
Did they appear to line up with
They
either
did
of those
not.
vehicles?
They did not.
As part of your investigation, flash forward in just a little bit, did you operate and record 2 drone videos of the property?
I did.
I'm going to show you. I hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 187 and 188. Briefly take a look at those 2 videos, DVDs if you would, let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, sir. Both of these discs I've marked as having previously viewed and confirmed their authenticity, one on the 25th of this month and one on the 26th of this month.
These would be the drone video recordings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, we would move to admit these into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Any objection? Yeah, then without objection, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a recess at this time. Please not recess.
inside the courtroom. And I was very impressed by his attorney's opening statement. I like his style. I thought it was very impressive how he went to the jury and he said, my guy basically didn't do it. He didn't do it. He didn't go on and on with the legalese. Like, you have to find him not. He didn't do it. And then sit down. I like that style. And
Yeah,
he's
he
continuing
actually
that
pointed
along.
at him and said,
Yeah.
right now, he is innocent to you. Right now, he is innocent because you've heard nothing. And that's the mindset you have to have. I agree. I think he's bold. Harpootlian is bold. Let me ask you, Anjanette, when we see this unfold in, I think, a slightly different way, it's good for the audience. And more importantly, it's good for the audience, the 18 in that box, 12 plus the 6 alternates. I think they have 6 alternates. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's right.
So, what's your take on his style, Harpootlian's style, and the impact the jury it has on the jury?
I kind of was noting this yesterday, and I agree with Jonna. I think that his opening was effective, and I liked that he exudes confidence. And even in his just demeanor in the courtroom, sitting at counsel table next to Alec Murdoch, I feel like he's just like, we are here. My guy didn't do it. We're going to just attack this evidence. And I feel like he's raised some very good points. And you've got to keep in mind, this is a guy who's been doing this type of work for decades now, and he's revered. I was told by Eric Bland, the attorney for Gloria Satterfield's children. She was the nanny / housekeeper for the Murdochs. She's the one who slipped and fell and later passed away at the Murdoch home or after that accident. He told me Dick Harpootlian's a master trial attorney, and he is great at cross-examining witnesses. So I think that his style is very good. He doesn't seem flummoxed or anything like that. Creighton Waters, though, on the other hand, the prosecutor, he seems like a good attorney as well. So I think we're in for a battle of 2 good attorneys here leading these teams.
Yeah, I agree. And I think their styles are just different enough that they're very distinct and you know who's working when they're working. I was wondering about the cross-exam coming up, and I'm sure it will be of this officer. They're on a break right now. And so while they're on that break, one of the things, and Johnny, you mentioned this, was maybe how your perception might be changing on the defendant. Listen to the 911 call. This has been talked about so much because it is one of the things that we had a little taste of before the trial began. But here it is as it was presented to the jury, the 911 call.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again. 4147 Moselle Road, up there, down fast. Okay, how did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves? Oh, no, hell no. ground, out of my funeral. Okay, and did you see anyone? And he shot really bad. Okay, where is he shot at? Ma'am, I don't know, but he has blood everywhere. Brain, I see his brain. Now, it's not done a little bit. It's got a hole in her head. Okay, is he breathing at all? No, nobody. Okay, do you see anyone in the area? No, ma'am. Is there any guns near them at all? No, they're here. So why are you not up on the outside? If that's what you're asking, you can say over here. What? So why are you not up on the outside? It's like, you can't see it from the road. Okay, is the house or the home? It's a house. Okay, and what is your name? My name is Alex Murdoch. Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find out? I've been gone. I just looked back. Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house? No, ma'am. Please hurry. And we're getting somebody out there to you. Oh, okay, so what is her name? Maggie. Maggie is home. Maggie is her name? Yes, ma'am. Okay. When do I come and talk to Maggie? Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago. Okay, is that about 2 hours ago you talked to them? Probably, yes, ma'am. Okay, did she say what they were doing at all? No, I talked to her in person. You talked to her in person? We're getting somebody out there to me, asking me questions, don't slow them down, okay? Are you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your gun? They're not, they're going over.
So there it is, the 911 call in its entirety. John, let me ask you first, gut reaction. This guy making it up. Is this heartfelt? What's your thought?
The prosecutor suggested to the jury in his opening that Murdoch's credibility was going to very much come into play in this trial. That call is real. And also what I think is real was his reaction while he's sitting there listening to it over again in front of the jury. So in terms of credibility right now, he seems like he is genuine.
And I think that surprised a lot of people, that maybe that either this guy is Oscar level acting or, this is legit.
Yeah.
And when he's reliving it, as you said, he's sobbing. He's a mess. I think that is so powerful. The jury's taking that in from a very close perspective.
They will. Now, that can shift with another witness and another examination. That could shift. But right now, I'm almost in Team Murdoch.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to be, now is a good time, right? As we plod forward, whatever the crescendo is for the prosecution's case. I think he could also be just so touched in the head that for him, that's just easy. Just pull it off. We're going to take a break here. When we come back, the court is on a break in South Carolina. But we have our own Elizabeth Milner down there checking things out. We're going to check in with her when we come right back. See you later.
second day. I can't believe it's only been 2 days of the Alec Murdaugh murder trial. He's accused of killing his wife.
All of the jurors are present.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Our testimony, I'm going to show you a handful of pictures. I'm going to mark, and I'm going to ask you to please identify them.
Okay. You're offering them all in evidence?
I am.
They are admitted without objection.
Okay, permission to publish?
Yes.
And I think, Your Honor, I think we already established that the drone footage has been placed into evidence, and I would request permission to play that first, and then I'll go to the start. Captain Chapman, as we were discussing earlier, you did record, describe the process of what you did with the drones and why you surveilled the area.
Took pictures with our drone just to give an overall. Some of the agents have different job descriptions that day. Some of my personnel had different job descriptions that day. In order to have something as a reference point to go back and work with later, we took the department issued drone and took a couple aerial videos so that we could use them for reference later.
And Your Honor, request permission for the witness to sort of direct the geography of the drone footage. If you would please step down, and if you could identify for the jurors as the video is played, what we're actually looking at. Appreciate it.
In the image currently, what we see is the main house, the residence.
And
the trees would be the main driveway that comes out.
all right, if you could identify that on the video, the driveway that you're referring to.
I'll walk up. Yes, sir. So this would be the main structure and the main driveway that comes out from the trees. Ladies and gentlemen, the main structure, a residential structure, and the main driveway comes away from the trees.
All right, and now looking down the road a bit, Captain Chapman. This road that veers to the left or turns left, what is that road?
So that would have been the route that was described by Mr. Murdaugh as how he left his residence and came to the dog kennels, coming up the road with the planted trees, making a left here, ladies and gentlemen, there. And if you play the video a little further, that road ends at the instant location with the dog kennels.
And if you would please describe for us what we're actually looking at with this dog kennel area, identifying the structures in the entry point for the main mailbox area.
Absolutely. So this would be the area coming from the main residence. When we arrived on scene that night, or at least when I arrived, right here, positioned with the headlights facing down this way, would have been Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle. You keep hearing reference to the airplane hangar or the main shed. That would have been the large structure here. The dog kennels are the smaller one you see in the background, the one perpendicular, and the driveway goes out to the road. Do I need to show you ladies and gentlemen here?
Please do it. Just go through what these structures are.
So again, the roadway coming from the main residence. Here you have what's been referred to as the hangar. Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle was parked in this general area here with the headlight shining down this direction. Dog kennels. This is the large grass area that we were referring to when we're talking about the tire impressions in the dude. And this is a separate structure that sits off to the side.
And where would the entry point for the Moselle Road be on this just still shot?
Following straight down between the hangar and the dog kennels, going all the way through the tree line, the Moselle Road entrance would be back here.
I'm going to just play it one time without stopping. All right, thank you, Captain Chapman. I'm going to play the second drone video. If you would, please tell us what we're looking at from this perspective right now.
Yes, sir. So this would be the back portion of the airplane hangar. The driveway, the vehicles at the bottom of the screen, this driveway goes back around and connects back to Moselle Road.
And is this the hangar that you were referencing?
This is the airplane hangar as we've been referring to it.
What is this structure on the top side of this image in the far back?
I believe that's a cleaning shed, for a processing shed for animals. If you're going to process a deer that you killed, it had like a walk-in freezer, sinks, floor with drain in it.
All right, describe to us what we're looking at from this perspective, if you would.
Certainly. So if you came in the Moselle entrance, which is the entrance that we were dispatched to, the 4147, and you turned by the mailbox off of Moselle Road and you came in the dirt driveway, you would be coming up between the two structures. You have your airport or airplane hangar on your right with the red tin roof, the dog kennel on your left. That was the vehicle that Mr. Murdaugh was driving when, at least he said he was driving when I arrived on scene. At the time, the flashers were flat. I believe they actually still are in the drone video. The hazard lights are on all the way back from where dispatch initially advised him to cut them on for arrival. The large shed in the background out there is just simply another tractor shed.
And Captain Chapman, would you identify where the body of Paul Murdaugh was located when you arrived on this picture?
So the dog kennel's on the left of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. If you were to look towards the end of that structure, right where the gravel and the roof line are, and then step back approximately 5-6 feet, that would have been the location of Paul's body.
And where would Maggie's body be located?
And Maggie's body would have been just beyond the roof line of the red airplane hangar on the side closest to the Suburban.
The trajectory of the vehicle that Mr. Murdaugh was operating and actually left parked there, where would his headlights have been directed to?
As it sits now, which I believe is the same it was when I arrived on scene, the headlights were pointed on Paul's body.
And the structure just past the white roof, which is identified as the kennels, what's that run structure there?
I believe that was like a chicken coop or a chicken pen.
Mentioned before when we were talking about the tire tracks that you noticed in the dew of the grass, that you were trying to identify the location of those tracks. As part of your investigation in conjunction with Detective Rutland, did you identify this black truck that we see pictured here?
We did.
Was the black truck, did any of the tracks line up to that black truck?
No, sir. That's what got us back to that location, looking at the tire impressions, was that we were trying to determine if that was the vehicle we believe that Paul may have driven to the kennels.
And did you check the truck to see if it was physically warm to the touch or?
It was not.
On here, Captain Chapman, the kennel run, I think you already identified, is that the structure with the white roof?
Yes, sir.
The silverish white roof in the background on this image? And the feed room located where Paul actually was sort of straddled, where would that feed room be in this image?
If you look at the right corner of that building, and you can see the white frame door just above the red roof, that would be the area of the feed room.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to identify that on the screen, if you would.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just look at the area of the feed room here. This would be the area of the feed room here.
While you're there, Captain Chapman, would you please identify in this angle where Maggie Murdaugh would have been located?
Yes, sir. Maggie doesn't look here. Here.
Did you become aware, through the course of your investigation, of footprints on the side of the hangar?
Yes.
How did that occur? What brought your attention to that first, and what did you do as a result?
Detective Rutland approached me at some point in time after her arrival with the search warrant that she had located a set of prints. The prints appeared to be a flat style print, like a flip flop or a sandal of some type, and that they were to the left of this hangar door in the dirt underneath the left lean-to of the hangar.
And if you mean to the left of the door, in the image, did you identify an orange lawnmower there?
That's correct, in between that mower and the wall.
If you would describe what you did and what you and Detective Rutland decided to do to examine these footprints.
She came over and alerted me to the presence of the footprints or shoe impressions. I went over with her. We started at the side of the hangar here that you see in the image by the orange mower. At that particular point, you could only see those sets of tracks or shoe impressions in the dirt. We then walked around the other side, and you could see that they were also on the other side of the hangar, the far side of that structure. So then we made the decision to walk a line off of those tracks from one end to the other to ensure that there was no evidence of firearms, blood, anything underneath that hangar along those shoe impressions, which we did not locate anything but the single set of shoe impressions. And they appear to go from one end of the hangar to the other, turn around and come back.
I'll show you what's been entered into evidence at State's Exhibit 193. Are you familiar with that location?
Yes, sir.
Is that a still image of the area between the hangar and that lawnmower?
It is, sir.
Is that the location where you noticed the treads, the footprints?
It is, sir.
Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194. Could you please describe what you see in that picture?
This is a picture of the footprints along the edge of the hangar structure.
I'm handing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 195. Please describe what you see in that picture.
Again, another photograph depicting the shoe impressions along the edge of the.
And those are the two impressions that you personally viewed on scene at Moselle.
Yes, sir.
I'm also handing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 200. Are you familiar with what that is a picture of?
These are the shoes that were on Miss Maggie at the time. I believe they're crime scene or autopsy photos from afterwards.
Rear view of the car operated by Mr. Murdaugh that night. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And are those headlines directly aligned with where Paul's body would have been laid?
Yes, sir.
And from this perspective, where was Maggie's body located?
Close to the front of the Green Ranger to the left of the vehicle.
From which direction did Mr. Murdaugh indicate he drove to the scene from? Which direction would that have come from?
Bottom right-hand corner of the picture that you're seeing now.
I can switch to. Captain Chapman, I'm just asking you to identify just very quickly. These are stills from the VO feed. What does that show?
That's the dirt road between the hangar and the dog kennel.
That would be State's Exhibit 192. This is State's Exhibit 191. And what does that show?
That's the, like I said, a cleaning shed, processing shed for animals, had a walk-in freezer floor with a drain in it.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 190. What is that image of?
Looks like the area, the first two kennels closest to the.
Does that reflect the two kennels with the two dogs on either side closest to the feed room?
Closest to the feed room.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 189.
That's the.
Is that another close-up of the water?
That's close up of the water just outside the feed room.
And I'm referring to the pictures we just reviewed. This would be State's Exhibit 193. Is that where you physically walked with Detective Rutland?
It is, sir.
And to be clear, when you observed the footsteps in the sand there, were they the only footsteps present?
There was only one style of shoe impression when we first observed that went from one side of the hangar to the other and back. And it was that smooth style shoe impression.
You say there and back, does that mean the footprints to you indicated they walked one direction and then walked the opposite direction back? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. We weren't able to tell which side they entered initially, but they walked completely from one side of the hangar all the way underneath, lean through to the other side of the hangar, turn around and come back.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194. Describe the types of treads we're seeing in this picture, if you could.
Certainly. If you remember, I stated earlier that after locating the shoe impressions, Detective Rutland let me know the impressions were there. I went over, we checked both sides and realized that they ran what we could tell with a flashlight from one side to the other. So we made a decision to walk straight through, keeping the shoe impressions that we were concerned about in between ourselves and the wall of the hangar structure, never crossing those actual shoe impressions. We went from one end to the other just to see if they were joined by any other shoe impressions, if there was any blood, if there were any weapons, so forth. We made one trip down and back, and we did not locate anything.
And I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 195. Would that be a close-up of these impressions that you observed?
It is, sir.
And specifically the items in the middle with the flat tread. Would those be the footprints that you noticed that night?
Those were the ones initially identified by Detective Rutland and pointed out to myself. The ones with the shoe impressions with the actual designs that would be left of those in this photograph, those are myself and Detective Rutland.
I'm going to move to publish what's been marked as and entered into evidence of State's Exhibit 196 and 197. These are images of sensitive nature, have a cover sheet on by counsel and our table to obscure the monitors. Showing you what's been marked and entered into evidence of State's Exhibit 196. Are you familiar with what this is an image of?
Yes, sir.
What does it show?
That's the lower portion of victim Maggie's body.
And specifically referring to the lower portion of the body that are footwear. Are these the footwear that you observed on her that evening?
Those are they appear to be an accurate reflection of what she was wearing the night I was there.
Were you able to compare those, the general size and shape of those foot treads to the ones that you personally observed on the side of that hangar?
General impression, they are similar in nature and design and size. There were no measurements physically taken by myself or Detective Rutland.
Thank you. I'm publishing what's been marked and placed into evidence as State's Exhibit 197. And this is a similar photograph, which is a slightly different angle. Is that the same treads and same footwear that you observed previously?
Again, what we believe that what we saw on the side of the building is a very close match as far as design and size as to those.
I'm showing you now what's been marked and placed into evidence of State's Exhibit 200. Are you familiar with that? I know you already described it. Tell us again what we're looking at.
Again, those were the shoes that were removed from victim Maggie's body at the scene and the ones that we were visibly comparing the shoe impressions to.
Thank you. Anyway. Did you at one point have a be on the lookout or a BOLO placed on any particular vehicle that night?
Yes, sir. I believe I explained earlier that we had asked if anything was missing from the scene and trying to determine how Maggie and Paul got to the dog kennels. And after checking the F-150 that was in the picture we showed you earlier, the dark colored F-150, and the Ranger had a flat tire, neither one of those matched up. I actually asked Mr. Murdaugh if he knew how they got down there. And he said he wasn't sure, but they should have driven Paul's truck, which was described as a white Ford F-250. We noticed that the truck wasn't there. It wasn't up until that point that Mr. Murdaugh, probably with everything going on, did not realize the truck wasn't there. And at that point in time, to our units at our agency, it was boloed out as possibly having been taken from the scene or removed from the scene.
And what happened? Were you able to locate the car eventually?
That, again, that was done sometime that night while we were on scene the very following morning. And I'd have to look back at notes to take exactly, but I believe it was around 10:30, 10:45 next morning. That vehicle was located just inside Hampton County off of Highway 63.
Captain Chapman, referring back to the tire tracks, I know you spent some effort trying to identify the source and origin of those tire tracks. When you were attempting to investigate those tire tracks with Detective Rutland, did you have a chance to then observe Mr. Murdoch's demeanor?
Yes, sir. And we discussed, there were changes at the time.
What kind of changes?
Again, he did appear very upset, heavy breathing, distraught. When we asked the specific questions in regards to the tire impressions and we began looking at the tire impressions, it was just a change. The breathing slowed and he began to watch us work more closely, sometimes out the corner of his eye. And after we moved away from that area with the tire impressions, the demeanor change returned back to upset.
Thank you, court's indulgence.